Chapter 1: A ninja school student who traveled through time for 2.5 years. Dohei, wake up! I'm going to be late. The continuous calls woke up Dohei, who was sleeping on the desk. The sight was two teenagers, one fat and one thin, and they were in an empty and simple classroom at this time. Did you forget that today is the graduation examination? The fat man's eyes were full of helplessness. Graduation examination. Do Ping remembered. Today is the day of graduation examination, so he stood up immediately. Ying, Koji, let's go. After saying that, he walked quickly out of the classroom. Wait for us. The two boys behind him followed. Yes, Do Ping is a time traveler. The world of Naruto. A world he had seen in anime before traveling through time. It's just that this is the real world, which is much larger and more real than anime. Many places are even more terrifying when you think about them carefully. At the same time, the place where he is also the center of this world. Konoha Village. It's barely a good start. Successfully traveling through time, and still being tall, poor, and handsome, is originally a very happy thing. But traveling through time to the ninja world is very speechless. Because this is a world where human life is worthless, and ninjas have to go to the battlefield to kill people at a young age, and the mortality rate is frighteningly high. Faced with such a dangerous world, he had to choose to lie down after traveling for 2.5 years without a system. It's impossible not to lie down. If you really dare to shout something like "My fate is in my own hands," you will definitely be sent to the private room of the torture department. Ninja. But a professional with extremely keen intelligence will really take action if there is even the slightest suspicion. And all kinds of secret techniques and methods cannot be kept secret even by dead people. So after a ninja dies, he needs to dispose of his body. Coming to such a ferocious and dangerous world, how could Tang Ping refuse to accept his fate and lie down? And today is also the last moment. As long as he fails the assessment, he can just lie down and eat soft food. After becoming a ninja, you will become a tool of the village. Even if you are given a task that you know will lead to death, you must carry out it. Leaving the village without authorization will be regarded as a traitor to the village and will be hunted down. Only by becoming an ordinary person can one escape from the dangerous and cruel system of ninjas. Therefore, Tang Ping has been laying out the plan since the time travel. Now I finally have a chance. As long as you behave like a waste today, you will definitely have a chance to lie down. While thinking about this, Tang Ping led his two best friends towards the training ground. The two people around him are his best friends. The little fat man's name is Honda Taka, and his dream is to become the largest businessman in the ninja world. Another person with a cold expression is Yamama Koji, who is from the Xiaonan clan and dreams of restoring the glory of the Yamama family. After 2.5 years of operation, and thanks to Tang Ping's special efforts to win over Pua, they are completely half-brothers. As a time traveler who has briefly watched the Naruto anime, Tang Ping also met the future protagonists. But his attitude was at a respectful distance. Because in the dangerous ninja world, the people around the protagonist are the ones who die fastest. Without that kind of luck, every torture would be like seeking death. He, a time traveler with small arms and legs, had better not join in the fun. To persist is to win. Just like a certain Obito classmate, he can be as high as he needs to be when he is trying to survive, but as soon as he jumps out, his strength goes crazy, and he even leads him straight away. A classmate named Madara was a master of Go-Deo. He was completely invincible when diving. As soon as he jumped out, he was stabbed in the back by a certain filial son. In the end, there was a certain Taoist master in the Pure Land who came up with new ideas and style, and became the final winner. These all illustrate one truth. Just hang in there, we can win. JPG. With these outstanding predecessors role models, it's no wonder that Tang Ping is determined to live in peace and contentment. Who makes this world too dangerous? The more you dance, the more miserable your death will be. Practice. He has traveled through time for 2.5 years. No matter who looks at him, he looks like a crazy person, the type who can't even be a ninja. Note, this is what he calls the real crane tail. Unlike a certain Obito classmate who just entered school and fell behind due to various accidents, he is actually quite strong. Soon, several of them arrived at the training ground. But I found something was wrong. There are too many people. The figures standing on the walls, on the trees, and on the roofs were all important figures in the village. The most conspicuous among them. Naturally, it was a figure wearing a Hokage hat and robe, surrounded by a group of people, standing in the corner of the training ground. Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, Konoha is also in charge. However, Tang Ping looked at the figure next to him, whose right eye and right hand were wrapped in white bandages, and who was holding a cane in his left hand. Nakage Danzo. Bold and unbridled, ruthless, cold-blooded, and selfish are definitely the best things to say about the other party. Even if you offend the third Hokage of Gentleman's Sword, don't offend him. Anyway, Tang Ping has been avoiding the other party because of his status, for fear of being favored by the other party. Fortunately, the other party's favor is only for geniuses. He is completely uninterested in a real scumbag like him. Otherwise, Tang Ping would have to find a way to carry the bucket and run away if he had no choice. When he first traveled through time and knew that he was in Konoha village, he immediately wanted to run away. But in the anime, the village is extremely loose, and any genin, 2 pillars, can leave the village, but in reality it is completely different from the anime. Under the extremely tight guard and defense, even jounin, let alone ordinary people, could not escape. After he found out the true situation of this world later, he became even more unwilling to leave. A human life is worth less than a dog. This can really be said outside of Konoha village. Ordinary people do not have enough food and can only eat grass and cannibals. They can only rely on straw to keep out the cold. Even quilts are considered luxury goods. They can only survive when they get sick. In addition, banditry and war are rampant. It is simply a hellish world. The average age is less than 30 years old. Let's find out. The opposite is true. It is relatively safe in Konoha village and the standard of living is not bad, otherwise there would not be countless villagers unwilling to leave. It would be extremely difficult for outsiders to move to Konoha village. He would only consider leaving when his IQ is below the line. What's more, he also hugged a white thigh. The prerequisite for being able to lie down is to make a fool of yourself in today's assessment and be deprived of the ninja qualification. Once you become a ninja, congratulations. I will be controlled by the village for the rest of my life. And there is no basic salary, no salary if there is no position, no pension, and you can retire early only if you die or become disabled. The death rate of ninjas is astonishing. This may be the real reason why people fall in love in school and get married in their teens. Because he died too early and too quickly, if he didn't leave descendants soon, the ninja profession might have become extinct long ago. While Tang Ping was thinking about this, other students completed their assessments one after another. Practical assessment. Pass or fail is determined by fighting a Chunin examiner. In the anime, the assessment is like playing house, maybe it's the future it was changed during peacetime. This is Konoha's 42nd year, and war has begun to brew. The village needs more cannon fodder, so naturally the pass rate will not be stuck. So, it is really easy to graduate. But after graduation, your future depends on your grades. If you are a genius, there will be major families competing with the teacher. If your grades are not good, you will be treated like a cow or a cannon fodder. Maybe that's why, as long as you have some talent, you will try your best to become a genius. Because although this title will be targeted, the benefits are real. But Tang Ping is definitely not included among these people. If he is a genius, he is guaranteed to be invited from the bottom up. There is only one reason, his surname is Uchiha. That's right, it's the beautiful, strong but miserable middle school second grader in the arrogant Shamate family. It's just that his surname was changed later. He didn't have a surname before. Get married. Everyone who understands understands. It's totally a waste of money. The original owner refused, so he kept trying to get rid of this identity, and ended up committing suicide, so that Tang Ping, a time traveler, could successfully take over. In Tang Ping's view, the other party has never been beaten by society, let alone the dangers of the world. Isn't it okay to have soft food to eat? I don't see so many people who want to eat but can't get it. Anyway, Tang Ping's soft rice tastes very good, and he even plans to eat it all the time. Even if you can't get the other person's favor in the end, you can still ask for a breakup fee from the other person. Anyway, it won't be a loss. Uchiha Danhei. The homeroom teacher, Sarutobi Nagaga, who was standing on the training ground, called his name loudly. Come on! Don't let people underestimate you. Two of his best friends cheered him on, and even Koji Yamama, who had always had a cold face, managed a smile. Chapter 2, The opponent has 5 cards, what should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Tang Ping slowly walked into the training ground. So handsome. TCH, I'm just a jackass, I'm sure I won't pass the test. No way. Why not? If he hadn't been forced into school by Uchiha, he wouldn't be qualified to be a ninja at all, As a famous person, Tang Ping was immediately recognized. The finale. It seems that the higher UPS are determined to embarrass Uchiha. And turned a deaf ear to these voices. TCH, you know what a bird, you have to act like a loser in order to be able to sleep peacefully. If he really wants to perform well, the Hokage will come to his door every minute to send him warm brainwashing, and the root will come to his door to check his level. Who can withstand this? Anyway, he felt that he couldn't bear it. There is no way, Naruto world is too rude. There was no plug-in for him at all. There is neither a Krypton Gold system nor a sign-in system. He didn't even have the most basic dark blue bonus points. In this case, he had no choice but to lie flat. All I can say is that he is a complete disgrace to the time traveler. For other time travelers, 1 year as clan leader, 2 years as village leader, and 3 years to dominate the ninja world are all basic operations. If there is a certain LU next door, dozens of chapters sweeping the world, hundreds of chapters crossing the starry sky, and counterattacking Otsutsuki will not be a problem. But he has been practicing ninjutsu for 2.5 years, but he has not even become a ninja trainee. He is really shameless. But as long as you pass today, you will be free. When the examiner comes over later, he will show it to the examiner on the spot. Let them see how powerful they are. Anyway, it is better to lose face now than lose your life on the battlefield later. Hey, wait. What's going on? Dohei looked at the Chunin examiner who walked away in confusion. A small figure wearing a mask, carrying a short sword, and with short white hair like a hedgehog appeared on the training ground, replacing the examiner just now. Seeing the other party, Tang Ping's expression changed. The examiner scores 50 to 50, what should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Because he really didn't expect it to be the other party. Why is it Kakashi? Can't you see, this is an application for early graduation assessment? The son of the White Fang is finally here. Today I want to see the strongest genius in Konoha. Applying for the graduation examination within 1 year of entering the school, you are worthy of being that adult's descendant. All kinds of discussions rang out. Anyone else would not have attracted such attention from them. But Kakashi said otherwise. It's not because the other party is Konoha's super genius. Especially because the other party's father is White Fang. A short sword kill made all the major ninja villages fearful. Even the 3 ninjas were 1 head shorter than the other. He also gained the Hokage half-sleeve and was recognized as the next Hokage. But not long ago, the other party committed suicide because of a mission failure. Nowadays, the opponent's bloodline applies for the graduation examination 1 year after entering the school, which attracts so many people to watch. Otherwise, there would not be so many people to watch. It's just that other people don't know today's assessment process, so they don't understand that there has been a serious deviation. But it is absolutely impossible for someone to not know the process. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was standing at the edge of the training ground, turned his head and shouted, "What exactly do you want to do? Only the other party can change the assessment process without knowing it. Danzo, now is not the time to fool around." A middle-aged man with glasses and short grey hair, Mito Kadoyan, also issued a warning. Now the village is undercurrent because of White Fang's suicide. If something happens to the opponent's only bloodline again, the impact will be extremely bad. I know. Danzo retorted with a cold face, it's just that Kakashi applied for early assessment, and I arranged for him to have an Uchiha Crane as his opponent, and he sent me to replace him with Mo Sang-jun. Of course, the assessment is just incidental, and using the death of Uchiha Dohei to damage the reputation of the Uchiha clan is the real thing. If the real Uchiha died, it would be a big problem. But for this kind of existence who only has a surname and is hated within the clan, the backlash will be much smaller. After the person dies, not only will Kakashi be completely plunged into darkness and unable to look back, but he will also be able to take the opportunity to suppress a wave of evil Uchiha's reputation. It's a real win. Thinking of this, Danzo felt a little proud and thought to himself, "Teacher, don't worry, I will solve the evil Uchiha for you. It's best." Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a warning and continued to watch the battle. If he knew what Danzo ordered Kakashi, he wouldn't be so relaxed. And under the premise that the Hokage remained silent, naturally no one would jump out and question the process. The assessment continues. But suddenly foreign, root, ninjas came to the training ground and started forming seals. The 4 elements seal the formation. Amidst the soft drink, a large number of tadpole-like sealing runes spread into a transparent light curtain, covering the training ground. This move also aroused doubts among the spectators. If it were 2 jounin fighting, it would be normal to do this, but if it were just 2 ninja school students, even if one of them was a super genius, it wouldn't be like this, right? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt something was wrong. It's just to prevent Uchiha from interfering in the assessment, and it's too late to do anything now, isn't it? Danzo answered calmly, but proudly in his heart. This way, there is no way to leave the training ground and admit defeat, and at the same time, it also prevents Uchiha people from intervening. With these preparations, it is completely simple for the amazingly talented Kakashi to deal with a crane tail, and there is no fear of accidents. As long as he is allowed to step into the darkness, this super genius whose talent is not inferior to White Fang will become the ace at the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely dissatisfied. He just thought that Uchiha was indeed a little restless recently and it would be good to suppress them, so he continued to watch the battle. On the field, Tang Ping felt something was wrong. Because there was no barrier in the previous examination, let alone replacing the original Chunin examiner with a 50-50 split. If it were another ninja school student who had only entered school for 1 year, he would definitely not be worried. Even if he was lagging behind, he would still be able to pass a few tricks. But if this person is called Kakashi, it will be dangerous. You know, my father has just died, and I am in a cold-blooded and ruthless stage. If someone accidentally chops me down, no one will stand up for me. Even though his surname is Uchiha, Dohei knows his weight. That is, for some special reasons, otherwise the other party would have taken away his surname and kicked him out of the family. If something really happens, I will never fight for myself in the village. If I can get some compensation, I can pretend that nothing happened. Only when you travel to this real world can you realize how exaggerated the filters are. Although the Uchiha of the future is a victim, he is not a harmless white rabbit. He has a lot of bad things going on, but he is not as perfect as in the anime. Now, he has to find a way to deal with the hurdle before him. Is it too late for me to surrender now? Looking at the little white hair in front of him who was more than a head shorter than him and exuding cold and piercing murderous intent, Tang Ping made a last attempt to ask aloud. Kakashi drew out the short sword from his back. The sharp and cold blade has already explained his attitude. Gan. Tang Ping cursed in his heart. At this time, he had already seen that he must have been implicated. The matter must have been instigated by Danzo's LYB. The third Hokage, a hypocrite, would not be so crude in his methods. Once Kakashi kills himself, he will have no choice but to follow Danzo to the dark side. After all, no matter how many outsiders you kill, you are still a hero. If you kill even one person from the same village, you will be ostracized, let alone in front of so many people. And his own death can also damage the reputation of the wealthy family Uchiha. As for yourself? Sorry, in this era when human life is not as good as grass, even if the third Hokage dies, the most he can do is reprimand Danzo and then punish him with 3 drinks. The 3 generations in the real world are not as kind as in the anime. You know it if you think about it. He is the strongest ninja leader in the village, and his usual job is to kill people, steal information, sabotage, etc. It is impossible for him to be in this position even if he is a kind-hearted person. All I can say is that anime is just anime. If you really look at the world according to the plot inside, I guarantee that the grass on the grave will be several feet high. Chapter 3 Psychic Beast, Tei. The assessment begins. Sarutobi Nagaga outside the barrier announced loudly. Although he didn't know why he treated Tang Ping so specially, there was no way he could disobey the arrangements made by the top management. Whoosh! Kakashi leaned forward and charged forward. Of course he understood what this order meant. But in order to prevent the Hotaki clan from being humiliated again, he decided to carry out the order no matter how unreasonable it was, and not to repeat the mistakes of that person. Looking at Kakashi rushing towards him, Dohei cursed in his heart. Damn it! Facing this guy who didn't listen to his words at all, he really wanted to cry. Didn't I say that Naruto is a world that is all about talking? Why can't I do it myself? It seems that the rhetoric should match the protagonist's halo to be effective. For passers-by like yourself, it's better not to think too much. It's just that Tang Ping didn't have time to think too much. Even if the opponent is Kakashi, a 50-50 opponent, he is not prepared to wait for death. So, he flew back and formed seals at the same time. Even if the speed of seal formation is far from that of a certain Uchiha filial son who formed 8 seals with one hand and 8 seals per second, it is still at the level of several seals per second. Hai Suyu. Several seals were produced quickly. Psychic art. Tang Ping shouted softly and slapped his right hand heavily on the ground. Whether you can save your life in front of Kakashi, who has not yet evolved into the 50-50 Kai, all depends on this technique. A single psychic spell drained all his chakra. Fortunately, this technique does not consume much, and the other party can bear most of the consumption. Otherwise, his chakra would not be available. Even if you are an official genin, a C-level ninjutsu will drain all the chakra, average level. Therefore, on the battlefield, genin usually only throw shurikens and use kunao to fight, and rarely use chakra to cast ninjutsu. Let's not talk about whether it will happen or not. Just consuming them will drain them dry. Bang! White smoke exploded. Kakashi, who was rushing towards him, subconsciously stopped and stepped back, muttering to himself. Isn't it the end of the crane? After receiving the order, he collected intelligence and found that Uchiha Danhei was completely a loser. He didn't expect that he would be hidden so deeply. The smoke disperses quickly. There was a large crow nearly as tall as a man between the two of them. The feathers covering its body are intertwined with gold and black, and the 5 upright golden feathers on its head stand up like a crown, and it also has one more claw than an ordinary crow. It looks a little weird. But no matter who it is, they will not regard it as an ordinary crow. Ninja crow. Uchiha Fugaku murmured to himself on the tree on the edge of the training ground. As the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he also came to go through the motions today, but he didn't expect to see this scene. But he knew one thing very well. That is this ninja crow, it is definitely not cultivated by the Uchiha family. After all, the family focuses on cultivating the ninja cat clan, and the ninja crows are only cultivated on a small scale within the clan. It is impossible to have such a strong ninja crow. After summoning his biggest trump card, Tang Ping made an operation that no one could have imagined. He suddenly said loudly towards the edge of the training ground, that is, Sarutobi Nagaga outside the barrier. I admit defeat. Yes, he surrendered directly. Summoning the psychic beast is also to gain a chance to surrender, not to fight to the end. What a pity. Tang Ping found that his head teacher was just looking at his movements with confusion, but had no intention of intervening. Although the other party has a naughty personality, he cannot just sit back and watch the students fall into danger. So there is only one possibility. It's a barrier. Not only can it prevent the spread of the aftermath of the battle, but it can also block the sound, completely giving people no chance to surrender. Gan. Dohei was extremely angry, this old guy Danzo clearly wanted me to die. But no matter what kind of anger he has, it's useless. He must first pass the hurdle in front of him. Because Kakashi rushed over again, with killing intent in his eyes. Snort. Since you want me to die, then I will let you die first. Tang Ping's long-standing fear and anxiety completely exploded. He wanted to lie down just because he knew how dangerous the ninja world was, but he didn't really want to die. Now that someone had touched his bottom line, it was no wonder that he would explode suddenly. No matter how much scruples and fears you have, they are not worth mentioning when faced with the threat to your life that is so close at hand. Tai, kill him. Don Ping ordered as he distanced himself backwards. In terms of combat effectiveness, he is really not strong, so the performance of the crane tail is not false at all. Otherwise, do you really think that those strong men can't even see through the level of a ninja school student? Pepet. After receiving the order, Taiki, the ninja crow, suddenly turned his eyes into golden red, staring at Kakashi who was quickly coming over. Whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens were thrown at Dohei first. Phew. But Tai's wings were fully extended, and the huge wind blew away several shurikens. Size equals strength. This formula is true in the ninja world. Although the size of a ninja beast does not mean everything, a large size definitely has huge advantages. The forward Kakashi disappeared in the strong wind. Tai suddenly raised his right paw, and a fierce flame enveloped the right paw that he stepped down heavily. Relief. The ground within a few meters of the fallen right paw was shattered, and a large amount of flames spewed out like a fountain. Seeing Tae's power, everyone else in the class was shocked. So strong. Am I under an illusion? How could this guy Tang Ping have such a powerful psychic beast? If it were me. In addition to being shocked, they were also envious and jealous, wishing for such a powerful psychic beast. Belong to yourself. Powerful psychic beasts can really bring ninjas to the top of their lives. The Chunin, the top group in Konoha, is the best example of this. Even the others were so shocked, let alone the two best friends. Honda Taka and Yamamakoji looked at each other, wondering if the best friend they usually saw was an illusion, because the other party was always lying down except playing truant. Just when everyone was shocked. Whoosh! A figure sprang out from the broken ground and headed towards Tae. It's Kakashi! Bang! The short knife in his hand was blocked by Tae's sharp beak. Beak sting, claw strike, wing sweep. He abruptly blocked Kakashi's quick and ruthless attack. And more than that. Once Kakashi wants to get around him, Taeki, who is taller than others, will take the initiative to attack and force the opponent to protect himself. Even though it is a ninja crow, with the help of its wings, it can fly at short distances no slower than Kakashi. After a few rounds, the opponent was beaten to the point where he lost his temper. After understanding that there was nothing he could do with Taeki through Taijutsu, Kakashi jumped back to get some distance, then formed a seal and took a deep breath at the same time. Fire escape. Fire bullet. A fireball the size of a wheel spits out. Note that the fireball technique is an Uchiha secret technique. It is more powerful and less expensive than fire bullets. There are many such fire-based secret techniques, so it is qualified to call itself the strongest fire escape family. Pepet. Facing the incoming fire bombs, Tae spread his wings and inhaled, and the surrounding air suddenly rose. See this scene. The surrounding ninjas who came to watch the battle were anxious. This is... Stop it quickly. It's too late. Judging from the momentum, one can tell that the next attack is not weak and poses no threat to them, but it is extremely fatal to a ninja school student who is not even a genin. Just because there is a ceiling barrier, it is too late to take action now. Boom! A violent wave of fire erupted forward with Tae as the center, instantly engulfing the area several meters ahead. Boom! Kakashi! Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly broke the barrier and rushed into the training ground. He was relieved to find that Kakashi had only fainted from the heat. The other side. Tae, who had just launched an all-out attack, ended his psychic dissipation because his chakra was exhausted. Whoosh! And Tang Ping was also surrounded. Uchiha Danhei, we suspect that you are a spy from another ninja village. Go to the ANBU for investigation. The leading ANBU ninja shouted coldly. After hearing this, Tang Ping did not refute because he was not qualified. In terms of status, he is just a famous ninja student, not even a genin. In terms of strength, he can't reach the genin level with all his firepower now. Taeki can threaten the Chunin with all his strength, and he only has this strength when he has to face enemies who don't know his intelligence. Therefore, regardless of his identity or strength, he has no room to refute. As for being reasonable, sorry, ninja is not a reasonable profession. But he doesn't regret it either. Just now, Kakashi took action with the intention of killing himself. Only when you have the consciousness to be killed can you be qualified to kill. The other party must also understand this truth. The fact that he was able to survive Tae's attack was entirely due to his ability, and it was not a deliberate act. You are going to kill me. If I still let you go, I am completely stupid. But Dohei didn't hate Kakashi. Because it was not him who really wanted his life, but the old guy Danzo. I didn't expect that after hiding for so long, I still didn't hide. Just when Tang Ping was thinking about taking a risk. Chapter 4 Fiancé. Etc. The sudden interjection made several en route ninjas who were about to take Dohei away by force stopped. Because the identity of the speaker is very unusual. Wearing a loose blue kimono, with a billiard ball-like red and white family insignia on the back, he has a resolute face, but his eyes are extremely fierce. Evil Eye Uchiha Fugaku. At the same time, he is also the young leader of the Uchiha clan. An Uchiha is a powerful family in the ninja world, and his status can be imagined. Such a big boss is indeed qualified to let the people in the dark root tribe give some face by speaking out. Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo came over, You Uchiha are too presumptuous, how dare you do such cruelty to people in the same village? What does it mean to rake everything down? This is it. Danzo's behavior has always been I don't want you to think, I want me to feel. Even if he asked Kakashi to strike first, the result was that he almost died, so it's your fault, Uchiha. If the result is the other way around, then he must have a different face. True. Double standard. JPG. Of course Uchiha Fugaku could see what happened just now. It's just that there are some things that you can't tell when you see through them. Even if he knew clearly that it was Danzo who had done evil to the Uchiha clan, he would not be able to say it outright. It was just a mistake, and Kakashi is fine too. Uchiha Fugaku had no intention of giving in. If you really want the other party to take away an Uchiha clan member in front of your eyes, it will be a big blow to the prestige of the young clan leader. Whether it was a mistake or not can only be confirmed after an ANBU investigation. Danzo concluded decisively. It is our security department's responsibility to investigate these matters. Duty, don't bother Elder Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku refused to give in. Just when Danzo was about to forcefully order the people to be taken away. Danzo retreat, this was just an accident. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked someone to take Kakashi away and come to the rescue. As Hokage, of course he couldn't let Danzo and Uchiha fight here. Hiruzen, there is no such thing as Min Li Himo. Danzo turned around and left bitterly. But before leaving, he took a deep look at Tang Ping, who was staying where he was, as if he was frightened by the accident. He didn't expect the other party to hide it so deeply. Even without actually taking action. But just the C-level psychic technique is not something that ordinary ninja school students can master, let alone a low-level person. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku thanked the third Hokage. If the other party didn't speak, Danzo wouldn't give up this opportunity so easily. Uchiha is also a member of the village. There is no need to thank you for this kind of thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Dohei in a gentle tone and said, yes, being able to defeat Kakashi in this assessment means that you are in school. If it were a child, being praised so highly by the Supreme Hokage in the village, he would definitely have been in a state of disbelief for a long time and wanted to rip his heart out. A certain filial son with Hokage thinking praised this. Only then did Dohei understand why there would be so many rebels in Uchiha in the future. Facing the third Hokage with a full pool level, you would be numb. And Uchiha Fugaku not only didn't realize this, but actually agreed emotionally. It's over. This guy is finished. From the corner of his eye, Dahira saw the young clan leader of his family looking like this, and knew that he had long since transformed into the form of the third Hokage. Maybe he has been brainwashed by the will of fire since he was a child. Anyway, judging from the future history line, it was under the leadership of the other party that Uchiha was given a package of extermination, and he was still like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered without fighting back. Hokage-sama, I was able to learn the art of channeling entirely because of the inspiration of the will of fire. Wherever the fallen leaves are flying, fire also grows endlessly. Tang Ping's face turned red. As if a little fanboy saw an idol, he loudly praised the will of fire, and said that he was able to learn the art of channeling precisely because of this encouragement. Full marks. Listening to Dohei's understanding of the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly let go of his fear. Anyone who can understand the will of fire is not a bad person. JPG. Yes, I'm going to visit Kakashi first. Don't take today's matters to heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen left happily. After the others left, Uchiha Fugaku left a message. Mei Yi is back. After saying that, leave directly. Although he was extremely curious about the psychic beast named Tai Yi, due to their awkward relationship, it was difficult for him to ask out loud. After he left, Tang Ping felt a little burning on his back. Turn your head. He found two best friends staring at him, and the others looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and shock. There's no way, Kakashi's reputation is too high. As the strongest genius in the village, he was defeated by a crane tail. How could he not make people shocked and curious? It's over. Faced with such a group of extremely curious classmates, Tang Ping felt that today's level was a bit sad. The fact is indeed as he expected. Just to deal with various inquiries took him a lot of time. In the end, he used the excuse of the psychic beast given by his family to deal with it. By the time he left school and returned to the Uchiha area, it was already dusk. After entering this area, the flow of people dropped sharply. Even if you look closely, you will find that no one except the Uchiha family will enter this area. even though this is located in the center of the village. No way. Uchiha is a self-contained entity and will naturally be ostracized by the village. Therefore, there is a reason why even if the clan is exterminated in the future, it will not cause chaos in the village. And Tang Ping walked towards a place with a natural expression. Normally he wouldn't come here. But not today. Because his white thighs are back. He was able to go to ninja school because of his help. Otherwise, how could he enter a ninja school as an orphan with both parents dead, no sister, no house, and even less talent? Soon, he came to an independent courtyard located in the corner of the clan. Zhyla. Pushing open the wooden door, we entered this courtyard of almost several thousand square meters. Change it to another place. Let alone thousands of square meters, no matter how big it is, it's just like that. But this is Konoha. Similar to the central area of the Magic City before Tang Ping traveled through it, how difficult it is to own a courtyard of several thousand square meters is not a matter of money at all, it also requires status. The future Uchiha clan will be relocated because the land interests in this area of the clan are too great, and it is not just a rebellion threat. Land is so valuable. Enter the courtyard. The first thing that catches the eye are two giant mulberry trees that cover the sky and the sun, intertwined and supporting each other, almost covering the entire courtyard. The area under the tree is composed of rockery, pavilion, flower garden, and pool, which is refreshing and elegant. In comparison, a two-story wooden building occupying an area of less than a few hundred square meters, the house, on the contrary, seems a little inconspicuous. To be frank, this courtyard alone is a priceless treasure. Even the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strongest Hokage, lives is far inferior to this place. From this point of view, it is no wonder that the major families exclude Uchiha. You have too many benefits. If they don't get rid of you, how can they divide these things? Anyway, looking at the end of the Senju clan, you will know that all the benefits were divided up by the major families, so their reputation is good. The fallen rich family is the good one. Before Dohei could take a closer look, he found a slender and tall figure walking out. The waist-length black hair, coupled with the bright and delicate white face, is completely charming. Especially the pair of pale pink cold eyes, as if they can absorb people's souls into them. Uchihame. No horn at this stage. She is also Dohei's fiancé and his white thigh. Although he is only 1 year older, that is, 13 years old, he has graduated for 4 years. The ninja school can apply for early graduation examination, but the difficulty of the examination is far beyond the normal graduation difficulty. In other words, he graduated in the 3rd year of entering the ninja school. This can be called a genius. And someone like Kakashi who applied for early graduation in the 1st year is definitely a super genius, and it is no wonder that he attracted the attention of countless high-level officials in the village. It is because of the unexpected existence of Dohei, otherwise, with his strength, even the Chunin may not be his opponent. But it is precisely because of his terrifying talent that he was targeted by Danzo and tried every means to make him step into the darkness. Move back and live. Uchihame, who came over, said indifferently. Okay. Dohei nodded gently. If it weren't for today's incident, he would naturally not come back. But since he was targeted by Danzo's LYB, he didn't dare to continue living alone outside the clan land, that would be completely suicidal. Although it is convenient to study there, it is more likely to be disappeared. I can only say that it is fortunate that I can see the caring behind the other party's domineering president-like order. If it were the original body before the time travel, not only would it not appreciate it, but it would become more disgusted. Chapter 5 The original body can't control it, so I have to take over. I have some things to move over. Doping decided to reveal some. After all, today's assessment has revealed some clues about myself. If I don't say it, do you really think that others can't find it? Let's go. Uchihame stepped past him. In fact, she knew about the assessment before Doping came. Originally, she thought he might not pass the graduation assessment, but she didn't expect that he could rely on the summoned beast to defeat the son of White Fang head-on. It really surprised her, so she stayed to meet him. Otherwise, she would have gone to perform the mission long ago. Although Uchihame is only 13 years old, she is already a special jonin. Well, the current ninja world is not the era of those who are already cage level in their teens, and there are so many cheats everywhere. This strength is already very strong, otherwise it is not qualified to be regarded as a future genius by the family. The two left the courtyard and walked towards the temporary residence of Dohei Uchiha. She is a super white, rich, beautiful, strong, and miserable type. Because her grandfather, whose parents died, was the previous clan leader, and was also the head of the family's eldest house and the leader of the Hawk faction. It's just that she was only a few years old when her grandfather died, so the position of clan leader fell into the hands of the third house of the middle faction, that is, Uchiha Fugaku's father. Therefore, she can indeed be regarded as an Uchiha princess, a completely standard white, rich, and beautiful. And there is a reason for adding the two words strong and miserable at the end. Let's not talk about strong. A 13-year-old special Jonin is not weak. Miserable does not mean that he will die on the night of the genocide. With the other party's identity and strength, if he really lives to that time, it is impossible to give the filial son room to play, and the Hawk faction will not be suppressed. So there is only one possibility. Died too early. Only in this way can she be recorded in history without any bubbles. Therefore, her evaluation is white, rich, beautiful, strong, and miserable, which is indeed very appropriate. And such a person became Do Ping's fiancé for some special reasons. It can only be said that the original body can't grasp the soft rice, so he has to take it. After a while, the two came to the edge of the village. Living here is naturally not Do Ping's choice, but the choice of the original body. He was able to travel through time because the original body chose to leave the Uchiha clan and live alone, but died directly because of an acute illness, and then he took over. Click. Do Ping, who opened the door, turned around and greeted. Please. After saying that, he walked into the room first and turned on the light. Uchiha followed slowly behind. The lights came on, and what caught my eye was the shabby room filled with bookcases, flower pots, reagent tubes. Most of the things in the house were slowly accumulated by Do Ping in the past 2.5 years after he traveled through time. The books were borrowed from the library. The school has a very large library. However, it only contains basic knowledge, so few people like to go there. Because ninjas pursue things like ninjutsu that can make themselves stronger, not many people are interested in these basic knowledge. But Do Ping is different. As a traveler, he certainly understands that in this ninja world, knowledge is power, and it can still be mastered by one person. This is the hidden shortcut. You can still learn the kind that goes. Otherwise, he, an ordinary person without the blood of the Otsutsuki, has absolutely no chance of entering the top combat power. As for research talent, although he is far less exaggerated than the geniuses like the second Hokage, Orochimaru, etc., he should have an average level, and with his unique advantages, he is naturally strong. The insight of a time traveler. That is his unique advantage. When doing experiments, he is not afraid of difficulties and troubles, but is most afraid of taking the wrong path. But if it were Dohei, he would directly know which research routes to take, and as long as he keeps working in this direction, he will succeed sooner or later. Not to mention, after he started researching, he found that he had a huge advantage. It is this advantage that allows him to achieve results quickly. Otherwise, even if he knows the correct research path, it will take decades to achieve something. Do you really think that research is so easy to succeed? If it were easy, there wouldn't be so few people willing to take the scientific research route. There are many people in the ninja world who are engaged in scientific research, but only the second-generation Hokage, Orochimaru, and Kabuto Yakushi are really famous. It can be seen how difficult the scientific research route is. After a quick check, Do Ping suddenly spoke. No. Someone came in. What? Uchiha came over. Someone came. Do Ping's face was ugly. Fortunately, there was nothing really shady. He chose to record experimental records and materials in his mind, or hide them in other places, otherwise he would have lost a lot this time. Of course, it's not really without loss. One bottle of a certain experimental byproduct was missing. Therapeutic potion. Yes, this is what Do Ping is going to make money after lying down. He is going to lie down, and he is not going to suffer, so he naturally wants to make money. Before crossing, he was so rolled up, even to death, can't he enjoy himself after crossing? It must be Danzo who did it. Uchiha gave the answer without thinking too much. What was lost is the healing potion. Do Ping explained the effect of the byproduct. In general, although the effect of the diluted version is far inferior to the medical ninjutsu, it can still make the wound heal in a few days. It sounds like the effect is nothing. But if a war really breaks out, the effect of this potion will be extremely terrifying. Because medical ninjas rely too much on talent, but this potion can be mass-produced and is completely a strategic material. After listening to the introduction of the effect, Uchiha Mimi naturally understood the meaning of this thing and asked solemnly. Is the effect you said true? Because this thing is too important, it needs to be confirmed once. Wait. Doping quickly fished out a few green seaweeds from a small water tank in the corner, and then began to make medicine on the spot. It took less than a few minutes for him to skillfully extract a small half-tube of green liquid. The healing liquid. This is the strongest form of the byproduct. The lost tube is the form after being diluted hundreds of times. Of course, the value must be shown at this time. Even though Dohei knew that the other party would definitely not give up his fiancée with his personality, he was not willing to risk his life. It can only be said that Dohei hated Danzo, the LYB. Originally, he planned to use the failure of the assessment to quit the ninja ranks, and at the very least, he could be a small transparent ninja. But it was because Danzo wanted to use his life to warn the Uchiha clan that he was forced to this point. That is, he didn't die, otherwise he would have to let the other party understand what it means that a time traveler cannot be insulted. Is this the healing potion? Uchiha Mei's light pink eyes looked at the green liquid in the reagent tube, and suddenly she moved. Wait. Daohei found that Uchiha Mei took out a kunao and stabbed it into her palm without changing her expression. Swish. A wound appeared on Uchiha Mei's white and slender palm with a crisp sound of flesh piercing. It's a wolf destroyer. Just looking at the appearance, no one dared to believe that such a girl would be so decisive. Uchiha Mei ignored Dohei's obstruction. Of course she knew that she could use other things to experiment. But what could be more intuitive than personal experience? And even if the medicine didn't work for this injury, she could still use medical ninjutsu to recover quickly, without any impact. Otherwise, she would just play like this without this backup. Do you really think she is so reckless? The healing liquid was slowly poured into the wound on the palm of her hand. The wound that was bleeding stopped bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and quickly scarred and healed. As the process progressed, the expression on Uchiha Mei's originally icy face kept changing. Because the effect was really too exaggerated. Even if it was not as good as medical ninjutsu. But there were less than 100 medical ninjas in Konoha, and this was because of the influence of Tsunade, the three ninjas. If it was the other four major ninja villages, it would not be surprising that there were less than a dozen. If there were no medical ninjas outside the 5 major ninja villages, there would be no medical ninjas. And this kind of medicine can be mass-produced and carried with you, which is the strongest advantage. Chapter 6 The Covetousness of Konoha F4. Which of these things must be taken away? Uchiha Mei suddenly asked. At this time, except for some blood stains, there were no traces of injury on the palm of her hand. Plants and books. Tang Ping instantly understood what the other party meant. This means to take things away as soon as possible, and if you can't take them away, destroy them. The most precious thing is in your own mind. He spent a lot of time cultivating the plants. Although it is not indispensable, if it is missing, it will take energy to cultivate it again, which consumes too much energy and time, so it cannot be thrown away. The book is borrowed, so naturally it cannot be damaged. As for other things, all of it was saved from part-time work and daily life, so of course it's not worth mentioning. Uchiha Mei clapped her hands gently. Two men dressed as Uchiha appeared at the door. Miss Mei. *2. Joke. After all, Uchiha Mei is also the eldest daughter, so how could she not have anyone to protect her? Especially in the village. Danzo has never concealed his malice towards Uchiha, and he really doesn't dare to relax. Take all these plants and books back and get rid of the rest. After Uchiha Mei finished speaking, she quickly left with Tang Ping. The next action must be quick, because the longer you delay, the more passive you will be. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was dealing with government affairs, suddenly raised his head. Because a document appeared on the table. After reading the contents, he summoned an ANBU order with a solemn expression. Go and invite Danzo and the 2 elders over. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ANBU figure quickly disappeared. It didn't take long. Ta-ta. The sound of a cane hitting the wooden board was heard, and then the wooden door was pushed open. Hiruzen, what do you want from me? Danzo asked directly and unceremoniously, not taking Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, to heart at all. This is also true. He claims to be the root of Konoha, so of course he is on the same level as Hokage. Call me Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen struck unhappily. The other party always disrespects me like this, which makes it difficult for people to step down. If they don't beat them frequently, if they dare to disrespect themselves today, they will not even dare to think about what they dare to do tomorrow. Of course Danzo was unwilling to bow his head. At this moment, two figures walked in from outside the door. Sarutobi, you asked us. Mito Kadoyan hurriedly entered the office and saw the two people confronting each other. He changed the topic with a headache and said, did something happen? For the daily situation between the two of them, he didn't even bother to ask the reason. Danzo, should you give me an explanation? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stared at Danzo. What's the meaning? Danzo asked back as if he didn't know anything. Excellent acting skills. If you are an outsider, you may have been deceived. But several people in the office had grown up with him, so how could they not tell that the other person was hiding something? What do you mean? Me made an appointment with Taozhu. The healing potion is not something that the roots should covet. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed his cards directly and handed the documents to the two elders at the same time. Hiruzen, you are actually spying on me. Danzo was furious. I've done so much for you, Sarutobi, and you're actually spying on me. Are you planning to separate the family? Well, at this time, he completely forgot about planting nails in ANBU. For him, that is not surveillance, but to protect Hokage. Danzo, things must be controlled by the medical department. After going to bed, Xiao Chun immediately spoke after reading the document. Because if the things in the document are true, the meaning they represent is too important. A potion that can make up for the scarcity of medical ninjas will definitely give Konoha a considerable advantage on the battlefield. As for the original owner of the healing potion? Sorry, for consultant elders like them, they can't do whatever they want. After some internal deliberations, Konoha F4 finally completed internal dissection. Next, it is time to enter the actual operation stage. Hiruzen, leave it to the roots, I promise to bring the things back. Danzo's eyes flashed with greed. Being able to develop such a thing, the value of Uchiha Dohei can be imagined. Although there is Orochimaru, a research genius, in the village, he cannot control him. Now that someone has finally jumped out, how can he let him go? Therefore, from the beginning, Danzo never thought about mastering the healing potions, he wanted them all. No. Hiruzen Sarutobi refused flatly, let Koharu talk to the other party about this matter, and you are not allowed to interfere at all. As a friend who had grown up together, he knew exactly what Danzo wanted, so naturally he couldn't let him succeed. Such talents are Konoha's wealth and must not be private property. Of course, the prerequisite for him to protect him is that the other party admires the will of fire, otherwise he would not be so determined. But Danzo was naturally unwilling and immediately started arguing. In the end, it was naturally impossible for him to win against the three people who joined forces, and he was directly defeated by Sarutobi with just one word. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Yes, Naruto can do whatever he wants, even if you don't want to, you have to do it. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Bang, Danzo slammed the door and left. The other party has the protection of the Hokage, and the root can't really commit crimes against the wind. But it's okay, if there is a chance in the future, it's not impossible to do it. Anyway, what he cares about is not the healing potion, but this person. Hiruzen, you have to be careful of Danzo. Mito Kadoen adjusted his glasses and reminded him that Danzo has become more and more extreme recently. Don't worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't take it to heart. As long as he is the Hokage, there is no need to worry at all. It is because of this confidence that he never restricts the root and lets its power grow. In his view, the stronger the root, the more it can handle some things that he can't bear for himself, which is completely beneficial and harmless. On the other side, the first branch of the Uchiha clan is also in a meeting. Note that this is a small meeting of one branch, not a meeting of the entire Uchiha clan, so there is no need to gather at the Nanga shrine. The meeting place is exactly the courtyard covered by two intertwined hibiscus trees. The Uchiha clan has a total of thousands of clan members, and is divided into 4 branches. The eldest house is a hardcore hawk, Uchiha Madara is from this house, and the current head of the house is Uchiha Mei. The second house is a dove, and the unborn Uchiha Shisui belongs to this house. The third house is the faction to which the current clan leader belongs, which is considered neutral, and Uchiha Fugaku belongs to this house. The fourth house is a fence-sitter, because the eldest daughter of the clan, Uchiha Mikoto, married Uchiha Fugaku, so they supported the third house to get the position of clan leader. It can only be said that there is no background introduction in the anime, but it is extremely complicated in the real world. Uchiha Mei is the head of the eldest house, although she has not officially taken office, it is naturally not a problem to hold a meeting within the house. The key point is that it is close. All the clan members live in the same area, so it is not difficult to hold a meeting. Only when all the people arrived did people understand what the rich family background is. Because the number of senior ninjas who came exceeded one hand. What is the concept? There are only about 100 jonins in the whole Konoha, and Uchiha accounts for more than 20 of them. With such a high proportion, it is no wonder that they are excluded by other clans. You are so strong, if we don't stick together for warmth, won't we even have the qualifications to play with you? Fortunately, Uchiha is only strong in high-end combat power, not in top combat power, and doesn't even have top power comparable to the three ninjas, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, might not even sleep well. Wow! With the sound of the door opening, the 6 kneeling members of the Uchiha's main house, only jonins are eligible to participate in the meeting, all looked at the 2 people who came in at the door. Chapter 7 Meeting of the Long House. Uchiha Mei walked to the middle of the 6 Longhouse jonins who were kneeling in 2 opposing rows. Dohei also walked silently behind the other party and knelt. He knew his position in the Uchiha clan. But even so, someone spoke up. Mei, why did you bring him here? The strong and oppressive Uchiha jonin on the right spoke. Uchiha Shouta. He is also an elite jonin and the leader of the Hawks at this stage. Uncle Shouta, Dohei is my fiancé. Isn't it normal for him to participate in the meeting of the chief house? Uchiha Mei seemed to be talking about someone other than her fiancé. She didn't blush at all. The Uchiha clan knew that their engagement was made by the old patriarch to pave the way for his granddaughter's future. Only by not marrying out can there be a chance to get promoted, and at the same time, there is no need to worry about the right to speak falling into the hands of the husband. If you marry into the family, there will be no such worries. Tool man. This is also the reason why the original body wanted to get rid of this relationship. After changing to Dohei, he enjoyed this kind of soft rice. After all, before he crossed over, he couldn't eat this kind of super white, rich, and beautiful soft rice even if he wanted to. Once he crossed over, someone fed him food, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. If he really refused this gigolo, he would have starved to death long ago, not to mention being able to go to the ninja school. Now, a tool like him was asked to participate in the meeting, so Uchiha Shouta questioned it, not because he was dissatisfied. But you haven't gotten married yet, right? Another Uchiha jonin also spoke. It sounded no different from what Uchiha Shouta said, but his attitude was provocative. It's not that the head of the house can't be replaced, so he set his sights on this position. It's just that there are more members of the Longhouse clan who support Uchiha Mei, and only by constantly suppressing her prestige can she have a chance to rise to the top. Now you understand why this jonin named Uchiha Shiu has such a targeted attitude, right? Today's meeting is related to him. Uchiha Mei swept her eyes over the 6 clansmen in front of her. Even though she was only 13 years old, she didn't show any sign of retreat in the face of these Longhouse jonin. Heroic. Dohei, who was sitting in the back, gave an evaluation in his heart. Although he traveled through time for 2.5 years, he rarely saw her, so he got information about his fiancée from outsiders. He only knew that she was a genius, and nothing else. Now he has some understanding. Strong and domineering. Okay, Mei, you called us all here so urgently, is there something wrong? Among the 6 jonin, the only female Uchiha spoke. Uchiha Shizuka. She also has another identity. A close friend of Mei's mother, she is definitely a Mei faction. It is precisely because of the support of her and Uchiha Shouta, 2 jonin, that the head of the room has not been lost. It's because of this. Uchiha Mei took out the undiluted original solution. The treatment potion with ordinary effects is not worth the pressure they put on the village to bear the burden of Tangping head on. After listening, the expressions of the 6 people were extremely exaggerated. All of them were in disbelief. Because they all pay attention to Dohei, Uchiha Mei's fiancé, they naturally know his performance in school. Nicknames such as Trash and Crane Tail are not random. I didn't expect that the other party could come up with such a thing. It is similar to the secret medicine of the Akimichi clan, but this thing has a wider range of applications. You must hand it over. Because this thing is not as rare as the secret medicine, it must be combined with the secret technique to be effective, and anyone can use it directly. It is too important to the village, so it is naturally impossible to keep it. But how to pay is very particular. If you were an ordinary ninja school student, it would be nice to have freedom, let alone keep the healing potions. But if the Uchiha clan comes forward to negotiate, it will naturally gain more benefits, and Dohei doesn't have to worry about himself. Do you really think that the darkness in the ninja world is fake? Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is the Hokage, has to let his roots carry the darkness, which shows how dark the ninja world is. Finally, the Chongfeng and several Jonin finally reached a consensus. Treatment medicines can be handed over in batches. But the village needs to be compensated for the clan, and Tang Ping can get 10% of the compensation, and the pressure will be shouldered by the Uchiha clan. Does it sound like a loss? But after understanding the darkness of the ninja world, I know that this condition is not bad. This is also the case with Tang Ping's white thighs. Otherwise, you will definitely be caught and brainwashed, and become the opponent's tool. It is also when he realizes this that he will show his value. Of course, what Dohei needs has been told to Uchihame in advance, so he will be included in the transaction. All 10% of the profits will be exchanged for experimental equipment, materials, knowledge, etc. Many of these things are dreams for him. So not only was he not dissatisfied with this transaction, but he was looking forward to it. After the discussion, Tang Ping returned to his room. Since there are only 2 people living in the courtyard, his room is very large, and he even has a basement as a laboratory. The next day, I got up early in the morning. It's not that I'm going to school, but I'm going to take separate classes. After graduation, a 3-person team will be formed, operating under the leadership of an instructor. Unless you are promoted to Chunin or Jonin, you can move separately. If the accident hadn't happened yesterday, Tang Ping would have been lying on his back today. But even the son of the White Fang could not graduate even after defeating Kakashi. That was completely impossible, so now he has become a ninja on the job, which still does not have a basic salary. If you want to get a salary, it's not impossible. You need to have a formal position. For example, the security department controlled by the Uchiha clan is firmly held on, not only because of its power, but also because it can get a stable salary. If you were a ninja who had no position in the village, you would have to get paid by performing tasks. Note, Tang Ping doesn't even have the option to refuse to be included. Why? Because he is a ninja student. He was a ninja trained in the village, so he couldn't refuse. If you switch to ninjas trained by the Uchiha clan themselves, you can refuse to be incorporated into the village's ninjas and become the family's private force. The Sarutobi clan in the anime is able to hide thousands of ninja troops because of this regulation. Otherwise, if they are really trained by a ninja school, they must be incorporated into active ninjas and accept deployment within the village. Tang Ping also understood this system, so he chose to fail instead of dropping out of school. Because Meng is a ninja of Konoha, and Death is the undead of Konoha. There is no other choice at all. Unless the village directly gives up training, there will be a chance to retire on the spot. This is also why I kept messing around after traveling through time. It's a pity that the success fell short. Unless there is something wrong with his brain, the village will choose not to let him graduate and become an official ninja. As soon as he walked out of the clan area, Tang Ping quickly dodged to the side. It's not that someone is attacking, but to avoid the figure that rushes out from behind. Chapter 8 White-Eyed Wolf and Classification. Lin. A figure rushed from behind Tang Ping towards the girl with short brown hair and 2 purple patterns on her cheeks. Originally, this was an extremely beautiful scene, but Tang Ping felt like he had seen a snake and a scorpion. Yes. The figure that just rushed past was the future super white-eyed wolf who would kill his master, exterminate the entire clan, and prepare to destroy the world. Uchiha Obito. That is to say, he knew that even without each other, under the malicious intentions of Gaudo Master Madara and Denzo, something would happen to the Uchiha clan, otherwise he would have to find a way to solve this disaster. Before time travel, there were many people who admired and liked this type of person who would rather destroy everything for the sake of their lover. But in reality, this is so disgusting and hateful. Because the 4th Hokage cared deeply about him, but because he didn't come to the rescue in time, he hated him? You are so sick, isn't it clear? The fourth Hokage is the top combat force, and his mission is to fight, not to take care of children, not to mention that he was not there at that time. As for the Uchiha clan, they did not feel sorry for him at all. Faced with such a scum and idiot, the future Naruto was directly whitewashed because the other party's dream was to become a Hokage. Tisk, tisk. That is to say, the people who died at the hands of Obito could not be resurrected, otherwise they would definitely want to tear Naruto apart alive. Such a person can be whitewashed and forgiven, this NM is mentally ill, right? Therefore, the future Obito is completely unwhitewashed in the eyes of Dohei. That is to say, the other party has just entered school now, and it is still early for him to become an ungrateful wolf. He cannot be convicted in the future, otherwise he will not only be disgusted. It can only be said that the three views of the ninja world are indeed distorted. Anyway, he dare not praise it. But there is something that must be explained. Even if the three views of the ninja world are not good, the five views are really top. Maybe because of the chakra, the ninja girls are not like living in the poor ninja world at all. Just like his own white thigh, his appearance is very similar to a certain game character of the same name before crossing over. If not, this soft meal would be unbearable for Tang Ping. Ahem. You think too much. No matter how cute Nohara Rin is, Tang Ping has no interest in being a minotaur, not to mention that he is only a few years old and he is not a Doluo. People can't, at least they shouldn't, right? At this time, Obito, who kept talking loudly, left with Lin with a smile on his face. The ninja school is on vacation, and the direction the two are going is naturally not the school, so everyone is not going in the same way. Soon, Tang Ping came to the school. The Uchiha clan is located in the center of the village, very close to the school, but much closer than the edge of the village where he lived before. Just entered the classroom. Tang Ping. Honda Ying, who was sitting in the corner, stretched out his hand to greet him, and other students also looked over. If it were before. For Tang Ping, the last one, except for two good friends, other students would definitely avoid him. But after yesterday's battle, when Kakashi, the super genius, was defeated head-on, everyone's views changed. Under these gazes, Do Ping came to sit down next to his two best friends. Do you have any information about today's class division? He asked as soon as he sat down. Although the little fat man is weak, he is very well informed and can definitely find out any gossip. Class division and team leader are very important. Because it is related to the future of graduates. The benefits of a ninja with a good personality and a strong character as a team leader are completely self-evident. Just like the future 12 little strong men, if the team leader is not an elite jonin, but a chunin or a special jonin, do you think they can grow up? Maybe they will die during the mission. Assassinating the genius of the enemy village is a common practice. It is precisely because of the importance of the team leader that Do Ping pays attention. If you really want to be assigned to a chunin teacher, let alone whether you can get guidance, just the protection during the mission is worrying. Honda Ying lowered his voice and said. I heard that the team leader has changed this time. He glanced at Do Ping while speaking. It is obvious that this change is related to him. Yesterday's assessment had a huge impact. Because the ninja world is a world where personal power can determine everything. The role of a top strongman far exceeds that of countless cannon fodder. So if a genius is really discovered, resources will definitely be invested in training, and it is impossible to waste or ignore. Now Do Ping belongs to the category of genius. Even if his strength is built on the summoned beast, it is enough to be able to defeat Kakashi. Ninjas don't care about fair battles, they only look at the results. Soon, one by one, the team leaders entered the classroom and said the names of the teams they led. Kuriyama Kazuhiko, Kido Eri, Toda Ayaka. 3-person team. Also called class. One by one, the newly graduated genin was called away. Honda Ying. Suddenly, a chunin teacher called the name of the fat boy. The division of classes is decided by the village upper class, and it does not consider the usual relationship, so it is normal for the three to be assigned to different teams. Be careful, there is still. Tang Ping stuffed a few bottles of diluted healing potion to the other party, come to me if you run out. Since the healing potion has been exposed, he certainly won't not give a few bottles to his best friend. The instructions for use are also written on the note. With the healing potion, at least it can increase the probability of survival when performing tasks. Honda Ying did not check the potion at the first time, but looked at him gratefully before leaving the classroom quickly. If it is really a good thing, it is naturally not suitable to be seen in front of others. From here, it can be seen that the little fat man is thoughtful, which is completely different from his fat appearance. Tang Ping handed another copy to his best friend. Thank you. After receiving the things, Yamamakoji's eyes fluctuated, but he didn't say much. With their relationship, there was really no need to say more. But Tang Ping knew that although the other party usually looked indifferent, he was the kind of person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Otherwise, no matter how talented the other party was, he would not make friends with him. Now you know why he wanted to make friends with the two after he traveled through time, right? Originally, he was going to lie down, rely on Honda Ying for finances and Yamamakoji for military power, so that he could be at ease and enjoy life. But he didn't expect to lie down. Ping's plan was ruined, so he had to work hard on his own. But he still chose to help the two of them. Because this is the help that he can really control, he can't trust other people, even his own white thighs, he dare not say that he has complete trust. After all, although the two are unmarried, they don't spend much time together. He will not look at people according to the impression of Uchiha in the anime like other time-traveling protagonists. In that case, the grass on the grave would have been several feet high. After all, animation is animation and reality is reality. Positive elements such as blood, youth, hard work, bond, are beautified in animation, while other aspects are completely ignored. Just like there are still a lot of competition for interests within the Uchiha, these anime will not show it, and will only focus on depicting the beautiful, strong, and miserable aspects of this clan. The filter is too heavy. Therefore, after Tang Ping traveled through time, he had no intention of moving back to his clan, which means that Tang Ping failed, otherwise he would definitely not go back to live there. While thinking about this, there were fewer and fewer people left in the classroom. It can be seen that the teachers leading the team are mainly Chunin, with only one or two special jounin occasionally. And those special jounin took away either ninjas or geniuses. Black, too dark. With this comparison, you can see how dark it is that all the teachers who will lead the Konoha 12-strong team will be elite jounin. In other words, ordinary genin and civilians are directly used as consumables and cannon fodder. In the end, only Dohei and Yamamakoji were left in the classroom. Before they could discuss who the future teacher would be, they saw two figures, one tall and one short, walking in from the classroom door. Gan. This is what Tang Ping thinks. Chapter 9 My Hokage Teacher. Wearing a green jounin vest, with short golden dazzling hair, and that warm smile. These all illustrate the identity of the visitor. Namikaze Minato. The future 4th generation Hokage. Compared with him, other geniuses are not worth mentioning, not even the protagonist of the ninja world can compare with him. Because this is a real civilian ninja. He has no ninja background or bloodline, and relies entirely on his own talent and hard work to get to the top. The only thing missing is the halo of a protagonist, otherwise he would definitely be the perfect choice as the savior. Maybe it was because he was too perfect that he had to die in a plot killing. Otherwise, if he really takes the position of Hokage, there will be no chance for other ninja villages to assassinate him, and there will be no chance for the real protagonist to appear. Since he doesn't have the Otsutsuki bloodline, he cannot be the real protagonist. Now, when such a person appears and becomes his teacher, how can people not be surprised, and it is not surprising that Tang Ping is stunned. My name is Namikaze Minato, and I am the jounin of the 3rd squad. You must be Uchiha Dohei and Yamamakoji. Sorry, I'm late. Minato Namikaze apologized softly. It can only be said that it is not accidental that some people can become Hokage. Just in terms of dealing with people, Danzo is beaten. Note, being a jounin means leading the team as a teacher, but this is just a position. Minato-sensei. Asterisk 2. Tang Ping and Koji also immediately stood up and saluted. And while saluting, he also saw the little white-haired guy with a cold face by the door. Kakashi. I didn't expect that the other party would also become a member of the 3rd class. It's just that this makes Tang Ping a little creepy. Because the teammates around the protagonist are usually used to worship the heavens. You can imagine how dangerous it would be if you really wanted to become teammates with the other party. At the same time, the teacher leading the team is Namikaze Minato, a top expert, and the probability of encountering danger is higher. Of course, there are pros and cons. At the same time as the risk increases, you can also get the best guidance and protection. Regardless of his character or strength, Namikaze Minato is the best candidate to lead the team as a teacher. Let's go, I'll treat you to a barbecue. While speaking, Namikaze Minato also secretly looked at Uchiha Dohei. The originally scheduled students were Kakashi and others, but when they arrived, the Hokage summoned them at short notice and directly changed them to the current third class. He also learned about Uchiha Donhei's defeat of Kakashi in yesterday's assessment. Psychic Beast? As a descendant of the Holy Land who signed a psychic contract with Miyamu Mountain, he naturally understands the benefits of having powerful psychic beasts. Especially for flying psychic beasts, their auxiliary effects are even more amazing. The four of them quickly arrived at the barbecue queue. This is a barbecue restaurant opened by the Akimichi family. As the ninja clan members are all fat, they are naturally very knowledgeable in eating, which makes this place the first choice for eating barbecue. The celebrations of the ninjas are mostly based on barbecue. Why? The reason is also very simple. I usually eat too poorly, so I naturally want to eat something good to supplement my nutrition when I have the opportunity. The chakra of ninjas comes from cells, so supplementing nutrition is naturally the way it should be. In other words, the better you eat, the more chakra you can extract. The ninja clan is far stronger than ordinary ninjas, not only in terms of knowledge and blood, but also in terms of resources. Not to mention that I have been taking medicated baths since I was a child, and I am eating better. How do civilians compare? In this case, it is no wonder that the second and third generations of Hokages tried their best to support civilian ninjas, but most of the elite still came from the ninja clan. After entering the store, the four of them found an empty table and sat down. The business in the store is very good. Even though it's not time to eat yet, it's already mostly full. If it were in the evening, there would definitely be no one absent. 20 portions of barbecue. After Minato Namikaze ordered, he looked at the three of them with a smile and said, "From now on, we are the third shift." Warm smile, sincere tone. It has to be said that the affinity of the other party is really off the charts. No wonder he has the private title of Little Son. Of course, the other party had another meaning. That is, no matter what happened yesterday between Dohei and Kakashi, they will be a whole from now on. Yes, Minato-sensei. Tang Ping nodded slightly to express his attitude. Because he knew very well that what happened yesterday was caused by Danzo and had nothing to do with Kakashi. At this stage, he was just a mission machine of emotion. Yes, Minato-sensei. Asterisk 2. Yamamakoji and Kakashi also responded in the same way. After we finish the barbecue, we will go to the training ground. I want to know first the salary level of the sister-in-law. Namikaze Minato was very satisfied with the first meeting. Soon, 20 plates of barbecue were served. Each plate is about a pound, which is quite generous. Does it sound like too much? But in fact, this amount of barbecue is not a problem for them at all. Ninja. But for a profession that has mastered chakra, eating these portions is not a problem at all. If it were the future crown princess, she might be able to eat up dozens of kilograms easily, and the Akimichi clan would start with 10 kilograms. I usually eat less just because I have no food to eat. I'm starting asterisk 4. 4 people start eating. The aroma of meaty barbecue makes people unable to stop eating, and all 20 portions of barbecue were quickly wiped out. After eating, Namikaze Minato took out tens of thousands of taels from his wallet to pay the bill. Fortunately, he didn't say just eat, otherwise he would have stayed here to wash the dishes and pay the bill. Although ninjas have high incomes, their expenses are higher. Food, purchase of ninja tools, training, medical treatment, etc. all cost money. Even for the highest level S-level mission, the reward is only 1,000,000 taels, and it has to be divided with the village. No wonder you dare to have a barbecue when you want to celebrate. If you come here on a regular basis, what kind of family is this? The 4 of them slowly walked to the training ground. Okay, now let's introduce ourselves. My name is Namikaze Minato, and I am also your teacher. I like to eat ramen, and my dream is to become Hokage. What about you? After speaking, Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi, obviously asking him to be the first to introduce himself. Kakashi, who was wearing a mask and exuding a cold aura, faced the little sun-like smile, turned his head and said, "Hotaki Kakashi, he likes dogs. If he dreams, he will wipe out the shame of the Hotaki clan." While speaking, He clenched his fist lightly. He was such a strong and gentle father, but he died because of the failure of his mission. Still haven't given up yet. Namikaze Shaman saw his disciple's actions in his eyes. My name is Yamama Koji. I like powerful ninjutsu and my dream is to revive the Yamama clan. Yamama Koji usually has a pale face, which only fluctuates when he talks about the Yamama clan. What a dream! Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded, then looked at Uchiha Tohei, wondering what his dream was. He actually has a side task, to observe the other party. The mission was given by the third Hokage. And allowing himself to be the opponent's teacher was also the result of the deal between the village and Uchiha. Neither the village nor the Uchiha clan wanted to see such a talented person with research potential die. It's just that he didn't expect that Tang Ping's dream would turn out like this. Chapter 10 Uchiha's Heritage. My name is Uchiha Tohei. I like sleeping and playing games. My dream is to lie down and die in peace. Tang Ping told him his dream. And this also made Namikaze Minato and Kakashi, who didn't understand him, look at him with admiration. Yes, he does not dream of becoming Hokage like others. That kind of thing, if you are not from the Hokage series, just think about it. Even Madara, who is as powerful as Madara, has no chance of rising to the top. He doesn't think anyone other than the Hokage can take that position. This has been proven in the future. Until a certain incombustible Boruto, a person from the Hokage family became the Hokage. It's really democracy. I can only say that there are many places in the anime that are horrifying to think about. After introducing himself, Minato Namikaze explained to them some common sense about formal ninjas as he walked. For example, combat skills, battlefield traps, etc. These things are not taught in schools. Because it's changing all the time. If you respond according to the school content, accidents may easily occur. The role of the team leader is to use their experience to prevent latecomers from taking detours. It is also because of the success of this model that it has become the mainstream of the ninja world. And Tang Ping also feels that he has benefited a lot. For example, some tips on making seals let him cast ninjutsu faster. These aspects are definitely his weaknesses. The Uchiha clan will not teach him, and no one teaches him in school. He relied on his own white thigh face to get the summoning technique, otherwise there is no chance. Ninjutsu. Only when you really come to the ninja world, you will understand how difficult it is to obtain. The school only teaches D-level ninjutsu such as 3-body techniques. Those who have other ninjutsu are either taught by the family or the master. Therefore, both Tohei and Yamama Koji listened very seriously. Only Kakashi was not too serious. His father is the famous Konoha White Fang. He has been trained by him since he was a child, so he naturally knew these things a long time ago. Soon, they arrived at the training ground. Konoha has a large number of training grounds, as long as you apply in advance. Even the major ninja clans have training grounds. It is called a training ground, but it is just an open space with throwing targets and wooden stakes. Well, the destructive power of ninjas is too strong. If they are really made too good, the cost of repair alone is enough to make people collapse. So this simple training ground is the best choice. The key point is that there should be no ordinary villagers around. Let's start the test now. Minato Namikaze announced the start of the test. If it were other team leaders, it would definitely not be so troublesome. After all, the responsibility of the team leader is just to let them lead the newly graduated genin to familiarize themselves with the profession of ninja, but not to force them to guide them. Unless they meet someone who is suitable, they will guide them. And if it were Minato Namikaze, who is serious and responsible, it would be a great thing for students. Because he really gives guidance and even teaches ninjutsu. So, a good teacher is so important. Kunao throwing, physical fitness, close combat skills, chakra extraction, seal speed, 3-body technique, and so on. Each one is the foundation of ninja. Ninjas are not just about mastering powerful ninjutsu. There are many people who are powerful but lose their lives on the battlefield because of insufficient foundation. The most famous example is Senjin Awaki. As a direct descendant of the Senju clan, he lost his life on the battlefield because of a simple detonation trap. You have to know that the opponent is the prince of the Senju clan, and his teacher is Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. Both blood and identity are invincible. But because of insufficient foundation, he easily fell on the battlefield, which shows the importance of foundation. Okay, I already know your strength. Starting from tomorrow, I will make a corresponding training plan for you. Minato Namikaze looked at the few people panting in front of him and made a judgment in his heart. Kakashi has the strongest talent, followed by Yamamakoji, and the worst is Uchiha Dohei. The opponent can master the summoning technique, which is impossible under normal circumstances. The difficulty of learning is still secondary. The point is that based on the opponent's physical fitness, it is impossible to have so much chakra. He is a civilian. Dohei's identity is no secret. The surname is only given after marrying into the family, so it is normal for the Uchiha clan to be able to use sea-level ninjutsu at a certain age, but it does not mean that he can do it. The advantage of the ninja clan also includes blood. The ninja clan not only has acquired advantages, but also has greater innate advantages. Because they will be influenced by the previous generation. Of course, even if he found this, Namikaze Minato did not ask the reason, because no one would pry into the secrets of ninjas. That's all for today. The mission will not be carried out until tomorrow. This is your forehead protector. Congratulations on becoming a Konoha Genin. Gather in front of the Hokage building tomorrow and disband. After throwing the forehead protector to them, Namikaze Minato left after giving an order. Note that ninja is a militarized profession. The superior's order is absolute. Even if you are asked to die, you cannot disobey. Yes, it is so cold-blooded. White Fang was forced to death because he went to save people during the mission. The other party was a strong man with half-sleeves of Hokage, and the three ninjas were inferior to him, but even so, they were forced to death. You can see the consequences of not abiding by the rules. So it is not unreasonable to execute subordinates who do not obey orders on the battlefield. As for whether they will abuse their power, there is no need to worry. Because ninjas have many ways to figure it out, various secret techniques and illusions are enough to ensure that there will be no injustice. After the disbandment, the three also dispersed and left. If it were in the past, Do Ping would definitely go back to the rented place to do research. But now he can only go back to the clan. Even if the Uchiha clan came forward to negotiate with the village, he was afraid that Danzo would attack him without martial ethics. After returning to the clan, a female Uchiha from the eldest house reminded him. Miss May is on an emergency mission, and your things have been arranged. The Uchiha clan worships the strong. In the past, they looked down on Do Ping because he was a waste, but now that they know he defeated Kakashi, their attitude has naturally improved a lot. In the past, people would never have paid any attention to him. I know, Aunt Muxiang. After thanking him, Dohei hurried back to his residence. He was not surprised that Uchihame was going on a mission. She was a well-known mission fanatic, otherwise she would not have become a special jonin at such a young age. As long as she completed enough missions and her strength improved, she could be promoted to jonin. In Konoha, the status of jonin and non-jonin was completely different, and the candidate for Hokage could even be decided through jonin voting. Just like she wants to become a real head of the family, the prerequisite is to become a jonin, but now it is just in name. After becoming the head of the family, the power is second only to one person and above hundreds of people, and can control the power of a family. It is precisely because of the importance of the head of the family that people covet it. Of course, if you have the absolute strength of Uchiha Madara, you can also force the clan members to subdue. After walking quickly to the basement, Tang Ping was stunned. All kinds of brand new and exquisite experimental instruments were placed, and there were even a large number of books and scrolls. Many of the books and scrolls were from the Uchiha clan. As a wealthy family in the ninja world, the Uchiha clan has an amazing foundation. When Tang Ping took out a scroll, he felt that he had made a big profit. The nature and analysis of chakra. Look at the person who wrote this scroll. Uchiha Madara. Good guy. Tang Ping really wants to say good guy. In terms of understanding of chakra, the opponent, who is the Ashura of the ninja world, must be stronger than the god of ninja. Hashirama Senju is indeed stronger, but he can't write such things with his brain. It's worth it. This scroll alone is more valuable to Dohei than his byproduct, not to mention that it is just one of the materials. So he continued to check it out with great expectation. Chapter 11 The Blood Effect Against the Sky. After checking all the information, Dohei was very satisfied. Compared with the basic knowledge in the library of the ninja school, these materials collected by Uchiha are almost high-end knowledge. It will definitely be of great benefit to him to understand them thoroughly. But the top priority now is strength. Before, because he wanted to lie down, he was not in a hurry to improve his strength. But now that he is being targeted by Danzo, he is naturally anxious. Even if he has the top strongman Minato Namikaze as his team leader, it does not mean that he can sit back and relax. People must rely on themselves. JPG. Otherwise, he will be like the ungrateful wolf in the future, and it will be a tragedy once the teacher is gone. Only in terms of ninja talent, Do Ping is actually unqualified. At least compared with those descendants of the ninja clan of the same age, they can beat him in all aspects. But this does not mean that he cannot improve his strength. He can learn the spirit summoning technique, which can be described as hard work, but the chakra when performing it depends entirely on his own research. It is precisely because of research that he can improve his chakra to the level of normal ninja clan. Don't underestimate this. When he just took over this body, the chakra of his original body was less than 1/3 of the current level. Half a year ago, he had initial results, which allowed his chakra to soar 3 times in just half a year. Now his chakra barely catches up with the average level of ninja graduates. It can only be said that the gap between ninja clan and civilians is too big. Do Ping carefully moved a half-human high mulberry tree potted plant to the workbench. This was cultivated by cuttings from the branches of the 2 mulberry trees in the courtyard. A real treasure. If anyone knows the value of this mulberry tree, they will be absolutely shocked. Because the growth of Do Ping's chakra and the cultivation of Taiki all depend on this mulberry tree. As for how to make such a thing? Of course it is because of Do Ping's specialness. Blood. Yes, although he does not have the system or attribute panel and other necessary benefits for time travelers. But the blood in his body has a special effect. Gives adaptability. Well, just like the physique of the experimental subject named Shin obtained by Orochimaru in the future. The other party's body can transplant organs at will without any rejection reaction. The right arm of the future Danzo, which is fused with Hashirama's cells and Sharingan, is also because of the help of the other party's flesh and blood, otherwise it would not be successful at all. And Do Ping's blood can also give the target this characteristic. No, it is stronger and more comprehensive. It can make the fusion seem to have experienced the baptism of time, rather than artificial synthesis, with countless defects and hidden dangers. For example, hybrid rice has to go through countless crosses, screenings, etc. But using Do Ping's blood can skip the long growth and adaptation process and get the final result directly, and the specific effect depends on the blood and materials. The byproduct seaweed has the ability to grow quickly. It is precisely by utilizing the effect of blood that the ability to grow quickly is increased countless times, so that it can have a strong therapeutic effect after extraction. The process is simple, but it takes Do Ping a lot of time and energy, as well as blood. That is, blood is limited, otherwise he would definitely be able to come up with more things. It took him nearly a year to slowly cultivate this mulberry tree potted plant. It can slowly integrate some natural energy. It is precisely because of this feature that he will devote all his efforts to cultivating it. It is now considered a special existence. If it were a strong man who entered the sage mode, he would definitely be able to see a lot of things at a glance. I can only say. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan does not have sages, so Do Ping is not worried about being exposed. Tai's body shape can become like this because he usually stays around mulberry trees and can passively absorb some natural energy. And natural energy represents a top combat power in the ninja world. Sage mode, others still need to rely on the 3 holy places to master it. But after this mulberry tree is cultivated, Tang Ping may be able to use it to master it. Chakra enhancement is the injection of the medicine he made with the tree trunk. It allows oneself to integrate into the weak natural energy after filtering. Originally, the natural energy that was extremely violent and killed anyone who touched it was at least not fatal after being filtered by the mulberry tree with countless adaptive evolutions. At most, it was uncomfortable and painful. Chakra can be enhanced because natural energy strengthens cells, which makes the extracted chakra more. It can only be said. Tang Ping can quickly obtain results because of the special nature of blood. Otherwise, if he takes the scientific research route, even if he is a time traveler who will not go wrong, he will have to wait for a few years or more than 10 years to get some results. At the same time, Tang Ping has countless bold ideas about his own blood. It's just that before, one is that there was no equipment and venue, and the other is that he was afraid of making a noise and being discovered, so he was extremely low-key. As for the potion that can enhance chakra, he named it the Nature Power Potion. Anyway, he made the thing, so it doesn't matter how the name doesn't match the style of the ninja world. It seems that I have to stop research temporarily during this period and focus on improving my strength, but it's a good time to collect more materials. Dohei sighed as he stroked the smooth leaves. Next, he may not have much time to do research. But this is not a bad thing. At least it will give him the opportunity to leave Konoha and collect more materials. His two major advantages in research just happen to require more materials to complete. The knowledge and blood of the time traveler. Enough for him to make a lot of good things. Snap! He broke off a lot of branches with great pain, and could faintly see the golden and red jade-like tree body inside the broken end. Yes, this mulberry tree has already begun to take on an extraordinary appearance. Refining the nature power potion is different from refining the healing potion. In addition to a lot of auxiliary materials, his blood must be added as a primer to stabilize it. Because his blood has the characteristics of fusion and evolution, it can balance the conflict of medicines. In other words, if the technology is not enough, blood will make up for it. If it were Orochimaru or Tsunade, they would definitely be able to slowly research the best formula, but he does not have so much time and ability to directly use blood to skip this step. A few dozen minutes later, 2 tubes of scarlet medicine appeared in Dohei's hand. Although the medicine is called natural power, it does not mean that it must be green. The scarlet color is because of the special mulberry tree. He brought 2 tubes of medicine to the small training ground of several hundred square meters specially separated in the basement. Well, it is not strange for ninjas to build a training ground in the basement if they don't want others to find out their intelligence. Summoning technique. Dohei performed the summoning technique. Phew! Tei, wearing black and gold smooth feathers, appeared in this underground training ground. If it were the place he rented before, Tei might feel cramped. But in this training ground of several hundred square meters, not to mention that Tei is only nearly as tall as a human now, even if he is 10, several times bigger, it is not a problem. Okay, I'm going to inject you with medicine next, just bear with it. Tang Ping shook the tube of medicine he prepared for him. Pi. Although Tei didn't know the medicine, he instinctively knew that it would be of great benefit to him, so he nodded repeatedly. Because the natural force potion caused great damage to the mulberry tree, Tang Ping only made 3 bottles in total. The first bottle made his chakra catch up with the average level of ninjas of the same age. The remaining 2 bottles were just made, and the effect was far better than the previous one. Because the mulberry tree has been growing, the effect will naturally be better. Soon, Tang Ping used a syringe to inject one of the tubes of natural force potion into Tei's body. Changes appeared quickly. Chapter 12 Amazing Ambition. Pi. Teiki's cry continued to echo in this underground training ground. If you absorb it slowly, it will definitely not hurt. But if you compress a long time into a short time, it will be painful. Dohei, who had experienced it once, has a say in this. However, he didn't care about feeling sorry for his own summoned beast, but carefully observed it. If something unexpected happens, he will take action. Fortunately, it only lasted for a while, and Teiki began to calm down. Dohei could survive it at the beginning, there is no reason why it can't. After seeing Teiki's condition improve and confirming that there is no problem, Dohei lifted the summoning technique and let it return to the nest. The nest is in the Death Forest. The other party was cultivated by him, so naturally there is no old nest, so he can only find a place to build a nest by himself, so he chose there. However, after exposing the identity of the summoned beast, it may have to move its nest. Because it is too close to Konoha. If someone finds the trace, it will be troublesome. Next. Dohei looked at the last tube of natural force potion in his hand. In a short time, he couldn't extract the third tube, otherwise it would damage the roots of the mulberry tree. He carefully recalled the situation after Tei's injection just now, and after making sure that there was no omission, he began to inject himself. It can only be said that doing scientific research in the ninja world can be described in one sentence. Strive to make miracles. Just be reckless. If it were the world before the time travel, a new drug must go through countless tests and observations, which takes at least several years, or even more than 10 years. Step. But he used it directly after he got it, which shows how reckless he is. But this is also because of the extraordinary energy of chakra. The effect of chakra is simply all-encompassing. From immortality and immortal soul to strengthening the body. The ninja who has mastered this energy is completely the rhythm of little Superman, so there is no need to be so careful when there is anything. If you are too careful, it will be difficult to get results. Just like Orochimaru in the future, it is precisely because of the countless lives of people to do experiments that he can continuously get results, and he was even tricked by Danzo to betray the village for this. Doping is just adapted to this scientific research style. Otherwise, if you really follow the steps and take your time, you can't get anything at all during the time you travel through. After the natural force is injected into the body, it is obviously a cold liquid, but it gives people a feeling of extreme heat. Ah! Doping has clearly prepared himself mentally, but he still screams. It hurts so much. It hurts much more than the last time I injected it. It feels like the whole person is being roasted from the inside. And this terrifying heat spreads to all parts of the body with the blood. But he was not panicked, but rather a little surprised. Because the stronger the burning sensation, the stronger the effect. And he also extracted chakra from his body. As long as the body is filled with chakra, it is equivalent to improving all aspects. At this moment, even if he is knocked back more than 10 meters, he will not die, but will only be injured. When the burning sensation completely subsided, it was already several hours later. It seems that I have to find a way to reduce the pain in the future, otherwise I can't stand it if the effect gets stronger. Tang Ping murmured to himself after a sigh of relief, and then left the laboratory. Of course, he carefully locked the laboratory before leaving, and moved the mulberry tree out and quietly placed it on the top of 2 intertwined mulberry trees in the courtyard. Bathing in the sun. But this mulberry tree is an indispensable condition for evolution. From here, we can see how big his ambition is. Because the three-legged crow's Taiki, the mulberry tree that faces the sun and is not afraid of fire, and other elements add up, don't they make people feel familiar? That's right. It is the myth and legend before the time travel. Du Ping wants to cultivate the three-legged golden crow and the fuzang tree. If it were before the time travel, there would be no chance at all. But in the ninja world, where even the Otsutsuki clan that crosses the stars has a world, it is not without a chance. Even this kind of aliens exists, what else is impossible? This is the fact. With Du Ping's efforts, the two have begun to have some characteristics of myths and legends. If he can get the sacred tree or Hashirama cells, which are the necessary artifacts for the scientific research route of the ninja world, he will be more confident to achieve this ideal. After putting away the future fuzang tree, Du Ping returned to his room to rest with satisfaction. The body is still transforming continuously. It's just that it no longer affects normal actions. The next day, when Dohei woke up, he felt as light and relaxed as if he was soaked in warm water. Especially, his chakra increased dramatically. Even though it was far less than a ka, it was at least as good as that of an ordinary Chunin. It was not easy. At this moment, he might have the average level of the future 12 little strong men, not counting a certain mouth-to-mouth saint. With so much chakra, he was finally not the last one in the team. If Taiki, the summoning beast, was taken into account, he would be the strongest among the three. He put on tight black clothes and pants, put on the ugly and bulky ninja forehead protector in his opinion, and checked the ninja tools before he walked out of the courtyard. Looking back, the tops of the 2 intertwined giant mulberry trees gave him a dim feeling. Of course, if you look closely, you can't see anything. Because this is the cultivated mulberry tree potted plant, which is constantly absorbing sunlight. And this ability was extracted by Dohei from the sunflower and then injected into the mulberry tree. It must be said that although he did not get the system and deep blue points after crossing, this physique alone represents infinite possibilities. Thinking about these, he walked quickly to the Hokage building. In a few minutes, Du Ping saw the Hokage building located in front of the Hokage rock. The building is in the shape of an inverted bowl, with a big fire hanging on it. The other members of the third team stood at the door and waved to him. Let's go. Minato Namikaze had just arrived. He is not the future Wavyukai, who likes to get lost on the road of life and has a strong sense of time. The Hokage building is very lively. Because many teams come to take tasks. The genin who graduated yesterday are all led by the team leader to take tasks. Only the jonin need to go to the Hokage's office on the second floor to review and approve it personally when they take S-level tasks or confidential tasks. The future Prince Naruto has to go to the Hokage to take a C-level task, which is a privilege. Do you really think that anyone can see the Hokage? I can only say. The anime is completely terrifying when you think about it carefully, and all kinds of darkness are everywhere. Anyway, Do Ping clearly saw that there were 2 ninjas in vests guarding the stairs. And the one who took over business is received here in the lobby on the first floor, and ordinary government affairs are also handled here. Namikaze Jonin, your mission scroll. A mission ninja handed over several D-level mission scrolls from behind the counter. An ordinary Chunin could only accept them one by one, but Minato Namikaze is a Jounin. As a team leader, he can naturally accept several D-level missions at once. Jounin. The power in the ninja village is completely presented from all aspects. Let's go. After putting the scroll in his arms, Namikaze Minato took the three of them out of the Hokage building and began to perform the mission. Chapter 13 He really teaches ninjutsu. The first task is to clean up the river. Namikaze Minato unfolded a D-level mission scroll, and then led several people from the third team to a river with tools. The village was very large, with many open spaces. The three of them were carrying bamboo bags and holding garbage tongs. So confused. Especially Kakashi, who is only 6 years old this year. He went to ninja school at the age of 5, and his backpack is almost as high as him. For example, Tang Ping is more than a head taller than him. But no one said anything to let him rest. Ninjas will not look down upon you or treat you differently because of your age. Because of the existence of chakra. No matter how young you are, it doesn't mean you are easy to mess with. Next, if you continue to release chakra steadily on the soles of your feet like me, you will be able to stand on the water. Namikaze Minato walked into the river at the same time as he spoke. His body was extremely stable, as if his feet were not water but flat ground. Treading water. It is also a technique for using chakra. After mastering this technique, ninjas can fight on water and rivers and the like cannot stop them. It can only be said that the training system of Konoha village is indeed very complete. In the early stage, not only did the team leader teach experience, but there were also various tasks for training. It is no wonder that he was able to withstand the siege in several ninja wars. In addition to the greater number of ninjas, their quality is indeed not weak. Yes, Minato-sensei. Asterisk 3. The three of them started to take action. But the performance is different. Kakashi is extremely stable, he doesn't look like a 7-year-old at all. Although Yamamakoji seemed to have some twists and turns, he was still able to stand firm on the water surface. It was clear from a glance that he had practiced in advance. Has anyone given any advice? Doubts flashed through Namikaze Minato's heart. Because the teachers at ninja school will not teach you the skill of treading water. For ordinary ninja school students who don't even have much chakra, the method of controlling chakra is far less important than accumulating chakra, so the school doesn't teach it. Poof! Tang Ping fell into the river. Tang Ping! Yamamakoji hurriedly took action, but forgot that he was just barely standing on the water and was pulled directly into the water. Kakashi, you are teammates, shouldn't you help at times like this? Namikaze Minato looked at the little white hair standing silently on the water with unbearable eyes. He knew very well about the other party's father, and even knew that Danzo had always wanted to train him to be a sharp blade. It was for this reason that the third Hokage allowed himself to accept the other party as his disciple. Note, the disciple mentioned here is different from the student who leads the class. The kind that can inherit the teacher's will and everything. With his protection, Danzo did not dare to take action. As for letting him observe Uchiha Dohei, he might also have the intention of accepting him as his disciple. There is no better protection than having a top expert accepted as a disciple. Kakashi didn't answer. At this time, he has not yet emerged from the darkness of his father's death. If it was Obito or Lin, he might still be able to help, but only Dohei and Koji know their teammates. I can only say that this is the real ninja world. It's not like in the anime, a world where anyone who is on the side of justice can only be a sashi. Fortunately, the river is neither fast nor deep, so people can easily climb ashore. The section of the river specially designed for genin to practice treading water, naturally could not be dangerous. Cough, cough. Tang Ping, who climbed ashore, spit out a lot of water. I just took a few sips. Fortunately, the water was still clear, otherwise I would have been nauseated. Tang Ping, my sister Emperor kidnapped Sang Jun. Koji Yamama, who was also wet all over, asked with concern. Because of the training of climbing trees and treading water, the other party had taught him in Honda-taka before, using the Uchiha clan's training methods, so there was no reason to forget it now, right? No. It's okay. Tang Ping waved his hand slightly. Just now, he just didn't have enough control because of the sudden increase in chakra. Just like a person's power suddenly becomes several times stronger, there will also be situations where there is insufficient control. But after realizing the problem, just be careful. After spending a whole morning completing this D-level mission, the four of them had lunch by the river before starting to practice formally. Kakashi, your body is still in the development stage, so I will only give you some guidance on combat experience. Namikaze Minato revealed the training plan he had formulated. Yes, teacher. Kakashi nodded silently. He is not lacking in skills or ninjutsu, he only lacks actual combat experience, otherwise he would not have been blocked by Taiki in the previous assessment. Koji, you have a good foundation. I will teach you the sea-level ninjutsu wind release and gale palm. Are you willing to learn it? Namikaze. Minato asked Yamama Koji. The teaching of ninjutsu is very strict, it is not that you can teach it whenever you want. If you exchange ninjutsu for contributions to the village, you cannot teach it at will. Only ninjutsu that you create yourself or obtain from other channels can be taught freely, otherwise you will be punished. Thank you, Minato teacher. Yamama Koji nodded excitedly, looking very excited. The benefits of the team leader teacher are reflected. And this is just the team leader teacher. If you are a formal disciple, you can inherit everything from the teacher. So the relationship between master and apprentice is even closer than that between father and son in the ninja world. However, there is a dangerous rule in the ninja world. Killing the master. The third generation in Orochimaru and Sasuke, Nagato and Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato and Obito, and so on. See, these top masters were killed by their own disciples. However, most of these are Hokage system, and other masters and apprentices are not so dangerous. If it's you, Dohei, I will teach you sea-level fire style. Flame bullet. Minato Namikaze chose a ninjutsu for Dohei. Note that it's not because Minato Namikaze is partial to Kakashi for not teaching him ninjutsu. It's because it's not necessary. His father is White Fang, and Kakashi doesn't lack ninjutsu at all. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Uchiha Dohei was also very excited. Because ninjutsu is something he is very interested in. It's just that even if he tried his best before, he only got the summoning technique, and now he can finally learn real attack ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. You will know how complicated it is only when you learn it. It's not that you can perform it just by knowing the order of the seal. The chakra flow route is the key. And if you want chakra to flow in the meridians, and it must be fast to a certain extent, then the difficulty is not low. In the anime, you can learn ninjutsu quickly, but of course it's impossible in the real ninja world. Do you think learning ninjutsu is putting aside the facts? If ninjutsu is so easy to learn, most genin wouldn't know sea-level ninjutsu, and even Chunin wouldn't know only one or two. It's realistic to spend weeks or even years to master sea-level ninjutsu or above. Of course, this refers to self-study. It will definitely be much faster if someone teaches you. When learning, the benefits of more chakra are also reflected. For example, Yamama Koji, a sea-level ninjutsu drained his chakra. For the current Dohei, it would take at least several times to drain it. The more chakra, the faster you can master ninjutsu. The future Narita can quickly master the A-level multiple shadow clones because he can keep trying. Having more chakra means you can do whatever you want. Now Dohei is also like this compared to Koji. His progress is more than dozens of times faster than Koji. Half a day is equivalent to his progress in a month. Even Namikaze Minato finds it strange. Dohei's chakra is actually only a few times more than Koji. But if he learns fire style, the natural force potion he just injected is made from the future Fuzu tree, which of course has a significant bonus for fire style. At this time, he has barely learned the fire bomb. The future prince learned A-level ninjutsu in less than half an hour when he was the same age. It's not an exaggeration for him to learn C-level ninjutsu in half a day, right? Well, it's embarrassing for the time traveler. After dusk, Tang Ping, who was training alone, was ready to go back and rest. Tang Ping's dream is indeed to lie down. But now that he is being targeted, he naturally has to find a way to improve his strength. He doesn't want to have to accept his fate when he encounters danger. However, when passing through a forest, he heard some movement. Chapter 14 Hyaga Kangyu. Your parents are branch families, but they failed to protect the main family. Fight. The shouting came from the forest into Tang Ping's ears, making him slow down. Let me do it. She didn't kneel when she met Master Ryusuke, so hit her. Humph, it's already a kindness of the clan leader to only cut off one leg. Her parents caused Elder King Si to be injured. If it were me, both legs should be cut off. The continuous voices also allowed Tang Ping to hear the situation in the woods clearly. It turned out that the young master of the main family led a group of branch families to bully a branch family girl. The parents of the branch family girl were also angered because they failed to protect the elders of the main family, so she had one leg cut off. As for the parents, of course they died in the battle. It can only be said that the Hyga clan is really evil. Bird in a cage. In the anime, only a little cruelty is shown. But in the real Hyga clan, only the main family is human, and the branch families are all slaves and tools. It's no wonder why the Hyga clan, which was famous during the Warring States period, did not have any cage-level strong men later. Because no matter how strong the branch family is, it can only serve as a dog for the main family. What's the point of trying? It's better to just lie down and let it go. If there is no princess in the future, the end will definitely not be better than that of Uchiha. Anyway, in the village, the caged bird of the Hyga clan is a complete taboo. Not long after, a dozen Hyga clan boys left. Hyga. Do Ping muttered to himself, and then stepped into the woods. Because he is very interested in this clan. They have the blood of Otsutsuki, which is absolutely rare material. He couldn't collect it before, but now he will not let it go. Come to the grove. At a glance, he saw the slender figure with only one leg left, as well as a crutch broken into several sections next to it and blood on the ground. Tragic. Too miserable. However, Tang Ping was not the Holy Mother. She just stood silently behind the tree, wanting to wait for the other party to leave before collecting the blood on the ground. It's not that he is cold-blooded, but because he knows better. Act according to your ability. This is a matter for the Hyga clan, and the village will not intervene. He is not qualified to take care of it, nor does he have the power to take care of it. It's just that the other party's injuries made it impossible for him to stand up, let alone leave. Why? After watching for a while, I found that the other party's movements were getting slower and slower, and there was even no movement for a long time before Tang Ping walked out from behind the tree. My heart is still not hard enough. The most correct thing to do is to watch the other party die here. But having only traveled through time for 2.5 years, he still couldn't be as indifferent as the people in the ninja world, and he didn't treat people as human beings at all. If it is an enemy or a bad person, he can see it. But it was really unbearable to see this girl of similar age die in front of me. Walk to the unconscious girl on the ground. So beautiful. This was Tang Ping's first reaction when he saw the other person's face. Even though it is covered in bruises and swelling, you can still vaguely see the beautiful contours and delicate skin. And compared with his fiancée's figure, the other party has a crushing advantage. Is this Hinata's hidden specialty? Thinking of the figure of the future crown princess, Tang Ping had a strange look on his face. Take out a bottle of diluted healing potion and quickly pour it into the opponent's mouth. The opponent's injuries are too serious. If he doesn't receive immediate treatment, GG will definitely not explain it, and this kind of trauma is exactly the type of treatment medicine is targeted for. It could be regarded as a reward for providing the materials, Dohei thought to himself. Then he quickly collected the blood on the ground. The Hyga girl who was lying on the ground slowly woke up. And Tang Ping also left directly. Etc. The girl managed to open her eyes, but she only saw Tang Ping's leaving figure. The other side. Tang Ping naturally heard the shouting behind him, but he had no intention of looking back. What if the other party knows that he saved her? He is a married man, and it is not a good thing to be involved too much with him. Boys should protect themselves when they go out. It's just like the root, isn't it always craving for your body? In the next half-month, the third class completes D-level tasks every morning, and then starts practicing under the guidance of the teacher in the afternoon. The basics of treading water, climbing trees, chakra control, etc., were completely improved by leaps and bounds under the guidance of a jonin like Minato Namikaze. But then, there will be no such leisurely days. Because the third team cannot stay in the village to complete D-level tasks. So, the main meal is about to be served. Starting from tomorrow, we will begin to carry out C-level or above tasks. The point is, see the blood. Ninja is a killing profession, so it is impossible not to see blood. So after mastering the basics, you will start to see results. And Namikaze Minato accepted a B-level mission for them to eliminate thieves. If there are only thieves, it will be sea level, but if you encounter ninjas, the level will naturally increase by 1 level. If it were a team led by an ordinary Chunin, it would definitely not be able to take on B-level missions so quickly. But with Namikaze Minato here, taking on this kind of mission is naturally not a problem. His strength is enough to ensure safety. I just don't know whether he has mastered the Flying Thunder God at this time. If you master it, you will become a shadow-level powerhouse. If you haven't mastered it, you should be at the elite Jounin or Quasi-Kage level. Sometimes, a ninjutsu can really change a person's strength. Most of these ninjutsu are S-level forbidden arts. While thinking about this, Tang Ping continued to practice at the training ground and waited until dark before leaving. But he didn't know that a pair of white eyes appeared after he left. Uchiha Danhei. Hinata Kangya walked to the training ground, looked at Tang Ping's back and murmured to herself. In fact, she found Tang Ping the next day. After all, if you know your approximate age and you are a ninja, see the ninja tool bag, you can naturally find someone by checking who is using it in the surrounding training grounds. So she has been observing secretly for the past half-month. Due to the special bloodline of Byakugan, even Namikaze Minato was not aware of it. And Tang Ping didn't know that the girl he rescued before stared at him from a distance every day. It can only be said that although Byun's combat power is rubbish, in terms of reconnaissance, he is YYDS. No wonder he is coveted by countless people. The next day. The entrance to Konoha village. 2 giant wooden doors painted with forbearance opened forward, and all members of the 3rd class arrived. Villagers and caravans came and went one by one. Konoha village, with a population of hundreds of thousands, has only this entrance and exit, so you can imagine how lively it is. There is a registration table on the side, and 2 ninjas are responsible for the entry and exit registration. Note, I am only responsible for ninja-related matters. At the same time, there is also a barrier in the village, so there is no need to worry about ninjas sneaking in silently. The future Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, and others were able to sneak in, not because the barrier was useless, but because they were former high-level officials of Konoha and knew all kinds of loopholes. Okay, let's go. Wave Feng Shui. After registering at the door, he called on the 3 people carrying bags to follow him. Sleeping bags, fire starters, and other necessary items in the wild were purchased when they completed the mission yesterday. When Tang Ping walked out of the village for the first time, he seemed to smell the smell of blood. According to the protagonist theorem, if there is no accident, there will definitely be an accident. No matter Namikaze Minato or Kakashi, they are both the protagonists, so it would be strange if nothing happens. Chapter 15, An Unexpected Mission. Whoosh, whoosh. 4 figures quickly leaped through the forest. It was the 3rd flight heading towards Konoha, which was thousands of kilometers away. Based on their journey, it would only take about 2 days at most to reach the target area. Yes, it only takes 2 days to cover a distance of thousands of kilometers. This is a ninja. If it were a caravan, it wouldn't be surprising if it might take a month to arrive. The terrifying mobility of ninjas means that only ninjas can intercept them. Therefore, the ordinary troops of the 5 major countries are not qualified to participate in the Ninja World War. In terms of speed, because I have to take care of Dohei and the others, it is only about 70 kilometers. I only travel about 10 hours a day. If the chakra is only used for traveling, it will not consume much, and it can barely sustain it. But it will definitely be very tiring. If it were Namikaze Minato alone, he might be able to reach the target location in less than a day. Ninja. It really cannot be viewed with normal concepts. Crossing mountains and ridges is a basic operation for them. 2 days later. Finally we're here. Looking at the small town ahead, Tang Ping sighed softly. These 2 days were more tiring than moving bricks on a construction site. Compared to Konoha, this town is extremely shabby. The population is only a few thousand, which is extremely small. But this is the normal population. A village like Konoha that is clearly called a village but has a population of hundreds of thousands is a complete fraud. We'll go in separately to find out the news, and we'll meet back in 2 hours. Tang Ping began to arrange. But Namikaze Minato never opened his mouth. Because this B-level mission belongs to the 3rd squad, not him. If he, an elite Jonin, were to do the mission, he would have to be at least A level or S level. How could he be B level? So as soon as he left Konoha, he left all matters to Dohei and the others to resolve on their own, while his Jounin just watched. And Tang Ping assigned the task only because he was appointed as the temporary captain. No way. It's impossible to let Kakashi, a robot with no emotions, take over, right? Koji Yamama's character is even more taciturn. Who should be captain instead of Tang Ping? It has to be said that as a programmer before time travel and a game nerd, he really has no pressure on commanding. Isn't it just 3 people? I have commanded the Legion and even the fleet, so this is nothing. The ninja must know the information before taking action, so Tang Ping came here to find out the information about the thieves first. Transformation. Tang Ping formed a seal and used ninjutsu, turning into a farmer with shabby clothes and sallow complexion. The 3D-level ninjutsu taught in the ninja school are the transformation technique, the clone technique, and the substitute technique, which can be used in many ways in normal times. When inquiring about information, a transformation technique ensures that no one can see the flaw. Of course, disguise courses are also taught in schools. So now, no matter how he looks or speaks and behaves, he is exactly like the residents of the town. Several people dispersed into the town. Looking along the way, Tang Ping looked calm. But the mood was extremely bad. Even though I knew the ninja world was cruel, I was still shocked. After all, hearing about it and seeing it with your own eyes are 2 different things. The residents of the small town were all yellow and thin, as if they would fall over in the wind, and their clothes were even more shabby. You can imagine from the details everywhere that the situation in other places is miserable. After all, the country of fire is rich, even the people living here are so rich, and it is conceivable that other places are rich. At this time, Tang Ping felt a little lucky. After traveling through time, he did not immediately run away from Konoha with a bucket. Let's not talk about whether we can succeed or not. Even if we succeed, living in a place like this will only become more miserable. Life is completely worse than death. It is not difficult to use the transformation technique to get information from the residents. Soon I found some useful information. That is, from time to time, some very fierce-looking people will appear and come to the town to purchase supplies. The most important thing is that these people started showing up a few years ago. 2 hours later, the 3 met outside the town and began to exchange information. I have to say that Kakashi is indeed a mission machine and has found out a lot of things. Learned from the information. The target number is only about 100, and the base is located in the valley southeast of the town. Set off. Tang Ping gave his order. At this time, Namikaze Minato has been hidden in the dark, and they can only make the decision on the mission themselves. It only took them an hour to find their target. Replace it with ordinary people. Let alone an hour, it may take more than 10 days to find the target. Because it is not easy to cross mountains and ridges for more than 10 kilometers, let alone find the target hidden in the mountains and forests. It can only be said that the gap between ordinary people and ninjas is indeed exaggerated. At this time, the 3 of them were sitting together from the dense canopy of trees outside the valley. I observed the entrance of the valley in the distance. A simple wooden wall several meters high blocked the entrance, with 2 thieves patrolling above. Are you so disciplined? Tang Ping frowned and thought. From the intelligence point of view, this is where thieves gather and is also the target of their mission. But he didn't know why, he felt something was wrong. Want to come? Yamama Koji is eager to give it a try. Not only was he not uneasy about the upcoming killing, but he was actually looking forward to it. In the ninja's concept, killing is as common as eating and drinking. Even Namikaze Minato, the little son, had an astonishing number of lives at his disposal, and he only focused on the mission, regardless of the target. That's why Tang Ping feels that the world's outlook is distorted. No, let's go do some reconnaissance in the middle of the night. Now let's take turns to rest. Tang Ping dares to be reckless in scientific research because he is confident. But he didn't dare to play like this in battle, because he only had 1 life. Of course, this is not cowardice, but sincerity. Late at night, after the moonlight fell, the 3 of them began to sneak in. Their strong mobility allowed them to ignore the wooden walls and easily jump into the valley. After entering the valley, we saw a large number of extremely simple wooden buildings and tents. Over there. Soon, Tang Ping discovered the huge cave that was vaguely protected in the center, and understood that it should be a warehouse. Whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them quickly came to the cave and saw a large amount of supplies piled inside the cave. Soon, they discovered a suspicious target. A pile of boxes piled alone in the corner of the cave, covered by tarpaulin. Snap! Yamamakoji carefully used a kunao to pry open the lid of the box. How is that possible? His pupils suddenly contracted and he whispered. Because there is a kunao in the box. Kunao is not surprising, after all, it is not something difficult to create. But this thing is only used by ninjas, and the quality requirements are much higher than ordinary weapons. In the entire Fire Country, there are only a few places where mass production is possible. But definitely not including these thieves. Therefore, seeing a box of kunao here would shock the faceless Koji Yamama. Although Tang Ping was not very talented as a ninja, he had no problem with his brain, and he immediately thought of more. Smuggling arms. Kunao is a controlled item, equivalent to arms. Even if it is really sold, it can only be led by the village or the Fire Nation. But these thieves have absolutely nothing to do with Konoha village or the country of fire. So they opened other boxes one after another and found either kunao or ninja tools like senbon, shuriken. Seeing this, Tang Ping asked the two of them in a low voice. Do you want to retreat? He didn't want to get involved in this whirlpool, and his small shoulders couldn't bear this kind of blame. Kakashi and Yamamakoji naturally understood what it meant to find a large number of ninja tools here, so they nodded in agreement. It's a pity that it's too late to withdraw now. Chapter 16 Fierce Battle with Rebels. Step, step. The sound of dense footsteps sounded. A large number of thieves with weapons blocked the entrance of the cave. If he were an ordinary thief, he would definitely not be so vigilant. But thieves who can smuggle ninja tools and include ninjas are different, so after they enter the cave, the other party must be aware of it. No wonder Tang Ping felt something was wrong before. Thief. It is impossible to behave in such a disciplined manner. At the same time, among these thieves, there was one Chunin and 5 genin wearing mist shadow forehead protectors. However, a horizontal line across the forehead protector showed that the other party was a traitor. Speaking of which, Tanghei couldn't understand these rebellious ninjas at first. They had already rebelled against the village, so why did they still wear forehead protectors? Only later did I learn about it from Nam Feng Shui's door. Wearing a rebellious forehead protector is equivalent to breaking with the ninja village. Naturally, other ninja villages are happy to see this kind of rebellious ninja, which will greatly improve their living environment. At the same time, the forehead protector can also show one's identity as a ninja, which is also the pride of a ninja. I will take charge of those genin later. Kakashi, you are responsible for holding back the Chunin. Koji, you take care of the others. Tang Ping ordered the two people around him in a hurried tone. He was also a little nervous, after all, this was his first battle. A normal battle is different from this kind of battle that involves superiority and victory, as well as life and death. I don't know how other time travelers can perform perfectly in the first battle. Maybe he was either a killer or a soldier before time travel. Okay. Asterisk 2. Regarding this allocation, both Yamamakoji and Kakashi knew it was the best choice. After spending this time together, the characteristics of the three of them have been revealed. Kakashi is the strongest of the three in single combat, and can even fight against Chunin. For Koji Yamama, dealing with ordinary thieves is not a problem at all. Of the remaining 5 genin, Dohei can use psychic beasts and ninjutsu to solve them. Konoha Ninja, our captain has gone to deal with your team leader, please die here today. The leading Chunin dialed out the kunao and at the same time motioned for the others to take action. Whoosh! But before the opponent could take action, a white shadow had already shot out. It's Kakashi. In terms of speed, he is really fast. In other words, he is too young. If he is like Dohei and the others, his speed will at least be that of a jounin. Bang! The short sword collided with the Chunin's kunao, and Kakashi's fierce offensive directly caused the leading Chunin to look away flawlessly. Number 5 Shinobu also fired shurikens one after another at Dohei and the others. Wind release, gale wind palm. After Yamamakoji completed the seal, he clapped his hands. Snap! The materialized transparent wind blew forward from his hands, blowing away the shurikens that were shot at him. Even a person can be blown away, let alone just a shuriken. And Dohei also took advantage of Yamamakoji's use of gale palm to cover up and completed his own ninjutsu. Psychic art. With a soft drink, he slapped his right hand on the ground, tadpole-like black runes spread, and white mist rose. A huge crow, several meters tall and covered with dark golden feathers, suddenly appeared in the cave. What is this? It's a psychic beast. Careful. With these sounds, the battle begins. Pepet. A pair of big claws lunged forward. Because the cave is too narrow, it is impossible to spread the wings, so the speed is naturally greatly affected. However, the huge body also brings strong oppression to the enemy. One after another, kunao shot out towards it. Except for the ones aimed at the eyes, all other kunao were ignored by Taiki. The dark golden feathers are like vine armor with strong toughness, directly blocking all kunao. Large psychic beasts naturally have defensive advantages over ninjas. For example, the psychic beast of the Chunin. If your defense is not strong enough, you don't dare to channel psychic energy on the battlefield. Otherwise, if you retreat after one round of long-range attacks, you will lose all face and it will be impossible to become famous. Compared with the psychic beasts in the three holy places, the current Tei is naturally far inferior, but it has begun to take on some charm. The benefits of the natural force injected earlier far exceeded those of Tang Ping. Therefore, the body size has more than doubled, and the body size will continue to skyrocket in the coming time. Like Gamakaki in the anime, he was small when he first met Naruto, but a few years later he was no smaller than his own father Gamabunta, which also explains one thing. For psychic beasts, natural energy is the key to growth, not growth speed and genetic limitations. So it's not surprising that the Tei body grows so quickly. Pepet. Tai opened his mouth and spit out a large fist-sized fireball. Well, the effect is similar to Uchiha sea-level ninjutsu, Hosen fire jutsu. In terms of power. Boom, boom. The fireballs that explode one after another can break even rocks, let alone flesh and blood. Run away. I don't want to die. Damn it, don't block the road. Ordinary thieves can't stand it at all and just turn around and run away. No one knows the power of ninja better than them. Even a genin could kill all of them easily, so it was not surprising to just turn around and run away. However, Taiki's attack did not hurt the rebel ninjas. The ninja is too fast. Slow attacks have a low probability of hitting. That's why the art of how fireball is called the art of mercy. It's not that it's not powerful enough. In terms of power, even a shadow-level powerhouse can't withstand it, but if you can't hit it, no matter how powerful it is, it's useless. But it's okay, Tang Ping's psychic Taban is just for clearing the field and assisting. At least one blow like this will directly disrupt the opponent's formation. Yamamakoji took the opportunity to rush out of the cave and chase the escaping thieves. So, only Dohei and Kakashi were left in the cave, facing 1 Chunin and 5 genin. Next, Dohei must deal with his opponent as soon as possible to support Kakashi. 1 versus 5. If it were him alone, he would be seeking death. But with Tei's help, it will definitely not be a problem. Fire escape. Fire bullet. Dohei quickly performed ninjutsu. If it were other genin, a sea-level ninjutsu would be almost empty of chakra. Yamamakoji is like this, that's why he chases others instead of staying to help. Without chakra, ninja combat effectiveness is not much stronger than ordinary people. The difference between ninjas and ordinary people is all about chakra. Fierce. A fireball was spit out by Tang Ping like a cannonball. Under the guidance of Namikaze Minato, he has grown tremendously in both casting timing and casting speed, so he can use it in battle. All I can say is that it's good to have strong guidance. If Yamamakoji had learned ninjutsu by himself, it would have taken more than a few months, let alone half a month, to learn the Gale Palm. The fire bullet successfully hit 2 genin who were avoiding Taiki's attack. Boom! The violent explosion of flames engulfed both of them. If it were replaced by the powerful fireball technique, there would be no results at all. There is only one reason. There is no way to hit. Fire bullets fly faster, so even if their power is much smaller, it is easier to reap the results. 2 sea-level ninjutsus in succession consumed less than half of Dohei's chakra. Taking out the kunao from the ninja bag, he next had to deal with the opponent's melee combat. Although Tei tried his best to intercept. But whoever allowed the other party to have more people, there were 3 people left, 2 were left to hold Tei back, and the last one rushed straight at him. When it comes to close combat, this is definitely his weakness. Time travels back to Madohei, who is just a programmer and part-time otaku. It would be no problem for him to hide behind and cast ninjutsu, but he really has no melee talent. Of course, having no talent doesn't mean that he has to be manipulated by others, so he pulled out his trump card. Chapter 17 A Practical Weapon. Brush. Tang Ping suddenly waved his left hand forward. The genin who rushed over saw his action and did not dodge. But what the other party didn't expect was that a white mist suddenly spread out and enveloped him. Ah! The genin, who thought it was just mist, covered his eyes and screamed. Poof! Before he could react from the pain, his neck was pierced by Konoha. Kill instantly with one blow. The battles between ninjas are often so simple. Humph! You are lucky to die under my fire and mist technique. Tang Ping drank softly. Lime. He used lime. How could he not use this kind of combat artifact? Ninjas rely on chakra and various ninjutsu, so naturally they would not think of this thing, so after Doppia accidentally discovered lime in the village, he came up with the idea of this combat artifact. At this stage, it can be regarded as his unique weapon. Of course, when I say it's the fire mist technique, I'm telling it to others. If the enemy thinks it is a ninjutsu, they will pay attention to whether he forms seals or uses chakra. But who would have expected that this is just lime powder? Well, it's kind enough not to use chili powder. Anyway, ninjas don't need to practice martial arts and can use whatever means they have, so it's not surprising that he uses this method, right? Not far away, Taiki screamed in annoyance, probably when he saw Dohei ending the battle. Pepet. His right paw was ignited with flames and he stepped down hard. Boom! A large amount of flames emerged from the ground in the fan-shaped area in front of it, tearing up the ground and igniting everything on the ground. Ah! Amidst the screams, the two Kirikage genin were taken away by this blow unprepared. All I can say is, as Tei grows in size, all aspects will also improve geometrically. If Kakashi had his current body shape during the previous assessment, it would have been impossible for Kakashi to survive. The advantage of psychic beasts is so unexplainable. Relief. At this moment, Kakashi was also kicked away by the enemy. You kid, go to hell! The Kirikage Chunin threw out the kunao in his hand angrily. At this time, he was furious. It was just a few Konoha genin who had just graduated, but they actually killed 5 of their own subordinates. Even if they killed each other, they couldn't make up for it. Kakashi on the ground looked at the growing kunao in his field of vision, and slowly closed his eyes. That's not bad. Having entered the darkness, he felt that it would be much easier to die in the mission like this. Well, he does have a tendency to self-destruct at this time, otherwise he would not have accepted Danzo's previous order to kill Dohei without hesitation. After a few seconds, there was still no pain, so Kakashi couldn't help but open his eyes. A dark golden wing blocks his eyes like a curtain. It was Taiki and Kakashi who blocked Kunao. It's a pity that I don't have a camera, otherwise I could eat him for the rest of his life. Dohei walked up to Kakashi and looked at Kakashi lying on the ground, looking confused and helpless. He wished he had a camera in his hand to capture this scene. Now is not the time to sleep. He joked. Snort. Kakashi snorted and slowly stood up. It can only be said that Kakashi is only the strongest among the 3, but the strongest combat power of the third team is Taiki. It sounds like Tang Ping is a little cheating. But if you think about it, the future Narutase will fight Buntade at the beginning, and directly attack Ichibai Shikaku, you will know that he is still too conservative. Whoosh! Kakashi got up, lowered his head and dived, shooting out from Tai's flank. Although he is the youngest, his fighting ability is really top-notch. At least Tang Ping will be beaten without the help of Tai. Tai did not step forward to participate in the attack, but stood in front of Tang Ping. A psychic beast like this is not suitable for close combat. If you use ninjutsu, it will affect Kakashi, so it is best to stay and protect Dohei. With Kakashi in check and Taiki protecting him, Dohei can form seals and perform ninjutsu with peace of mind. Fort Route is his battle line. If you really want to engage in melee combat, it will be a complete act of seeking death. This is the stage for the protagonists such as Kakashi and Minato Namikaze. It's okay for them to play like this, but for others who play like this, they are guaranteed to die in a rhythmic manner. Anyway, dogs don't play in close combat. Fire escape. Fire bullet. After quickly completing the seal, Dohei performed this level C ninjutsu. The fireball the size of a wheel spewed out quickly hit the Chunin who had just been forced back by Kakashi's short sword. Boom! Explosions and flames swept across the opponent's location. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Tang Ping, stabbing him with a kunao in his hand. We got it. It's Kirikage Chunin. Just now, he used the substitute technique to avoid the fire bullet attack. Although this is just a basic 3-body technique, if you are prepared, it will not be a problem to use it to avoid fire bullet attacks. It just happened by accident. Relief. The stab Tang Ping suddenly turned into smoke, and a piece of wood appeared in the white mist. It's over. The expression of this Kirikage Chunin suddenly changed. He just wanted to distance himself, but it was already too late. Poof. The heart was pierced by a kunao from behind. It was Kakashi. How could he not seize such a good opportunity? The reason why he stabbed the heart instead of the neck was because of his size, not because he didn't want to attack the neck. And he twisted his wrist immediately after stabbing the heart, directly crushing the opponent's heart. It was a wolf destroyer. If he didn't do this, he might be taken away by the opponent's dying counterattack. This kind of thing is too common in battle. If it was an inexperienced rookie ninja, he might really be hit. It was a close call just now. Dohei, who used the substitute technique to avoid the attack, walked out from the side. During this period of time, he made up for the progress of the three-body technique, and finally played a significant role. Kakashi glanced at Dohei coldly and didn't say anything. I have never seen such a coward. He should have been responsible for the fatal blow, but he gave it to me. It was just that Dohei didn't know what Kakashi was thinking, otherwise he would have said something, a reward of tens of thousands of taels, why risk your life? For this B-level mission, the village will take a cut, and the leader teacher will take half, and the remaining reward will be divided among the three people, which may be just over 10,000 taels each. With this little money, a big meal can be eaten up. Therefore, it is completely a dream to expect him to risk his life for this little money. Okay, let's go and meet up with Koji first. Seeing that Kakashi didn't want to say more, Dohei changed the subject. The danger is not over yet. Because Namikaze Minato hasn't appeared yet, it means that they are being entangled, so they naturally have to be careful. But he is not too worried. Who is Namikaze Minato? If it weren't for the plot kill, it would be impossible for a Hokage ceiling level combat genius to die. There is no need to worry about this kind of existence, but the enemy just walked out of the cave. Whoosh! A golden light flashed, and their leader teacher appeared in front of them. Seeing the two intact people, Minato Namikaze breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It seems that you have solved the enemy. Just now he was held back by the enemy, and he came here only after solving the problem. Teacher Minato." Yamamakoji also came back. Just now, many thieves were solved by Taiki, and the remaining ones naturally could not escape his pursuit. So far, the mission has been completed. The next step is to deal with the follow-up matters. And Dohei also wants to know how Minato Namikaze will deal with it. Because the water is too deep. Chapter 18 Sealing Scroll and Desire Ninjutsu. Destroy this place first, and the content of this mission must not be leaked. I will report to the Hokage in person after returning. Minato Namikaze gave a solution. It seems that he already knows how deep the water is behind this. The smuggling of ninja tools plus collusion with the mist shadow, if not handled properly, the consequences will be as serious as possible. In the battle just now, he learned more inside information from the enemy. When it comes to the village, you just want to cover it up. Do Ping was a little disappointed. He didn't think the other party would not see the shady deal. After sealing his mouth, he reported to the Hokage alone, which made it clear that he wanted to cover up the matter. Yes, Minato-sensei. Although he was disappointed, Do Ping obeyed the order on the surface. Soon, they set the valley on fire. At this time, Do Ping knew something that was not shown in the anime at all. The spoils. No wonder the reward for the mission is so low, and there are many people willing to take such missions. The captured spoils will be distributed by the ninjas who carry out the mission, and the village will not ask. Of course, this is an unspoken rule. If it is really an important item, the village has the right to collect it. Anyway, the right of interpretation is in the hands of the village. Hundreds of thousands of taels. It was the direct seizure this time, and the three of them each got tens of thousands of taels. As for the batch of ninja tools? Naturally, it was packed by Minato Namikaze with a sealing scroll and taken back. Any kunao costs at least 10,000 ryo, and a box contains hundreds of kunao, and there are dozens of boxes, which shows its value. That is Minato Namikaze, who was raised by the Pua of the Will of Fire since childhood. If it were a time traveler like Dohei who was crazy about money, it would be impossible for him to honestly bring it back to the village to hand it in. But there is also good news. After handing in this batch of spoils, they will be calculated for contribution value. Contribution value. It has many uses in the village. Whether it is used to exchange for supplies or ninjutsu, it is not a problem. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to see the Hokage, otherwise it is better to go to bed. Anyway, it is difficult for civilians to exchange contributions. It is a complete pitfall. Otherwise, there would not be some Chunins who can't even know sea-level ninjutsu. As the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato Namikaze must have no problem exchanging contributions, so it can be regarded as an invisible benefit of the third team. Watching the valley turned into ashes, Minato Namikaze prepared to leave with the third team. During this period of time, Doping has gained a lot. He has collected a lot of materials that are not available in the village. In the past, his range of activities was limited to Konoha village, and he could not collect materials openly. Now that he has left the village, it is like a mouse jumping into a rice jar. Plants, animals, all are his targets. As for how to explain his actions, no need at all. As the team leader, Minato Namikaze definitely knows his information and understands that he made the healing potion came out. As a researcher, it's normal to collect materials, right? Tang Ping, if you don't mind, you can use this sealing scroll. When Namikaze Minato saw Tohei carrying a package larger than himself, he took out a seal scroll and threw it over. Seal scroll. It is definitely a scarce item. The starting price for such a seal scroll is 100,000 taels. Market price. And the kind that no one is selling yet. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Tang Ping caught the seal scroll with some excitement. Why the other party could take it out, he naturally knew the reason. Uzumaki Kushina. My girlfriend is a descendant of Uzumaki, the strongest clan in the field of sealing. With a girlfriend like this, it's no wonder that she can easily take out the sealing scroll. After checking it, I found that there was about 3 cubic meters of space inside, and it could only be used for a short time before it disintegrated. With this, Tang Ping can definitely bring back a lot of materials. A few days later, the third team returned to Konoha again. Yamamakoji looked at the village in a daze. Stop blocking the road. Tang Ping reminded the other party. Now is the busy time, there are many people and cars entering the village, standing in the middle of the road is really blocking the road. There are certain procedures to be done before entering the village. Register. Namikaze Minato announced its dissolution after completing the registration. Disband. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot. This mission, because it involved the smuggling of ninja tools, he had to report to the Hokage immediately, so naturally he didn't have time to take a few people with him. I'm leaving first. Yamamakoji also left in a hurry. Kakashi walked silently towards the training ground. He was the only one left in the Hatake clan. He had no place to go, so training could make him forget about time. Think about it now. The future Kakashi was able to be promoted to Jonin at the age of only 12 years old, setting an unprecedented record, probably because of the same hard training as this robot. As for Tang Ping himself, he naturally went back to the laboratory to sort out the materials immediately. The materials he brought back this time were enough for him to consume for a while. If you are lucky, you might be able to get a lot of good things. The most important thing is to harvest special materials. Lizard. But this is no ordinary lizard. Rather, it is a type with amazing resilience. When he thought of lizards, he thought of the mysterious Shaozaki lizard in the anime. But after asking around, I found out that there is no Shaozaki castle. Depressed. If I can find it, I'll post it. Because the Shaozaki lizard's combat power is guaranteed to be at the level of Wanji and Buntat, and its upper limit is comparable to that of a tailed beast. But it's okay. If you check more information, you might be able to find clues. And these special lizards he harvested allowed him to make some potions with stronger therapeutic effects. Of course, this is not research for other people, but for yourself. As a ninja, being disabled is a basic operation. He doesn't want to be one of them, so he must be prepared in advance. At the same time, he is now starting to plan how to obtain the 2 ninjutsu he wants most. One of them is medical ninjutsu. The temptation was great for him. The combat effectiveness of medical ninjutsu is just that. Even if Tsunade is the founder, the upper limit of combat effectiveness is not high. But when it comes to biological research, it is a heaven-defying miraculous skill. Of course, the other kind of ninjutsu that Tohei wants is a very special ninjutsu. Sealing technique. This is a very special technique. There is a huge gap between the upper and lower limits. The lower limit is almost useless, while the upper limit is capable of sealing even Kaguya, which is incredible. Both ninjutsu have unlimited potential. But really not everyone can learn it. Control knowledge. Both types of ninjutsu are tightly held in the hands of the Hokage series. As long as you know that no one, no matter Hinata or Uchiha, knows these two ninjutsu, you will know how strict they are. Of course, it would be another matter if the ninja clan themselves possess the sealing technique. For example, Hinata's caged bird, Uchiha's 4 red sun formation, etc., are special sealing techniques. But the sealing technique Tang Ping wanted to learn was not this kind of sealing technique, but systematic sealing and medical knowledge. And this kind of knowledge is simply not available in the school library. Now, with Namikaze Minato as the leading teacher, it's another story. Being able to learn this knowledge from other people through each other. Chapter 19 Contribution Rewards. Namikaze Minato is definitely a treasure teacher. Tang Ping knew this from the beginning. It doesn't matter that the opponent is strong and has a good personality, the key point is that he has incredible connections. The teacher is Jiraiya. Represents the Hokage faction, which is the strongest faction in Konoha. My girlfriend, Uzumaki Yukina, is the leader in the field of sealing, and is well ahead of the level. Having such a leading teacher makes me extremely happy. At least there are ways to obtain the 2 ninjutsu knowledge that Dohei desires. After returning to the clan. Still didn't see Uchihame. After the other party graduated, he spent most of his time outside performing tasks. That means there is no model worker title, otherwise she would definitely get it. But there is no way. She must be promoted to Jonin as soon as possible. Otherwise, there is Danzo outside and Uchiha Hide coveting the position of leader inside. Maybe at some point, an accident will make her, the Uchiha genius, fall. Notice. The reason why the new patriarch does not target her, the daughter of the former patriarch, is because she has an outsider fiancé named Tang Ping. If you marry a foreign clan, it's okay to be the head of the family, but the position of clan leader is completely useless. This is also the reason why her grandfather wanted to get engaged to her in the first place. Completely for the sake of her life. Since it will not threaten his position, the new clan leader does not mind showing his strength. Otherwise, whether Uchihame can grow up is another matter. But it's a good thing she's not here. At least Tang Ping doesn't have to worry about being disturbed in his research. At the same time, if the laboratory is placed in the clan area, it is definitely safer than anywhere else. The Uchiha clan is a restricted area. The Uchiha clan at this time was still relatively strong when they were driven to the edge of the village after the Nine Tails Rebellion. Just as Dohei had sorted out the materials he brought back, he received a summons to go to the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Although it is on the 2nd floor of the Hokage building, not many people can go up. Even if they are Jonin, not everyone can meet the Hokage. But it definitely does not include Namikaze Minato. So he reported the mission and handed over the batch of ninja tools, and the Hokage's reward was immediately received. Dohei, who had been looking forward to this for a long time, naturally rushed to the Hokage building quickly. Along the way, you can see that the streets are busier than usual. The Chunin exams are about to begin. Whenever this kind of time comes, it is the most lively time in the village. Because nobles and high-level people from various countries will bring huge benefits to the village. Therefore, the 5 major ninja villages are competing to hold the Chunin exam. In addition to improving their reputation and showing their strength, it is not without practical benefits. It's just that the Chunin exams are not held jointly every year, but once every few years. This year it is held in Konoha. Occasionally, you can see patrolling police teams, but the villagers all avoid them like snakes and scorpions. The reputation is too bad. Uchiha is ruthless in enforcing the law, and his attitude is extremely proud, so his reputation will naturally not improve. The point is that there are still people who are secretly fueling the flames and spreading all kinds of smear campaigns. All I can say is, in terms of internal fighting, Danzo is indeed several versions ahead of Uchiha. The proud Uchiha dismissed this and had no scruples at all. This also verifies that sentence. Weakness is not an obstacle to survival, arrogance is. Tang Ping came to the Hokage building and saw 2 teammates who came quickly. Tang Ping. Yamamakoji, who had changed his clothes, nodded slightly as a greeting. As for Kakashi, he naturally has a dead face. After sealing his mind, it is not easy to get into his heart. Let's go, Minato-sensei is waiting for us inside. Tang Ping took the lead into the Hokage building. In addition to villagers, there are merchants on the first floor of the building, and occasionally ninjas can be seen. But this had nothing to do with them. They walked directly to the side stairs. The two ninjas guarding the stairs were naturally notified in advance, and one of them silently led them. Even if the structure inside the building is simple and it is impossible to go the wrong way, someone still needs to follow you. If it were someone from the Hokage department, of course, an exception could be made. Soon, they arrived at the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the third class is here. The ninja leading the way knocked on the door and reported. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded from inside. After opening the door, the ninja led the way and left on his own, with no intention of following in. Anyway, I'm not afraid of them messing around in the Hokage building. Don't look at the fact that you haven't met anyone along the way. But ANBU people monitor the building at all times to ensure that not even a bird can fly in. Tang Ping and the others walked into the spacious and bright office. The first time I saw it. It was the huge half-curved Hokage desk with a large number of documents piled up in front of the transparent glass window, and Hiruzen Sarutobi wearing the Hokage hat behind it. And Namikaze Minato was standing in front of the table. Hokage-sama. *3. Tang Ping and the others greeted them respectfully. They don't dare to treat Naruto like Prince Nara did in the anime. People are Jinhuriki themselves, and only those whose parents have amazing backgrounds have privileges, but they don't have that. No need to be too polite, you have completed this task well. On behalf of the village, I will give you some rewards. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated the reason for calling them here. All I can say is, there is a reason why people can use Will of Fire to push so many people. Having been treated like this since childhood, plus receiving benefits from time to time, it is difficult not to be brainwashed by the Will of Fire. The reward can be B-level ninjutsu or something else. Namikaze Minato added with a smile. This is the benefit of the teacher's presence. Without his guidance, they would not know what kind of reward they should propose. But with the reminder, you will know the upper limit of the reward. Lord Hokage, I hope to obtain secret medicine resources to improve physical fitness. Kakashi was the first to open. For him, there is no lack of ninjutsu, the only shortcoming is himself, so this is the best choice. Because White Fang committed suicide, he did not receive compensation from the village, so he was very short of resources. Hokage-sama, I want a way to increase chakra. Yamamakoji took the opportunity to make a request. Note that there are many ways to increase chakra, otherwise the chakra of the ninja clan would not be far beyond that of civilian ninjas. And these methods are all core secrets. No chance to obtain it at ordinary times. It is indeed the best choice to propose it now. As for why not want ninjutsu? Because even if Yamamakoji was given B-level ninjutsu, let alone when he could learn it, the chakra requirement alone destined him to be unable to use it. Hokage-sama, I hope to obtain medical ninjutsu knowledge. Dohei, who was ranked last, expressed his needs. Now he is at least a student of Minato Namikaze, and it is not a problem to ask for some medical ninjutsu knowledge. There is a problem to pay attention to. That is, his acquisition of medical ninjutsu does not mean that Uchiha has acquired it. I have said it before. The ninjutsu obtained from the village is not allowed to be taught to others unless permission is obtained. That's why he dared to speak. If there is no such restriction, he would never raise this request that is completely impossible to succeed. After listening to what the three people wanted, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and said, Okay, now you go down first. After speaking, he gestured for them to leave. Several requests are not worth mentioning to him. Even if it is medical ninjutsu knowledge, he will not worry too much. Just don't give out advanced medical ninjutsu. For ninjas, knowledge is not important, the most important thing is ninjutsu. Ninjas are like workers. As long as you know how to use various programs, you will not care about programming knowledge. Chapter 20 Medical knowledge is obtained. When leaving the Hokage building, an Anbu wearing an animal mask appeared in front of Doping and others. This is a secret medicine. This is a secret method of chakra extraction. There is also a borrowing voucher, which can be used to borrow related books from the hospital library. The other party handed the things to the three people. If it were really so easy to enter, medical ninjutsu would not be mastered by so few people. But because of Denzo's disruption, he lost this opportunity. Calm down. In addition to these basic knowledge, there are 3 D-level medical ninjutsu to learn. And the voucher in Dohei's hand allows him to use some resources in the training room. But in order to realize the dream, you need strength, and strength needs to be obtained through hard work. Even in the capital of the Land of Fire, the medical conditions are far inferior to here. Many nobles and businessmen all came here because of its reputation. Compared with the 5 attributes, the yin and yang attributes are much less. 10 books as thick as dictionaries are just the introductory knowledge of medical ninjas, not to mention that there are more advanced ninjutsu to learn. It can be seen how difficult it is to take this path, and it is no wonder that few people are willing to be medical ninjas. Soon, Dohei found a government ninja. It didn't take long. Dohei came to a long building with a large area and a word medicine above the door. Detailed explanation of human meridians. What he couldn't understand the most was why other time travelers had to look gloomy when asking others for help. Thank you, senior. After thanking him, Dohei went to the library. The library is located on the top of the building. It can only be said that Konoha is definitely the strongest in terms of medical conditions. Not to mention other aspects, just replenishing consumption, training resources can make ordinary ninjas bankrupt. Danzo is really damned. While thinking about these in his heart, Dohei had a warm smile on his face and asked the government ninja in front of him. For yin attributes, most of the Uchiha clan have them, while the Senju clan has the most yang attributes. Note that Dohei's desire to learn medical ninjutsu is not a whim, but he knows his chakra attributes. At the same time, he is not without cheating methods. Earth, water, fire, and yang. If it weren't for this restriction, even if medical ninjutsu was difficult to learn and cost a lot, there wouldn't be only about 100 medical ninjas in Konoha village, the first of the 5 major ninja villages. So he held the 10 books he had selected and prepared to take them back to study. If it weren't for this, even if he was a genius, he couldn't quickly learn the basic knowledge in the school library. Lying down has always been his dream, and it has never changed. If it were other ninja villages, the difficulty of obtaining medical ninjutsu would definitely not be much easier than forbidden techniques. Tang Ping shook the certificate in his hand and left. It's just that the Senju clan is almost extinct now, so there are not many owners. It's because this A-level ninjutsu is too complicated, and there is too little medical ninjas, so there is this rule. Although he didn't see the guard, Tang Ping knew very well that it was because he had the certificate. If he didn't have it, he would definitely not be able to come up. The reason is also very simple. The cold tone when speaking shows that he is not joking. Knowledge is extremely valuable in the ninja world, not to mention ninjutsu, which is absolutely confidential. It is considered a money-making tool for Konoha village. The rows of bookshelves in the huge library are filled with books. Hospital. But the clearing agent created by Tang Ping is more than n times more effective than these methods. Yang attribute. This is what gave Dohei the confidence to learn medical ninjutsu. In terms of medical ninjutsu, Konoha village is completely ahead because this is a field organized and pioneered by Tsunade. The borrowing process is also very smooth. You can take away the books after registering with your voucher. Although it is far inferior to all attribute players like the 3rd Hokage or Kakashi, it still has good room for development. If you were an ordinary person, you would definitely shrink back subconsciously after seeing so much knowledge. Hemostasis, healing, and detoxification. Maybe this is the difference between animation and reality. Precisely because the major ninja villages attach great importance to this aspect, there are really few leaks of ninjutsu. After they collected their things respectively, they warned. No matter the secret technique or knowledge, it is not allowed to be taught to others. Like the palm ninjutsu in anime, it is already considered an A-level ninjutsu. Anyway, until Tang Ping loses the ability to lift a table, he doesn't mind abiding by the rules of this world. But Tang Ping is different. Because what he saw was not obscure knowledge, but the power of self-preservation, and the guarantee of a peaceful future. Clarifying agent. It is also a byproduct of research. The hospital's internal drawing room is only open to internal personnel. It is precisely because of the contributions of these people that Konoha village has cultivated so many medical ninjas. Battlefield first aid tactics. Konoha Hospital is a gold-eating beast, and it's not just about paying salaries. If he could not lie down and pass the test, Dohei wanted to be this kind of ninja. Many ninjas have similar things. Incense, rituals, etc. can accomplish this, so it is not surprising. Maybe it's because those time travelers don't treat other people as human beings at all. Just like the library in ninja school, it is only open to ninja school students. Do you want to learn medical ninjutsu? The middle-aged man wearing a ninja vest first looked at the voucher in Tang Ping's hand, and then explained, basic books can be borrowed, but medical ninjutsu cannot be taken away. The hospital still has free training room. Although many of them have been read by Tang Ping, many of them are not available in school libraries and can only be learned from here. In other words, if you master this ninjutsu, you can be directly promoted to Jounin without any examination. I'll go to the hospital first. Medical ninjutsu, from beginner to master. Because there can't be medical ninjas there. Medical knowledge is not medical ninjutsu. Of course, it cannot be written in one scroll. It requires systematic study. In terms of brains, he is naturally not as talented as Orochimaru, but relying on props obtained with Krypton Gold, there is no real chance of catching up. It can only be said that if you don't have enough brains, you can make up for it with Krypton Gold. If you don't even have Yang attributes, it's impossible to learn medical ninjutsu. It's just that he always makes these things for immediate use and doesn't reserve them at all. After giving instructions, the ANBU ninja turned and left. Only medical Jounin can master it. Government ninja refers to ninjas who specialize in government affairs. It's not surprising that some of them don't even have chakra. Tohei was not in a hurry to learn medical ninjutsu. As long as you know, less than one palm of Konoha masters palm senjutsu. It's not about the hardware. But it's not as good as the software aspect. Did you see, this is the knowledge related to medical ninjutsu. The effect is also very ordinary. The reason is very simple, that is, he doesn't even have the basic knowledge and wants to learn it directly. That's only a few dollars. The focus is on the resources needed to cultivate medical ninjas. However, Tang Ping is confident that he can learn these in a short time and then enter the medical field. That is to say, it is mentally stressful, and it is difficult to gather the materials. There was no time or place to collect materials before, otherwise he would definitely have to keep using them. That is, in Konoha. From time to time, you can see villagers coming in and out. In order to protect the ninjutsu from leaking, the ninja village would even go to war. Every official medical ninja is worth much more than the same weight of gold. Even on the battlefield, medical ninjas usually work in the camp or in the rear, and will send people to protect them. If you hadn't asked for advice, you might not have known these hidden rules. Senior, I would like to borrow books related to medical ninjutsu. What should I do? Do you really think he has the aura of a protagonist? The pungent smell of disinfectant water came, letting people know where this place was for the first time. He doesn't even need to know medical ninjutsu. This knowledge alone can make him gain a lot. When he hugged the book and left in a hurry, a small accident occurred. Chapter 21 News about Shiozaki Big Lizard. Relief. Tang Ping bumped into someone with his shoulder and knocked him to the ground. Are you okay? Looking at the figure on the ground, he looked familiar. Of course, there is also the opponent's standing staff that has slipped not far away. Hear Tang Ping's voice. Is it you? The girl who was getting up raised her head, revealing a face that was bandaged like a brown rice, and her excited eyes. Although he couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly, Tang Ping recognized the other party's identity. The Haiga girl who was beaten by the Zong family in the grove before was Haiga Kangyu. No way. The characteristics of the white eyes and missing leg are so conspicuous that it is difficult not to remember. It's me, your injury. Do Ping nodded and admitted that he was the one who saved her that day. There was nothing wrong with admitting this, but it just felt very strange. The wound on the other party's face should not be gone now after using the healing potion, right? If there is no injury, it is sometimes not a good thing. Hinata Kangyu's voice became low. From her words, you can hear why she keeps looking injured. Of course, those who bully her know how miserable she is, so that they can vent their anger and not cause trouble. Do Ping did not ask about the injury, but he thought of one thing, so he asked tentatively. By the way, can you read the historical documents of the Haiga clan? The Haiga clan is an ancient family with a long history, and unlike the Uchiha clan, it has not experienced the chaos of the clan leader running away, so the historical documents should be well preserved, right? And such things that have nothing to do with ninjutsu are only preserved by these ninja clans. No problem. Hinata Kangyu thought about it and nodded, but she didn't know why she was asking herself these questions. Can you help me check some things? Dang Ping's eyes lit up, because this could help him. Sure. This time, Hinata Kangyu answered decisively. She has been living in hell since her parents died. Last time in the woods, she might have taken the opportunity to end this pain. But the other party was like a light that cut through the darkness in her heart. Now if someone asks her for something, she will not hesitate no matter what favor she does. Refer to Shisui and Deiko, who were the future subordinates of Orochimaru and had been pulled by the Hokage. This situation is very normal and even more reasonable. I want to know if there is a place called Shizaki Castle in the ninja world? Tang Ping asked for a favor. At this time, he didn't know that he had inadvertently completed the achievement of the future Uncle Snake. He got a little fangirl. At least he saved a life, but she succeeded in kidnapping with just one sentence. It can only be said that his skills are much worse. I'll check it out right away. Hinata Kangyu left quickly without even stopping, which made Tang Ping extremely shocked. Even though he lost a leg, his speed was no slower than that of an ordinary person. But when he thought of his identity, he suddenly realized it. He is a ninja. As long as he has chakra, he can make the impossible possible. At the same time, looking at his speed and balance, it is enough to show that he is much better than himself in chakra control. Maybe the usual inconvenience and embarrassment may be all pretended. Because this is the only way for her to survive. It can only be said that in the cruel ninja world, age does not represent maturity. Just like a certain filial son, who can think about problems in a Hokage-like way at the age of 7, it is not surprising for someone like Hinata Kangyu to disguise himself. After the matter of Shugasaki Castle was settled, Dohei returned to the clan with the book. The bustle along the way. It seemed out of place in the cruel ninja world, especially compared with the dead silence and barrenness outside the village. However, the prosperity of Konoha village was entirely based on the strength of Konoha ninja. After returning to the laboratory, in the next few days, Dohei spent money all the time. The tens of thousands of taels seized from the mission, plus the money saved before, were all used to purchase the materials for the clearing agent. Gold. Do you really think it's nonsense? Especially in the flower shop in the mountains, he bought more than one batch of goods. In the past, if he wanted to make a dose of Qingming agent, he needed to save up slowly for a long time without attracting anyone's attention. Now he can directly use Krypton gold, and he is not afraid of people knowing, so he can naturally make a few quickly. The body is hollowed out. After using a few doses of Qingming agent, Tang Ping directly experienced what it means to have his brain hollowed out. But the harvest is also real. He finished reading a book as thick as 10 dictionaries. It's not just reading it, but remembering and digesting the knowledge above. If you just read it, some methods like quantum reading will do. If you want to remember and digest this knowledge, you can only use the quantum reading brought by the Qingming agent. He can only do it in the sage mode state. The knowledge that ordinary people need several months or even more than a year to learn, he can learn in just a few days. That is to say, that state will not increase combat effectiveness, otherwise it would be against the will of heaven. But today, Do Ping had to leave the laboratory. First, Namikaze Minato finished his own work and called the third team to check their gains in the past few days. Then there was news from Hinata Kangyu. She had gained something. It took a few days to get the news because Hinata had too many books, and she was alone, so she only had a few days to find them. The combination of these two things naturally forced Do Ping to leave his beloved laboratory. Of course. In the past few days, he also gained something from experiments. The therapeutic agent has made a qualitative leap. The animal experiment has been successful, and the next step is human experiment. As long as it is confirmed, he can announce that he has mastered an extremely important trump card. But it is stuck at this step. Human experiment. Even in the endurance of human life is not as good as a dog's. The world is not that easy to do. At least not with his status. And there are roots watching him secretly. If Tang Ping really dares to play like this, I guarantee that he will be discovered immediately, and then he will go to Genbu prison to sing tears behind bars. As for experimenting on your own? Sorry, Tang Ping is not so brave and willing to devote himself to science. While thinking about this, he came to the small forest not far from the training ground. The two made an appointment to meet here. After meeting each other, we happened to go to the training ground not far away to meet up with the third team. Dahira-kun, this is the map of Shaozaki Castle. Hinata Soi still had a bandage on her face. When she saw him, she handed him a scroll, ninjas are used to writing everything on scrolls. She drew the map. As for the title, Tang Ping didn't think there was anything wrong. Unfolding the scroll, Tang Ping saw the map and marked information on it. I see. There is indeed no Shaozaki Castle, and it is replaced by Drowning Swamp, because the city disappeared. And that swamp is located exactly in the southwest border area of the Country of Fire, close to the country of Sichuan, and is completely deserted. It's not too far away from where their third shift performed their mission. As for how to get the psychic scroll, Tang Ping has a plan. For ninjas, as long as they know the target information, it is not easy to calculate. The simplest way is to borrow power. Of course, not referring to the Uchiha clan. If you really let the other party take it, it's up to you who will get the scroll. No one would think too much of a good thing like a psychic beast. Therefore, Tang Ping is going to use an ability. Chapter 22 Joint Chunin Examination. Superpower? No, it's money power. If anyone in the ninja world has the strength to help Tanhei bring back the psychic scroll, there is no need to worry about whether it will be stolen. Then there is only one person. Kakuzu. This is the future financial director of the Xiaotian Tuan. The other party's obsession is money. Based on Namikaze Minato's character, if he could refuse, he would definitely advise them not to rush to participate, but if he didn't say it now, it naturally meant that he couldn't refuse. Kakashi's training is even more crazy, but it does not affect his own growth at all, because there are enough resources to cover the training consumption. That's why Tang Ping agreed directly. Tang Ping, you have to continue to improve your melee skills, otherwise once the enemy discovers the flaw, they will definitely focus on this point and start using tactics that can be used to catch the enemy. Namikaze Minato clapped his hands and attracted the attention of several people before continuing. Although it was the intention of the third Hokage and Elder Danzo, he did not say this. For example, various medicinal materials and secret techniques are used to make up for training consumption. Then leave the registration to me. Kakashi is not interested in the next special training. Since Class 3 is allowed to participate in the joint Chunin exam in advance, they must be given benefits. The last reward also had this effect. In the next period of time, I will help you with special training. If you need any help from me, you can ask. This is the mission given to the third class by the third Hokage. As for Kakashi, the other party really doesn't have much to interfere with. But these restrictions can be completely ignored for some people. The joint Chunin examination is equivalent to a future arms display for the major ninja villages. Giving them more benefits is also to make them grow faster so that they can perform better in the joint Chunin examination. Rich woman, hungry, rice.jpg. My fiancé is not short of money. After leaving the woods, it didn't take long for Tang Ping to arrive at the training ground not far away. But if the psychic beast belongs to Uchihame and he just borrows it, then it will be fine. But he worked so hard because his two teammates were too good. If they didn't work hard, they would be a hindrance. Do you want to register for the joint Chunin exam next month? Because he also understands this truth. It is also because of these that the United Chunin exams are extremely enjoyable to watch, attracting countless people to watch. Since you can't refuse, it's better not to make things difficult for others. Otherwise, even if the third class contributes, they won't get much benefit. Minato-sensei wants us to sign up. Normally, when dealing with the three of them, the other party would not put on airs, just like Big Brother Sunshine. Tang Ping. Just like Kakashi, his strength was comparable to that of a Chunin right after graduation. Ninjas do not need to balance the three aspects of forbearance, physical fitness, and illusion, but will develop in the direction of what they are good at. Especially Kakashi, who is so arrogant, he can only be so arrogant at this time. Actually, Namikaze Minato didn't say anything. Tang Ping decisively agreed. As for where does the money come from? When everyone arrived, they began to check the progress of the three of them. In the past, Hua Tang Ping would still be extremely distressed. There are even those who specialize in hunting down other ninja village geniuses. Because it is a joint exam, there will be genin from other ninja villages, and these people will not show mercy. Therefore, no matter how precious a genius is, he must go all out for this, and even sacrifice for it. If a genin wants to be promoted to Chunin, except during war, it will take at least several years of training before applying for promotion. Then please ask Minato-sensei to register for us. Participating in the Chunin exam in advance received special training, Wu Ren received the spiritual scroll of Miyamu Mountain, and the pillars received the A-level ninjutsu chidori taught by Kakashi, and so on. Genius! So even if he saw that Doping was going to take the ninjutsu type route, he still told him to improve his close combat ability. Participating in the joint Chunin exam is both dangerous and an opportunity. Doping asked back. In fact, crazy training is not a problem, the problem is to have enough auxiliary means. The first thing to talk about is Yamamakoji, the king of roles. Namikaze Minato nodded. Even if it still looks the same on the surface, his eyes have begun to have some warmth compared to the previous dead silence and coldness. Of course, there is another benefit of asking for money after confessing to the other party, which is to find a scapegoat for the summoned beast. In other words, you never have to worry about him betraying money. Yes, Minato teacher. But now, he can completely get it done with one sentence. Only by knowing these can Namikaze Minato give targeted instructions. But the corresponding to the gain is the danger. Anyway, let alone Doping, Yamamakoji and Kakashi will be infected by his charm. After giving these instructions, Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. After thinking about these, Doping said goodbye to Hinata Sogetsu. Physical strength, seal speed, chakra control, etc. are all areas to be checked. At least compared to other aspects. Fame represents all aspects of the ninja village, from task entrustment to business dealings. Yes. Koji, overtraining is not good for your body. Such a team does have the strength to participate in the Chunin assessment. But although Namikaze Minato did not accept Doping and Yamamakoji as his disciples, he still gave them guidance with all his heart and responsibility. As long as Doping spends money to designate the other party to perform the task, he can bring back the summoning scroll. Otherwise, even if he really finds the summoning beast, Doping will not dare to use it. Yamamakoji was silent. Namikaze Minato, who was instructing the other two members of Team 3, greeted him. And with his cage-level strength, he knew the information about the Suizaki giant lizard in advance. It might be impossible to deal with it head-on, but getting the summoning scroll was not a problem at all. Personality charm is full. Normally. Not to mention the full training in normal times, he also has to practice more in private. If he is not called the King of Scrolls, who will be called that? Okay, I know you have worked hard during this period. Hearing that Dohei agreed, Namikaze Minato finally relaxed and made a promise. But even illusion-type ninjas will try to make up for their melee weaknesses, and even use this to set traps and lure the enemy into them. Of course, these things were originally the work of the teacher, not the work of the team leader. Although the Yamazaki family has declined, he is naturally clear about these things. Namikaze Minato reminded Dohei. With his eyesight, he can naturally see that Dohei is not outstanding in close combat. The better the ninja village performs, the more famous it will be. It's so terrifying. The personality charm of Minato Namikaze is completely comparable to that of Orochimaru. That is to say, there is no system, otherwise he can see that people's loyalty is directly off the charts. Even Doping and Yamamakoji are growing fast and have much stronger strength than ordinary genin. Just like the future 12 strong men. But even if there is no system, it does not mean that he can't see that Hinata Kangyu is completely unconcealed about his gratitude and affection for him. The focus of the special training is Doping and Yamamakoji. They didn't have the guidance of masters of the level of White Fang before, so this opportunity is extremely precious to them. Chapter 23 Uchihame's Disaster. Developing Ninjutsu. Doping will ask Minato Namikaze about this issue. After obtaining the advanced information collected by Uchiha, his understanding of chakra and ninjutsu far exceeds that of most ninjas. Clearing Agent YYDS. With this thing, my mother no longer has to worry about my studies. With rich knowledge of ninjutsu and the opportunity to consult Minato Namikaze, Doping will naturally be able to develop his own exclusive ninjutsu. The future Kakashi developed the A-level ninjutsu Chidori at the age of 12, and later developed the S-level Reikari. There is no reason why he, a time traveler who can spend money, cannot be better than the other party, right? Therefore, the ninjutsu that Doping had long anticipated in his mind has been put on the agenda. Uchihame. The other party's face was extremely pale, like a delicate porcelain that would break at the touch. Returning to the clan with a happy mood. It is impossible for anyone to attack Uchihame now. The Uchiha he met along the way looked at him with extremely complicated eyes. If he dared to do this, the domineering Uchihame would definitely kick him away at the first time to let him know what the big and small king is. Now that Uchihame is blind, it is naturally impossible for her to sit in this position again. Uchiha Shouta, who was not as strong as the Uchiha, stood in front of the other 4 jonin. His eyes had turned blood red, and 3 black Megatama appeared like tadpoles. Entering this state means that he can attack at any time. So no matter from which aspect, his fiancé would be the best choice. In the past, it was because of the Crown Prince Uchihame that it was stable. I just don't know if I was influenced by her. Seeing this, Tang Ping knew that it was impossible to convince her with words alone, so he pulled her up by force. Without the experiment, he dared not use it on his fiancé easily. Let's go. Everyone knows that the Uchiha clan is most proud of their Sharingan. Do you want to return to normal? Not to mention that there is Minato Namikaze to protect you. For a ninja, if one hand is broken, he is still a ninja, but if he is blind, he can't be a ninja anyway. Of course, it's because the two are bound. At first glance, he saw a thin and slender figure lying flat on the rush-woven mat, wearing only a white single dress. Tang didn't want his fiancée to commit suicide because of blindness. It would be too late to say anything then, so he might as well give her some confidence first. If it was before. After being blind, there is a possibility of suicide later, of course it won't happen. In addition to her, there are only 6 senior ninjas in the main house in the room. At this moment, Dohei really wanted to curse, "Get out of here, you riddle man." After the others left, Dohei checked his fiancé who looked like a puppet. So a guy like Danzo who didn't want her to grow up might take action in advance. "Dohei, you will take care of Mei from now on." The reason why Dohei was able to get the protection of the Uchiha clan was entirely because of his fiancé, Uchihame. But now he suddenly realized that he had labeled her as white, rich, beautiful, strong, and miserable. When she passed by him, she said something before leaving. Next, it was the power game within the longhouse. "It's just that I don't know how effective this newly developed drug is for humans to use, and how much dosage is needed." As the senior ninjas of the longhouse, Uchiha Shizuka and Uchiha Shouta are now the most important thing for them to stabilize the longhouse, so they are in a hurry to leave. Not killing her directly may also be a consideration for the Uchiha clan. Very serious. The eyeball has been completely destroyed, and even the healing ninjutsu cannot heal it. Uchihame eye is filled with this kind of aura. After all, injury and death are 2 different concepts. In this regard, even if Duping dare not say that all the people in the ninja world are garbage, he is far superior. The new medicine he made happened to be stuck in the human experiment stage, and at this time, a perfect experimental subject appeared. Hearing this, Uchihame eye still did not react. Uchiha Shizuka stood up directly after seeing Duping coming in, and then stood together with Uchiha Shouta to block Uchiha Shiu. So when Duping, a newly graduated genin, said this, Uchihame eye would certainly not react. If the eyes are in trouble, the blow to her will definitely be far greater than that of other ninjas. Uchiha Shizuka, the only female among them, was kneeling on the ground, looking at Uchihame eye with heartache and worry in her eyes. The raise nan that Prince Naruto will use to conquer the world in the future was developed by him, which shows his ability to develop ninjutsu. The most important thing is the bandage wrapped around her eyes. Why did Uchiha Shizuka ask Dohei to take care of Uchihame? The confidence and domineeringness of the other party before made people subconsciously not worry about her. Dohei's pupils shrank slightly. In addition to ninjutsu knowledge, creativity is more important in developing ninjutsu. Although Uchihame's strength is good, she is just a special jonin. If the root really wants to attack, it is impossible to fail. She is not the protagonist, and she does not have the protagonist's halo. Because there is no threat. After she was blinded, she was no longer a threat to anyone, so naturally no one would keep an eye on her. What a coincidence. Come to the room where the clan meeting is held. Even if it is the current clan leader, he will give up his position directly if he is blind. It's over. Not to mention that the blind one is an Uchiha. Based on the original liquid of the healing potion, plus the recovery ability extracted from the special lizards. The other party left the village after her brother and lover died, and no one could find her. As for Uchihame, her fiancé, she would naturally benefit from it. As for Tsunade who wanted to find the ceiling of the medical field? As soon as she entered the courtyard, she ran into Uchiha Fugaku who was coming with people. Dohei-kun, if you need help, just come to me. Just after entering the clan land, Dohei felt that the atmosphere was wrong. But now, the other party was like a doll, letting her be manipulated, which shows how much of a blow it was to her to go blind. The other party was his white thigh, and if something happened to him, it would be a disaster for him, so he had to cure her no matter what. In this weird atmosphere, he returned to his residence. Uchiha Shiu frowned and led people away, and Uchiha Shouta and Uchiha Shizuka also followed him out. Once something happens to Uchiha Mei, the protection will disappear. Dead silence. 3 Megatama Sharingan. He didn't expect that Uchiha Mei would be in trouble. I guess this is why she didn't appear in the normal history? Looking at Uchiha Mei, who looked dead silent, Dohei spoke. Because of the healing potion, he had some influence with the Uchiha and the village leaders. Fame. This. But Tang Ping felt that it was a bit too coincidental. Being the clan leader doesn't necessarily mean you have to be the best fighter, but you must be able to fight at least. Otherwise, if you can't withstand a random assassination attempt, how can the family step down? Let's go. There was no other way, as she had secretly sought treatment from many people for her injuries, but they all came to the conclusion that she was hopeless. The combination of the two makes the potion have the effect of regenerating severed limbs. The two soon arrived at the underground laboratory. Then miracles began to happen. Chapter 24 New Potion and the Worker Kakuzu. In the laboratory, a mouse whose hind limbs had been cut off has now recovered. Except for the loss of some hair, it is no different from its previous intact state. Although Uchiha Mei cannot see, her other senses are still sharp, so she can naturally confirm that the mouse in her hand has not been replaced by Dohei. How is this possible? At this moment, she no longer had the despair she had before, and she was constantly groping for the mouse in her hand and muttering to herself. For this ninja, she can touch not only a mouse but even a snake without changing her expression. Why not? You are too narrow-minded. Nothing is impossible. Tang Ping spoke with confidence. The facts are there, I don't believe I can't control the other party. And he didn't think there was anything strange about his achievements. The ungrateful wolf Obito in the future lost half of his body, but was saved by the master of Godo, Madara, using white Zetsu. There is also Orochimaru's cloning technology, and so on, all of which are much more powerful than his achievements. That's their technique, but he can do this entirely by relying on his blood. If it weren't for the special blood in his body, it would be impossible to make this kind of rebirth potion. New life potion. No matter who it is, as long as they use this medicine, they will be reborn, so the name is very appropriate. When do I start? Uchiha Mei turned her head and asked urgently. During the time she lost her eyes, the news was blocked and she was receiving secret treatment outside in the previous few days. The accident did not happen today, she was in extreme torment. I don't want to wait even for a second now. Not yet, Tang Ping explained, shaking his head. Right now, we have only conducted animal experiments, and we don't know what the side effects will be. The most important thing is that we have to figure out the dosage. After hearing this, Uchiha Mei calmed down and asked. How can I help you? With this successful example, she no longer had to worry about losing her sight forever, so her patience naturally returned. Patience is an essential quality for a ninja. I need you to find someone to help me place a commission at the gold exchange to find a spiritual scroll, collect these materials, and find experimenters. Tang Ping stated his needs. Good. Uchiha Mei agreed without any hesitation. As the granddaughter of the former clan leader, her energy is beyond imagination. Before, I hadn't taken any action because I was so discouraged. But if I really want to do something, neither manpower nor funds will be a problem. Not long after, a designated entrustment appeared in the underground gold exchange. Gold exchange. It is an intermediary platform with traces all over the ninja world. And any task can be released, there are no restrictions at all. 30 million taels reward for the mission. This price is already exaggerated. For example, the bounty for leaders of some small ninja villages may not be that high. In a secret gold exchange place in Tien Kingdom, a body was thrown onto the counter. The whole body is hidden under the cloak, and the figure with eyes as big as green beans silently counts the coins in his hand. Lord Kakuzu, are you interested in taking on a 30 million tael mission? The person in charge of the gold exchange behind the counter asked cautiously. 30 million taels. Jiaodu, who was counting the money, suddenly felt that the money in his hand was not so attractive anymore. After working hard for a month, he finally successfully hunted down the senior ninja in front of him and received a reward of 2 million taels. Now the mission is worth 30 million taels. How could he not be interested in it? Yes, the other party designated Miyashita-san. The person in charge didn't understand why someone would dare to cooperate with such a dangerous person, but he didn't say much and just completed his job. I have accepted the mission. Kakuzu is not afraid of difficult tasks, what he fears most is not having enough money. With such a high price, even assassinating the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages is not impossible. When the person in charge heard that Jiaoda was willing to take on the task, he immediately used psychic magic to retrieve the task scroll. After taking the scroll handed to him by the other party and looking at the seal on it to see that it was intact, Kakuzu opened the scroll to check the content of the task. The task is very simple. Let him go to the drowning swamp and retrieve a spiritual scroll there. The employer provided some information, that is, the psychic scroll is guarded by a powerful giant lizard, and is good at it. With this information, Kakuzu has strong confidence in completing the mission. The only trouble is that after the task is completed, the things are not handed over directly to the employer, but to a small caravan. But it's okay, the remuneration has been fully paid to the intermediary platform of Jinhuanso, so there is no need to worry about the other party not paying you. After reading the task scroll and putting it in his arms, and then carefully putting the counted money into the cash box, Kakuzu slowly left the underground money exchange. The other side, Dohei is extremely busy every day. Not only does he have to concentrate on his own training in all aspects, but he also has to develop new techniques, research medicines, etc. He wishes he could split himself into several. That's right. There is a ninjutsu that can achieve this effect. Shadow clone technique. This B-level ninjutsu is a must-have for time travelers. Although Uchihame can get this ninjutsu, she cannot teach it to him. In addition to the restrictions of the village and family, it is also because of the difficulty of learning. At least it takes a jonin to master it. And Dohei's combat power, although it has made great progress due to Taiki's existence, is much stronger than ordinary Chunin. But in terms of his own strength, he is still a long way from being a jonin. In the anime, jonin are completely inferior to dogs, and there are shadow-level people everywhere. Super shadows are not uncommon, and only the 6 paths can come out to shake. But in the real ninja world, you can understand how unrealistic this is. Because even a background jonin is a big shot in the major ninja villages. Among the tens of thousands of active ninjas in the entire Konoha village, there are less than 200 jonins, which shows how rare and difficult it is to be promoted. So it is completely too much for a newly graduated genin like Dohei to want to learn this jonin-level ninjutsu. Of course. If he is a 9-tails Jinchuriki with Uzumaki blood, it is not impossible to consider it. Naruto, just tell me my name. Unfortunately, he is not, so he can only be a time management master and allocate his daily time while struggling hard. You know, his dream is to lie down. Now not only can he not lie down, but he has also become 007. You can imagine how painful he is. It's all Denzo's fault. The best news may be that he has made great progress in the development of new techniques. Although he is far inferior to those perverts with the protagonist's halo, he can at least be called a genius. In terms of imagination and basic knowledge, Dohei has everything, and he also has the guidance of Minato Namikaze in practical operation and technology, so it is naturally very smooth. As long as he has this exclusive ninjutsu, his strength will leap forward. And several new medicines have been extracted, and they can be officially put into use after human experiments. As for how to experiment, Doping himself is definitely not capable, but with Uchihame's arrangement, that's another matter. Today is also the time for experiments. He came to an unexpected place for experiments. Chapter 25 Human Experiments. Konoha Prison? Doping looked at Uchiha Shizuka, who led the way, with some confusion. Both the other party and Uchiha Shouta are die-hard Mei's faction, so it's a good thing to reveal some information to her, and it can also bring a lot of convenience. Where do you think those experimenters in Konoha Hospital come from? Seeing Doping's eyes, Uchiha Shizuka's face showed a hint of sarcasm. The will of fire, even dogs don't believe it. No matter how beautiful it sounds on the surface, it can't be hidden from the major ninja clans. It was only the lower-level ninjas and a few people who firmly believed in the will of fire from the mouth of the third Hokage. Especially the son of a certain clan leader, who was directly brainwashed. I see. At this time, Dohei also understood where the experimental subjects of the hospital came from. Medical ninjutsu requires a large number of experimental subjects to practice. At first, fish were used for practice, and later patients were naturally used to practice medical ninjutsu. Of course, villagers and patients in the hospital cannot be used for practice, so the serious criminals in the prison voluntarily sacrificed themselves for medical treatment. And the root experiments also need people to conduct. So Dohei wanted to do human experiments, and Uchiha Shizuka brought him here. Not only are there sufficient experimental subjects, but it is also safer and more secretive. When entering the prison, Dohei also saw the prison's defense force. All the guards are Uchiha. There are also several senior ninjas in charge at any time, plus various traps. Even if the cage-level strongmen come to attack, they can be delayed. After wandering around the labyrinthine Konoha prison for half a day, the two finally stopped. Captain Shizuka. A female Uchiha guarding the cell opened the door for them. Uchiha Shizuka has a female ninja squadron under her command. Yes, her position is the captain of the 1st Battalion and the 4th Squadron of the Security Department. The Security Department has a total of 4 battalions. Each battalion has 4 squadrons. Each squadron has 4 teams, plus some internal affairs departments, which constitutes a complete department, which can be said to be a world of its own. At the same time, the position of each battalion is also linked to the room it belongs to. After entering the cell, Dohei saw a male prisoner with a broken right hand tied to a metal fence rack. This is the ninja I captured before. I only have this one who is suitable for the target. Uchiha Shizuka began to introduce. Ninja. It is a necessary condition for the experiment. Because no one knows whether the effect of the new potion on ordinary people is the same as that on ninjas. After all, there is a huge difference between ninjas and ordinary people. Chakra. This thing makes ordinary people and ninjas look the same, but they become two different beings inside. That's why the experiment needs to use ninjas, not just ordinary people. It doesn't matter, it shouldn't take that much time. Test. The body. Doping thought that so many were not needed. Maybe one person would be enough. He was not worried about the effect of the medicine. The key point was to master the dose. If the experiment was conducted in this aspect, the consumption of the experimental subjects should not be too large. As for whether it is cruel to use people as experimental subjects. Sorry, in this twisted ninja world, no one will care. Just don't use people from the village. The reason why the future Orochimaru defected was not because of human experiments. This matter has been done by all the major ninja villages, and no one cares at all. The key point is to use people from the village as experimental subjects. It is unforgivable. If people from other villages are used as experimental subjects, it is not a big deal for Orochimaru's status and position. Now you understand the ninja world's view on human experiments, right? As long as they don't use their own people. This is also the reason why Uchiha Shizuka brought doping to the prison for experiments instead of experiments outside the village. It is not a big deal at all. And doping will naturally not be a saint. His bottom line is that he can't use innocent people as experimental subjects. For a ninja like this who does all kinds of evil, he will naturally not be soft-hearted. I'm starting. Enter the metal fence compartment and carefully inject the drug into the unconscious person. The reason why Uchiha Shizuka was required to watch this experiment was to let her witness the effect of the drug with her own eyes, and also to let her dominate the scene. If an accident really happens, an elite jonin is enough to ensure safety. Du Ping doesn't want to learn from those predecessors who were killed by the experimental subjects. He is not Orochimaru. Not only does he have the strength of a cage, but he also has the ability to save his life. After the injection, Du Ping left the compartment and quietly watched the follow-up. A heartbeat like a drum sounded. It started. The effect of the new drug, the result began to take effect. The injection dose was deduced by Dohei. Injection between animals and humans, between ordinary people and ninjas, these are all problems that need to be solved. If the wrong dose is used, there is only one consequence. It will explode like a balloon. At the same time, the price of the new medicine is extremely shocking. Just the tube that Dohei just injected costs nearly 10 million taels. Cost price. The dose used by the mice may be less than 1% of this tube. In the future, Orochimaru will cooperate with the root. It may also be because the experimental funds are too much, and it is impossible to do it without cooperation with the other party. Ah! It's so hot. What's wrong with me? The unconscious prisoner woke up under the effect of the drug and screamed. Don't worry about the sound spreading. This is a prison. The soundproofing must be professional. And Dohei's eyes were fixed on the other's broken right arm. The reason why he deliberately chose this genin to be the experimental subject was because his right arm was broken when he was arrested. The fine granulation broke through the other's previously healed wound and began to wriggle and grow. Such a strange and terrifying scene, the two people outside the fence compartment were not afraid, but looked forward to it. Because it represents one thing. The new drug also works on ninjas. As long as the direction is confirmed, the next step is nothing more than improvement and experimentation. It hurts. It hurts so much. Someone come to save me. The prisoner screamed and struggled wildly. As the other party's movements became louder and louder, and the ropes that bound the other party became tighter and tighter, Do Ping spoke. Aunt Shizuka, calm the other party down. He had expected the pain. It was like the natural force potion, compressing the effect in a short time. It would be strange if there was no pain. What he didn't expect was that this pain obviously exceeded the human body's tolerance limit. Even if there was chakra, it couldn't stand it. Step. Uchiha Shizuka took a step forward, her dark eyes suddenly turned blood red, and 3 tadpole-like Megatama emerged. Sharingan. It is also the blood limit that the Uchiha clan is proud of. The effect is powerful and comprehensive, and it can be upgraded from low to high, which is simply perfect. If there is no sequelae of affecting the mind. Illusion. Sharingan. Uchiha Shizuka performed the Sharingan's exclusive illusion. Soon, the prisoner who was struggling slowly stopped, and only the flesh on his right arm kept wriggling. Half an hour later, the other party's lost right arm had already taken shape. Just when Dohei thought he had succeeded. Boom! The prisoner's body exploded directly, leaving only the flesh and blood that dyed the compartment red. Chapter 26 Large Summoning Beast, Chobeimaru. Failed. Uchiha Shizuka sighed with regret. How great it would be if it could succeed once. No, Dohei shook his head and explained, it was successful. As long as there are a few more experiments, Mei will be able to regain her sight. The effect of the new potion has been verified. Next, we just need to do more experiments and master the dosage. And he also confirmed some things, and the progress will only get faster and faster. Great! Uchiha Shizuka was excited. Because she has seen growing up with Uchiha Mei, she already regarded her as a daughter, so she was so excited. But we have to think about how to explain it in advance. Tang Ping pointed out this point calmly. Curing it is not a problem, but how to explain it after it is cured is a problem. Rejuvenation potions and healing potions are two completely different things. Healing potions are at best a substitute for medical ninjutsu, and they are still a low configuration version. But this kind of rebirth of a severed limb is absolutely unprecedented. At least medical ninjutsu cannot do it, not even Tsunade Haim who pioneered medical ninjutsu can do it. Therefore, once exposed, the consequences will be extremely serious. Let's not talk about whether the Uchiha clan will protect themselves to the death. Even if they protect themselves to the death, they may not be able to protect him. Don't worry, I have used illusions to modify the memories of those medical ninjas. As long as Mei declares that she was cured by other medical ninjas. Uchiha Shizuka was so confident that it was not a problem. The medical ninja I was looking for before was not from Konoha village, so my memory has naturally been modified. This can prevent the Sharingan's information from being leaked, so outsiders don't know the situation. The family only knew that something happened to her eye, but only a few people knew how serious the situation was. Suffice it to say that she met a ninja who was highly skilled in medical ninjutsu and treated her because of her grandfather's favor. Just have an excuse. As for anyone asking for the detailed process? Sorry, Uchiha Mei is not an ordinary person. As the princess, former, of the Uchiha clan, she naturally has the right not to say anything. And this kind of power is not unique to her. If she really wants to know all the information, it will completely touch the bottom line of all ninjas. Then I'll trouble Aunt Shizuka. Tang Ping was very satisfied with this. As long as you don't make people doubt yourself. More than half a month later. When Tang Ping returned to the courtyard after completing the 5th experiment, what he had been waiting for a long time came. This is the psychic scroll you want. Uchiha Mei threw an arm-thick scroll over. Although her eyes were still covered with white cloth strips, her expression had recovered and there was no longer the dead look before. Snap! Tang Ping took the scroll excitedly. Although it is risky to let someone get it back for you. But he didn't know how long it would take to take action himself, so he thought of using his money power to let Kakuzu get the things back for him. Facts have proved that as long as the money is in place, the other party can indeed complete any task well. Let's go to the training ground. Tang Ping was a little excited. Because this will definitely be the trump card in his hand. Even though Tai's potential is higher. But it still takes a long time to grow to the stage of Shiozaki Big Lizard. Uchiha followed silently. For ninjas, even if they can't see, it doesn't mean they can't move freely. Detection ninjutsu. There is no shortage of this kind of thing in the family. Uchiha has learned one, allowing her to move freely. And during this period, it was also revealed that her eyes were slowly recovering thanks to the intervention of a famous ninja with excellent medical ninjutsu. Of course, this statement is to cover the new life medicine. The two quickly arrived at the training ground dedicated to the Uchiha Fang lineage. Each major ninja clan has its own training ground. Of course there are Uchiha clan, and they are even the most numerous, otherwise they wouldn't be qualified to be called a rich clan. The training ground is not only equipped with training props, but also has interference barriers, which is enough to ensure privacy. Even the Byakugan can't see through these barriers. No way. The information of the ninja is too important, so it is not surprising that these methods are deployed. Standing in the center of this amazing exclusive training ground surrounded by woods, Tang Ping slowly unfolded the psychic scroll. At this time, he wanted to know if there was a name on it. Masashi Kishimoto. When the scroll was unfolded, there were only a few names visible, the first of which was Gozo Shiozaki. Fine. Tang Ping breathed a sigh of relief, but he was afraid that this name really existed. He bit his finger and wrote his name on the scroll. After writing down the name, Tang Ping had a vague feeling. Hai Suyu. Slowly form seals with both hands. Attention! Psychic beasts don't mean that if you sign a contract, they will definitely fight for you. Obtaining the psychic scroll is only the first step. Only with the approval of the opponent can you summon it during battle as Mystery Jiao Er. And psychic beasts have different temperaments. Just like future Naruto and Buntat, it's not surprising that the summoned psychic beast doesn't obey your orders at all. Although Shiozaki Big Lizard's character should be a loyal type. But Tang Ping was also afraid of being out of touch, so he came to the training ground to summon instead of summoning in the basement. Psychic Art. Tang Ping used all the chakra in his body. Different psychic targets have different consumption. If it is a small psychic beast, a genin can easily channel it. But if it's a large psychic beast, don't even think about it as a genin, unless your surname is Uzumaki and you are also a Jinchuriki. There was less than one card in Dohei's body, but the chakra comparable to that of a special jounin was completely exhausted, as if someone had drained him dry. Relief. A large area of white mist spreads. Uchiha Miai, who was standing aside, dialed. He took out the kunao and held the flare at the same time. In her perception, a huge amount of chakra suddenly appeared in the training ground, so I was extremely nervous. What kind of psychic beast is this? Just from the feeling of chakra, you know that this is a psychic beast that is far stronger than the previous ninja crow. There is not even a psychic beast in the Uchiha clan that can match it. After the white fog dissipates, a huge lizard with a snow-white body and red eyes appeared on the training ground. It is more than 10 meters high and at least dozens of meters long. What is this concept? It's equivalent to wanting to see the other person's whole picture clearly, so you have to put some distance first. Powerful. You can tell just by looking at your body shape. Because for psychic beasts, the bigger they are, the stronger they are. The reason is also very simple. The larger the body, the more chakra it can carry, and the more destructive it is. It seems that Lord Gonzo's lineage has been severed. Are you the new contractor? The big white lizard lowered his head and looked at Tang Ping in front of him with his red eyes. It looks like it's not difficult to deal with. Finding that the other party did not take action directly, Tang Ping secretly breathed a sigh of relief and introduced himself. I am Uchiha Donhei, please give me your advice. Fortunately, the other party was not stubborn enough not to accept me as a new contractor, otherwise it would have been difficult. The other party is unwilling to match. With his current strength, there is really nothing he can do. I am Chihumaru, and I will assist you in fighting in the future, but now that the chakra has been exhausted, I will leave first. After Shiozaki Big Lizard said his name, it indicated that the channeling was over. Yes. Showing chakra with Tang Ping is not even half a minute's appearance fee. With such a strong combat power, half a minute is enough. At least in terms of destructive power, the opponent is definitely not weaker than the shadow level, and may even be much stronger. The chakra consumed will decrease with the relationship between the two parties. Because the psychic consumption is borne by the psychic by default, but after a good relationship with the psychic beast, the other party can also bear most of it. Like Tei, when channeling, the other party bears most of the consumption. As for Chihimeru, all the chakra consumption during channeling is borne by Dohei, which is why the duration is so short. Chapter 27 I Can't Breathe JPG. Chapter 27 I Can't Breathe. JPG. After losing chakra, Tang Ping experienced the feeling of being emptied out in his body. Fortunately, he had something to replenish chakra in his ninja tool bag. Bing Liang Pills. A potion specially used to replenish chakra. Produced by the Uchiha clan. Although the names of Bing Liang pills are all the same, the effects are completely different. The recovery speed, sequelae, etc. are completely different. Although the quality of the military food pills produced by the Uchiha clan is not as good as that of the Akimichi clan, it is still pretty good. After eating it, Tang Ping was finally relieved of his weak state. Chakra exhaustion is extremely uncomfortable for ninjas. Just now, Dohei chose to use up all his chakra because he was worried that he would not be able to summon Chobimaru. After this experience, he was more confident about his future psychic consumption. With the trump card of Chobimaru, he finally had the confidence to protect himself. Genbu has always coveted his body, and he had been extremely cautious in every move he made before to guard against the other party. No one understands Danzo better than him. Pot Shadow. This title does not unfairly accuse the other party at all. Cruel and daring. Coupled with the self-hypnosis buff of everything is for Konoha, it is invincible in terms of internal fighting. Face this existence. If you're not careful, you won't even know how to die. When I look at the other person in the anime, I think he's a clown. After all, there were scenes like Kunao stabbing Susan. But it was only when I came to the ninja world that I realized how terrifying the other party was. The darkness of tolerance. But the other party's title. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The title of the other party is based on corpses and conspiracies. Not to mention that it still controls the root of this huge and cold killing machine. Even the major ninja clans in Konoha are extremely afraid of him, otherwise they wouldn't have been bullied by him, constantly asking for family members to train them into killing machines at their roots. How could Tang Ping not feel pressured by being targeted by such a person? You can even use one sentence to describe his mentality. I can't breathe. JPG. During this period, I became a time management master and my working hours were longer than 007, also because of the other party's pressure. Now I can take a breath. But just taking a breath is not enough to lie down peacefully. Write your name too. Dohei came to Uchihame at the edge of the training ground and handed over the psychic scroll. Giving her a place in the contract can be regarded as a reward for white thighs. After all, he has taken advantage of others. Look up and look at each other. Although Uchihame couldn't see it, under the influence of sensory ninjutsu, she could clearly look at Uchiha Dohei in front of her. After a long time, she spoke. From today on, Chobimaru is the exclusive psychic beast of the Nagafusa lineage. She didn't take her fiancé seriously before, however, the various abilities displayed by the other party changed her mind greatly. At this moment, she was very curious and wanted to know what else the other party knew that she didn't know. That's right. She said this not to seize the spirit beast, but to take the blame for its identity. With Tang Ping's status and position, others will definitely try every means to seize such a powerful summoning beast. The summoning beast of the three ninjas, do you think other people don't want it? It's just that not only do they have 3 holy places behind them, but they also all belong to the Hokage faction, so no one dares to make a move on them. If it were Tang Ping, these people would not have so many concerns. However, saying that the summoned beast belongs to the Uchiha means that if the other party wants to make a move on it, they need to get past the Uchiha first. Soon, Uchihame wrote her name on the summoning scroll with blood. However, apart from them, no third person will be given the opportunity to sign a contract. If there are too many contractors, not to mention whether Chobimaru would find it troublesome, the possibility that he might not be able to summon spirits during the battle would be fatal. If someone summons spirits in advance, others would not be able to do so. After getting this trump card, Tang Ping will focus on improving his strength. The joint Chunin exam is coming soon. This is a cruel exam that may be life-threatening. At this stage, the atmosphere in the ninja world is already stirring, and no one will show mercy to anyone who can eliminate the enemy's potential genius before the war. If the exam wasn't so dangerous, Class 3 wouldn't have been able to obtain so many resources. Therefore, Tang Ping must make every effort to improve himself. Although once Chobaimaru is used, it will be a dimensionality reduction blow to other genin taking the exam. But the life-saving trump card cannot be used as a normal attack after all, so other aspects cannot lag behind. As the exam time approaches, Konoha is becoming more and more lively. However, the atmosphere is completely relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. Not only the Uchiha clan's police department is busy, but the Enbu and Root are also equally active. The strength of Team 3 including Dohei was growing rapidly under the guidance of Minato Namikaze. The benefits of having such an experienced teacher to lead the team are self-evident in improving their abilities. The day before the exam. Outside Konoha village. A large number of nobles and merchants from all over almost crowded the entrance of the village. A somewhat special team appeared. The leader was a middle-aged man with blue hair and yellow eyes. He wore a white robe with a blue ninja suit underneath and a hat with the word wind painted on it. He looked as sharp as a knife. And beside each other, they are a group of people with white cloth wrapped around their heads and wearing sand ninja forehead protectors. Their skin looks rough and tough due to years of wind and sand. At the center of the team are a dozen boys and girls of different ages. Teacher, is this Konoha village? It's much more lively than our village. A young girl with two purple patterns on her cheeks and a white cloth wrapped around her head was speaking excitedly to the young female ninja in front of her who was not very old but had an aura as hot as fire. Wan, if you keep arguing, I will kill you. The female ninja, who was dressed casually, revealing her smooth white back and with her long birch and green hair tied up in a bun, threatened the disciple behind her without even turning her head. No, Mr. Yakang, I will definitely be obedient, don't let me go back. The girl immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Because she knew that the teacher was a man of his word and could really do something like sending her back to the village. She had finally come to Konoha, and she didn't want to go back in disgrace. At least you should buy some local specialties, right? When she knew that she could also participate in the joint Chunin exam, she started raising money. Yes. This team comes from the Sand Shadow Village, one of the 3 major ninja villages participating in the joint Chunin exam. For the joint Chunin exam, any 2 or more ninja villages will be counted, but it does not necessarily require the 5 major ninja villages to unite. Lord Kazekage, after arriving at Konoha village, what should we do next? A ninja asked the leading Kazekage. Don't do anything. The third Kazekage shook his head. Even if they really want to do something, they don't need to do it themselves. Yes, Lord Fengying. Led by the Konoha ninja, the team entered the village. And next is the much-anticipated Chunin examination in the ninja world. Chapter 28 The Godfather of Ninja World Business. On the streets of Konoha. The ninja tool package is worth 20,000 taels, and contains all kinds of ninja tools. It also comes with an intelligence handbook, which contains information about candidates from various major ninja villages. Genuine goods, reasonable price, quality guaranteed. Are you still worried about not having enough ninja tools and not having transparent information about your opponent? As long as you buy a ninja tool bag, everything will be fine. A loud hawking voice attracted a lot of attention. There are a large number of candidates among the people coming and going, many of whom come from small ninja villages. These people do need ninja tools, and they are even more lacking in intelligence. Give me one. After discussion, a team purchased a ninja tool bag. It includes kunao, shuriken, senbon, and other ninja tools. As for quality? Sorry, it also depends on where you buy it from. Those high-quality ninja tools start at tens of thousands of taels. It's hard to buy such high-quality ninja tools with this little money. Gu is completely overthinking it. It's good to have it, but what else do you need a bicycle for? Give. Among the 3 young men wearing Konoha forehead protectors behind the stall, the fattest one quickly collected the money and handed out the ninja tool bag and manual with movements that were extremely inconsistent with his body type. The genin from the small ninja village who purchased the ninja kit left with satisfaction. He has a need for ninja tools, and with such information, it is indeed a huge profit. And after watching the other party leave, the young man behind the stall, wearing a fitted black top and cropped trousers, looked delicate and handsome before speaking. "Damn fat man, how did you come up with the idea of setting up a stall to sell ninja tools and give them information as a way to make money?" After hearing this, the little fat man stared at the black-haired boy with a puzzled face, as if he didn't understand why he asked such a question. "Isn't it true that everyone in the hall is incompetent?" Another thin, taciturn young man spoke up. "Yes, those behind the booth are none other than Dohei, Koji Yamama, and Honda Taka. They came out for a party today, but they didn't expect Fatty to pull such a trick." "What I said?" When Tang Ping was about to refute, he suddenly thought that he had actually said this trick before. "Gan. The clown is actually myself. If Fatty waiting for death's business expands, he might even be able to become the godfather of business in the ninja world in the future. But where did you get this information?" Tang Ping pointed to the manual. "The importance of intelligence to ninjas is self-evident. If the source is questionable, it will definitely be punished. I collected them all from these candidates, don't worry." Honda Eagle proudly explained. If it weren't for the purpose of increasing the persuasiveness of the information, he would not have called his two friends to the platform. The 3 Konoha genin are the key to these candidates' willingness to buy it. If it were ordinary people selling it, you would see if they would believe it. That's good. Only then did Tang Ping let go of his worries. It was not just about getting information from some dangerous place. "Wow!" Yamama Koji flipped through the manual, his expression becoming more and more solemn. "What's wrong?" Tang Ping also curiously picked up a book and flipped through it. Soon, he discovered the reason. There are too many strong people. And looking at some people's physiques, are you sure they are genin? It's no surprise that I'm an uncle. Note that the joint Chunin exams only restrict genin participation, but there are no age restrictions. 15 years old. As long as it is below this age. It's impossible to have all of them just graduates like in the anime. Don't think that it's easy to be promoted to Chunin. In addition to having enough mission qualifications, it also requires strength. Most of the ninjas will not be promoted to Chunin until they retire. So there are genin under the age of 15 everywhere, and all of them are qualified to take the exam. And the evaluation in the manual is based on the system Tang Ping mentioned before. Endurance, body, illusion, virtuousness, strength, speed, essence, and seal. Directly include all aspects of ninja abilities. Although the ninja world itself has some evaluation systems, they are too rough and simple, and are far less intuitive than the evaluation method proposed by Dohei. It's just that Tang Ping's evaluation system has new standards in terms of data. 1 point is a graduate, 2 points is a genin, 3 points is a chunin, 4 points is a special jounin, 5 points is a jonin, 6 points is an elite jounin, 7 points is a quasi-cage, 8 points is a cage level, 9 points is a peak cage level, 10 click on the super shadow. Well, this data is far more intuitive and accurate than the original version. Perhaps it was also because this kind of evaluation data was simple and intuitive that Koji Yamama looked at it so solemnly. He had heard of the system Tang Ping mentioned before, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. I didn't expect that after writing it on the information, it would feel so intuitive. Based on this manual, we can also have a rough evaluation of the candidates this time. There is also his evaluation above. Koji Yamama, Tolerance 3, Body 2, Illusion 1, Sage 3, Strength 2, Speed 2, Essence 2, Seal 2. See, this is his data. After comparing in his mind, Koji Yamama also felt that this data was not unfairly evaluated. Ninjutsu flow. It is indeed his root, and his combat wisdom is also good. At the same time, this information is based on the public data, and it does not reveal what ninjutsu he masters. With those trump cards, he is definitely taking good care of them. Tang Ping, on the other hand, turned to the end and looked at the top 10 ranking of candidates. The leader was stunned by his name. The number 1 is not Kakashi. The name at the top of the list was not Kakashi, the super genius he had expected. Right. Tang Ping suddenly thought of the reason. Today's Kakashi is only 7 years old and less than a little carrot head. No matter how fast the ninja world grows, the opponent is still too small. Among all ninjas, he is the smallest. At the same time, he is also ranked among the top 3 of the top 10. He is completely a genius among geniuses. If it were really a teenage Kakashi, I would be the first to explain. Because the record of being a 12-year-old Jonin was created by him in the future. It's a pity that no matter how talented you are, you can't beat cheaters. The white-eyed wolf and the dutiful son in the back even entered the film level directly in their teens, and they were so inhumane. All I can say is, the Sharingan is indeed a super cheat, no wonder Danzo never forgets it. At the top of the list is a young man named Gangtu. At the age of 14, he is considered an older candidate. The problem is that the opponent's record is a bit ruthless. The manual only has data for Konoha candidates, there is no record or introduction, but for candidates from other villages, the introduction is as detailed as possible. The record above shows that the opponent is the strongest genius of the Rock Shadow village, and even has a direct confrontation with the introduction of the Jonin. It's simply cheating. The opponent is definitely not a genin. But Onoki forced the opponent into the ranks of genin. No shame. Anyway, after reading it, Dohei greeted Onoki, the third-generation Tsuchikage, for a long time in his heart. This old guy really belongs to the type who only cares about the substance and not the face. He is much stronger than his own strongest Hokage in all aspects. However, if this guy named Goto is not over the age limit, and the Rock Shadow village has not recognized that the other party is a Chunin, then it does meet the competition rules. It can only be said that the three major ninja villages will use tricks. That is, to become famous, and to deal with the genius of the other village. Grasp both hands, and both hands must be strong. Ninjas are not samurai, and they don't care about being aboveboard, as long as they can complete the task. Please give me a ninja tool pack. Just as Dohei was constantly complaining about the lack of martial ethics in the major ninja villages, a simple and honest voice made him look up subconsciously, and then he was stunned. Chapter 29 Maki vs Goto. Tall body as strong as a mountain, square face. Just looking at the appearance, no one dared to believe that the figure in front of him wearing a Rock Shadow forehead protector, who would not be questioned as an adult, was the 14-year-old Rock Shadow genius. Goto. An existence with an explosive record. Is this the ninja version of Speak of the Devil, and the devil will appear? Here. Honda Taka completed the transaction neatly. After getting the intelligence manual, Goto turned to the last ranking list. He came to buy it because he heard about the intelligence manual on the road. Has my information been leaked? After reading the information in the manual, this thought flashed through Goto's mind. Because his information was blocked. I didn't expect it to be leaked. It was either the Sand Ninja or the people of Konoha. Because it is not surprising that the two major ninja villages know this, and now they are just releasing it through channels other than the village. Why are they so sure? Of course, it is because they did the same thing, releasing the information of Konoha and Sand Ninja candidates. The major ninja villages have released a lot of information, but the fastest and most influential one is still this information manual. The above evaluation allows people to intuitively understand the various abilities of a ninja. If it is the previous information, it may take reading the information to have an intuitive understanding of a strange ninja. Talent. He is indeed a talent to be able to come up with this kind of evaluation system. Captain, this time we must let the ninja world know that our rock ninja geniuses are not inferior to others. An rock ninja who saw the ranking in the information was very excited. Yes, in the past, the geniuses of other ninja villages were the focus of attention, and now it is their turn. The rock ninjas have always given people the impression of unity and stubbornness like rocks, and have never been associated with geniuses. This time, there is finally a genius who can surpass all the major ninja villages. Proud and excited, all the rock ninjas are proud of it. The ninja world attaches great importance to reputation. The major ninja villages have always spared no effort in promoting their own geniuses. In the past, the rock ninjas emphasized unity because there were no geniuses. Now that there are geniuses, of course they must praise them to death. Reputation equals benefit. A genius can definitely bring a lot of benefits to the village. This may not be intuitive enough. For example, the 5 major ninja villages are the 5 largest mercenary groups, and geniuses are the company's star mercenaries. Many customers will place orders with your mercenary group just because of their reputation. Only when you really come to the ninja world can you understand. Why do the major ninja villages still promote geniuses even though they know that geniuses are easily targeted by other ninja villages? There are too many benefits to the village. Tisk, it's just a random list, but you really think you are the strongest? How ignorant. A sand ninja wearing a sand ninja forehead protector and followed by 2 companions, a man and a woman, came over. By the way, he also had an intelligence manual in his hand. If Dohei remembered correctly, the other party was the Sand Ninja Genius ranked second. Well, if it's a genius, the big ninja village can naturally continue to cultivate it. No matter in terms of resources or population, the big ninja village is not something that the small ninja village can touch. Not to mention, the genius of the big ninja village will definitely be more famous, and if it is a small ninja village, with the same talent and strength, it is impossible to have much fame. And the joint Chunin exam like this is the best opportunity for these small ninja villages. Once you can make a name for yourself in such an occasion, not only can the ninja himself get benefits, but the small ninja village behind him can also get a lot of commissions, which is completely profitable. So even if the small ninja village knows that the joint Chunin exam is a meat grinder for them, they will send a lot of teams to participate every time. Maki. Gaudo uttered the other person's name, and a murderous aura that seemed to be able to crush people emanated from his mouth. Note that in the ninja world, murderous aura is not an adjective, but a fact. In the future, Orochimaru will be able to use murderous aura to intimidate Kakashi, who was already a jonin at the time, and later he will be able to make Kakashi, who was still a genin the second pillar couldn't move. Now, the murderous aura on Gangtu is naturally far less than that. But it is definitely not weak. It is the level that can only be cultivated by killing many people. It can only be said that the rock ninjas are really determined to bring out a genius this time. Nothing is more suitable than to become famous in the joint Chunin exam. Maybe the rock village has kept it secret before, just to let Gangtu make a splash in this exam. Faced with this conflict, everyone around except the ninjas quietly retreated. The villagers of the ninja village are not unfamiliar with ninjas. If it were a village without ninjas, they would definitely run away as soon as they saw this situation. And the three people behind the stall would naturally not leave, and still stay there to eat melons. However, Dohei's eyes were fixed on the sand ninja who came behind. Maki. He had some impression of the future leader of the sand ninja protagonist team. I just didn't expect that the other party was so famous when he was young, and his personality was so arrogant, without the calmness of the future. But think about it. In the future, he can grow into an elite jonin, so he must not be an unknown person when he was young. Ninja is a profession without a late stage. Geniuses and strong people will show their performance in the early stage, and only weirdos, Obito, Naruto, will suddenly grow explosively after graduation. Gangtu. Maki took a step forward and endured the murderous aura emitted by Gangtu head-on. Teammate of both sides also protected the captain, and the rhythm was completely tense. Suddenly, a cold murderous aura came across and interrupted the confrontation between the two teams. The little carrot head with white hair and a mask was slowly walking towards the stall. Kakashi. He is here too. Why is it so coincidental? Of course it is not a coincidence. The Chunin exam will start tomorrow, so naturally many candidates will come here to check the information in advance. This street is a must-go, so it is normal for them to appear here. Now they are all here. Honda Ying muttered to himself. Dohei and Yamamakoji, who had just finished reading the intelligence manual, naturally understood that the other party was referring to the top 3 geniuses on the list. Kakashi. Asterisk 2. Gaudo and Maki spoke at the same time, with murderous intent flashing in their eyes. They have heard of the name of the son of White Fang, Konoha's super genius. One of their tasks in the joint Chunin exam is to eliminate the geniuses of other ninja villages, so Kakashi is naturally on the list. Especially Maki. The Sand Village is absolutely afraid of and hates Kakashi. In the last Ninja World War, White Fang killed Sand Village with a short sword and caused heavy losses. Now Kakashi, the son of White Fang, is such a genius, how can he not make Sand Village afraid and hate him? As long as there is a chance, Maki will solve this hidden danger for the village. Unfortunately, they all know that it is okay to release the momentum, but it is impossible to really take action. Do you really think that those Anbu and patrols who are observing secretly are just decorations? If you really dare to take action, the Uchiha patrol doesn't care who they are, they will just arrest them without any discussion. It can only be said that the Uchiha clan can really control the situation. The first place in this Chunin exam will be our rock ninja. Gaudo's voice is steady and confident. Humph. Maki retorted unhappily, the champion must be the sand ninja. Boring. Kakashi said casually, and then said to Dohei and Yamamakoji who were watching the show behind the stall, Minato teacher asked me to call you. After saying that, he turned around and left, as if he didn't care about this matter at all. Future Pillar is full of escapism, and it seems that there is a reason. The teacher can pretend, and the disciples will naturally follow suit. Chapter 30 Sliding on her knees Uzumaki Kushina. The confrontation on the street ended quickly after Kakashi appeared. But everyone achieved their goal. Collecting intelligence. No matter how much intelligence you hear, it is far less than trying it out in person. Both Goto and Maki regard each other as the biggest obstacle in the fight for the championship. As for Kakashi, originally, they thought he was just a 7-year-old kid, and that he was so famous because of Konoha's hype. But after actually meeting him, they began to regard him as an equal opponent. So, they left each other after saying harsh words. On the other side, Tohei and Yamamakoji came to the training ground where their third team often gathered. Now, this training ground has almost become their exclusive venue. There are 3 people in the training ground. 1 big and 1 small are Namikaze Minato and Kakashi. Another young woman wears a Konoha forehead protector, a green jonin vest, and her long red hair is tied into a high ponytail, looking full of energy. Uzumaki Kushina. Even though he had never seen him before, Doping recognized him immediately. Not to mention his rare long red hair, the way Minato Namikaze looked at him revealed his identity. That's right. Because he was a Jinchuriki, this was the first time that Doping and Yamamakoji met. Minato Namikaze brought him here, which should be a confirmation of their personalities. Otherwise, he would definitely not bring him here to meet. As for Kakashi? Sorry, he is a true disciple, equivalent to a family member, so naturally we have met each other a long time ago. Doping, Koji, Minato Namikaze said to him. They introduced, this is Kushina. Well, it's a little hard to say the last name because it's a little sensitive. Sister Kushina. Doping immediately slid down to her knees and acknowledged her sister. For him, even being able to eat free food is just a small matter. Anyway, calling her sister is not a disadvantage. She is the master of sealing techniques, leading by a huge margin, so it's not easy to become her disciple, otherwise he would call her teacher at the first time. Not bad, kid, from today on, you are my Kushina brother. Hearing that Doping was so good at calling people, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't break her quiet personality, and directly hugged his neck and took on everything. Don't think she is really a silly girl. She is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and her intuition is extremely sharp. If there is any bad intention, she can feel it at the first time. Sister Kushina, I can't breathe. Doping felt like he was hugged by a giant bear, and it was difficult for him to breathe, so he struggled. Okay Kushina, you scared me. Minato Namikaze stepped forward to rescue him. With his help, Doping was able to escape. He also had a vague understanding of the reason why the other party was so enthusiastic. Because of his status as an outsider and a Jinchuriki, the other party had no friends in Konoha, and now seeing Doping's brother was naturally very enthusiastic. It can be regarded as loving the whole family. After comforting Kushina, Minato Namikaze looked at the 3 disciples. Of course, he knew how dangerous this joint Chunin exam was, so he tried his best to guide them during this period. Today, he called them here to tell them the information he had collected. The information in the intelligence manual was still too little and not comprehensive enough. This is not considered cheating. Because all major ninja villages would do this. Only those small ninja villages, because they don't have this kind of intelligence ability, can only use their lives to test the intelligence. And Uzumaki Kushina, sitting quietly on the side while Namikaze Minato explained the information, didn't look like a blood red pepper at all. This is a woman who looks wild on the outside, but is extremely gentle on the inside. In contrast, Namikaze Minato looks sunny and gentle on the outside, but is extremely cold-blooded on the inside. Because in the other's heart, the village is above everything else. No matter who it is, as long as he hinders the village, he will not hesitate to take action. Perhaps it is because of this that the future 3rd generation of Hokage will choose him, instead of Orochimaru, who values companions and research, and the village is not important. But these have nothing to do with Tohei, he is seriously writing down the information. These can save lives. Although there will be examiners during the exam, if you really encounter danger, the examiners will not have time to take action, and you can only rely on yourself. If you are not careful, it is not surprising to die in the exam. Especially this time, all the major ninja villages are determined to eliminate the geniuses of other ninja villages, so it is even more dangerous. Even though the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village were not the joint organizers of the Chunin exam, they still sent people to sneak into the small ninja village. The two ninja villages have clear goals: create chaos and assassinate geniuses. But even if they know this, the three ninja villages cannot take action. Because if they really mess around before others take action, will the reputation of the village be preserved? Who will dare to cooperate with you in the future? So this is also the rule of the game: don't play if you are unhappy. Okay, if you are more careful, there will be no problem. Come on. Minato Namikaze encouraged them. And this is not consolation, but a fact. Although the three-person team has only graduated for less than 2 months, their strength is completely different from before. After seeing blood, all aspects will make rapid progress. Chakra. It is an extraordinary power mixed with spirit and cell energy. Body cells can be improved through sufficient food and medicinal baths, and spirit can also be improved through the stimulation of seeing blood. After the spirit is improved, all aspects will naturally improve. This is also the reason why his strength improved so quickly after graduation. Frequent fighting and seeing blood will definitely make his spirit grow, and his strength will naturally grow. Now Kakashi can hold out for a while even if he is a special jonin. And this is still limited by his body. If he is older, he will at least start as a special jonin. Now he has reached the physical limit in all aspects. Super genius. This title is well deserved. In comparison, Yamamakoji, the genius among the young ninjas, seems a bit mediocre. Finally, it is Dohei. This is the one who gave Minato Namikaze the biggest surprise. It's not that he is a genius in ninja. It's his development ability. In just about a month, he developed a ninjutsu with great potential. How could Minato Namikaze not be surprised? Perhaps it was this development ability that made the third Hokage agree to let Uzumaki Kushina meet him. The other party's desire to learn the sealing technique has never been hidden from others. It's just that this kind of knowledge is too precious, so it's impossible to give it away easily. Now that he is meeting Uzumaki Kushina, the meaning is self-evident. Sarutobi Hiruzen has made a very good calculation. Whether it's Namikaze Shui, whether it was the door or Uzumaki Kusuna, they were all considered to be the own people of the Hokage. Then teaching some sealing techniques was nothing, as not everyone could learn them. At the same time, the other party had the help of the Hokage in developing ninjutsu. In the end, would it be justified not to hand in the developed ninjutsu? It was a great profit. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he had made no loss at all. And Doping actually did not lose either. Because the ninjutsu he developed was completely tailor-made for himself, and no one could master it even if he handed it in. The knowledge of sealing techniques he obtained was the real good stuff. Oh! In order to dispel the fear of others, he pretended to be mediocre in his progress in medical ninjutsu. He only returned a few of the 10 introductory books he borrowed at the beginning, not to mention learning 3D level medical ninjutsu and applying for medical ninjutsu experiments. It seems that except for his talent in development and research, he is not very good in other aspects. In this way, the threat will be much smaller. For Doping, the most important thing is the knowledge of medical ninjutsu, not medical ninjutsu. As for the experimental subjects, will he be short of them? So, medical ninjutsu has actually made great progress, even far surpassing ninjutsu development, but it is just not easy to show. Dohei, show your ninjutsu to Kushina. Minato Namikaze suddenly spoke. Because he needs to improve his knowledge of sealing techniques later, he is not as good as Kushina Uzumaki in this aspect, so of course he should let Dohei seize the opportunity. Yes, Minato-sensei. Dohei naturally understood Minato Namikaze's good intentions, so he walked to the center of the training ground and began to use ninjutsu under the curious eyes of several people. Chapter 31 Self-Created Ninjutsu with Infinite Potential. Shenhai Wu. Dohei slowed down the speed of seal making, not only to make it easier to perform, but also for demonstration. The order of seal making is not a problem. The key is the flow of chakra in the body, and some details are the key. If you don't know these, it is impossible to learn ninjutsu. In the future, Kakashi will be called the copy ninja because he only learned common ninjutsu that was not difficult. When did he use other people's truly powerful ninjutsu? And the ninjutsu developed by Dohei is a sure thing for anyone who learns it except himself. Fire escape. Flame robe. A layer of light red light, like a veil of flames, enveloped his body. The surrounding temperature began to rise. Dohei slightly bent his body and then jumped towards the wooden stake more than 10 meters away. Swish! When he jumped up, a large amount of flames spurted out from his feet, making him as fast as a rocket. Jumped in front of the wooden stake that was 2 meters high and thick like a human body. Fire escape! Fire fist! Dohei punched with his right fist, and a flame wrapped around his fist as he swung his fist. Boom! A large amount of flames exploded with the fist hitting the center, directly smashing the wooden stake. And the flame gauze robe on Dohei's body also dissipated after this blow. Unmarked ninjutsu. Kakashi and Yamamakoji were both shocked. As ninjas, they knew too well how powerful unmarked ninjutsu was in battle. No, this is the effect of the flame robe. Dohei walked over on the charred wood fragments. He was very satisfied with the sea-level ninjutsu he developed. Although it was only sea-level, its practicality was not weaker than that of B-level ninjutsu. And B-level ninjutsu is generally the trump card of the Jonin. Although he was not as good as the future second pillar, who used A-level ninjutsu shortly after graduation, he was the son of the Six Paths and the protagonist of the cheat. He was a traverser without a system, so he should not think too much. Flame robe. Kakashi muttered to himself. Although he knew a lot of ninjutsu, he had learned rather than developed. Now seeing this ninjutsu, he also had the idea of developing his own ninjutsu. But he felt that it was better not to develop it, or to be stronger than Dohei. A desire to win. Ignite in Kakashi's heart. Minato Namikaze naturally saw the light in his disciple's eyes, but he was not worried, but very happy. Because this is what he wanted to see. Dohei, you really succeeded. Kauji Yamama was incredulous. Well, with the guidance of Minato teacher, I finally didn't waste time. Dohei clearly divided the credit. If he did it himself, there might be no problem with the creativity and development direction, but it is unknown how much time it would take to succeed. But with the guidance and help of Minato Namikaze, he skipped the verification and trial stage. No, even without me, you will be able to develop it sooner or later. Minato Namikaze shook his head gently and did not grab the credit. Because he knew very well that what he did could be done by other senior ninjas, at most it would take more time. But this ninjutsu would never succeed without Dohei's creativity and development direction. Okay, Sister Chiang, this is what you developed together, okay? Uzumaki Koyuki interrupted the two. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and did not refute. He took Kakashi and Yamamakoji to the side and started training. The ninjutsu of a ninja can be said to be a matter of life and death. Unless Doping wants to teach the two, otherwise it's okay to let them see what he said, but it's impossible to let the two of them sit in on the conversation. What do you want me to teach you? Uzumaki Kushina spoke directly. She was not a polite person. Sister Kushina, if I want the transformed flame to last longer and be hotter, I wonder if there is any way. Doping expressed his request and ideas. Flame clothes. This fire escape ninjutsu is the prototype of his series of ninjutsu. It was also because of the natural power potion extracted from the Fuzu tree that his advantage in fire escape was greatly improved. In addition, Uchiha was the best at fire escape, so he decided to develop this ninjutsu. The effect of ninjutsu is actually very simple. Conversion, control. Use your own chakra to continuously transform into flames. General fire escape ninjutsu is also the transformation of chakra into flames, but it is just an instantaneous burst. But if it is not exploded, it is the prototype of this ninjutsu. The difficulty is not to transform chakra into flames, but how to release it accurately and steadily. Fortunately, due to the constant training in chakra control, Doping was able to barely reach the standard. At the same time, the most dangerous part of this ninjutsu is its resistance to flames. Even if chakra actually isolates direct contact with flames, the flesh and blood body can't last long under high temperatures. However, Doping has a huge advantage in this regard. Adaptability. Or in other words, the improvement of fire escape talent actually improves flame resistance. The high temperature that he can withstand is unbearable for others. High temperature is a double-edged sword. It is also the reason for developing the flame robe. Use it for close combat. Close combat is Doping's weakness. Even if he tries hard to make up for it, the effect is very limited. But if he uses the flame robe, who dares to fight him in close combat? If it is not close combat, he is not afraid of ninjutsu bombardment, not to mention that there are summoned beasts to help. So, the flame robe ninjutsu is specially used to make up for its own weaknesses. After listening to his thoughts, Uzumaki Kushina fell into thought. The sealing technique can naturally do what Do Ping said, and can even do it better and stronger. The problem is that she has to do it herself. So she has to think about how to make Do Ping do this. And Do Ping can naturally see that the other party is thinking of a way, so he stopped talking and a flickering flame appeared in the palm of his hand. Training. No one would think that the chakra control ability is too high, so he has never given up his efforts in this area since he crossed over. At the same time, the current flame clothes are just the foundation. What Do Ping really wants to develop is the Sage mode, at least the Flame Chakra mode. It can only be said that this is the advantage of the crossover. The direction is not wrong. Both the Sage mode and the Chakra mode are feasible, and there is no need to worry about taking the wrong path or entering a dead end. After a while, Uzumaki Kushina slowly spoke. I have two ways. One is that I will teach you the knowledge of sealing techniques, and you can slowly improve your ninjutsu. The second is ninja tools. I can design a special sealing technique for you, and then seal it on the corresponding chakra ninja tools. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and a master of sealing techniques. Not only is there a way to meet Dohei's needs, but there are two ways. The former is a long-term plan, and the latter can solve the problem immediately. But both methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. The former takes a long time to take effect, but it can be solved once and for all. The latter takes a quick effect, but it is easy to be targeted by the enemy and costs a lot. Just think about it and you will know that the cost of ninja tools must be a lot. So, Uzumaki Kushina also wants to know what her little brother will choose. Chapter 32 I want them all. I want them all. Dohei stretched out his right hand in a claw-like grip, and then held it tightly. He is not stupid enough to choose only one. Whether in the future or now, he is unwilling to let it go. As for learning, he doesn't have to worry because he has super cheats like the clearing agent. The most difficult part of the knowledge of sealing techniques is learning. It just so happens that he is least afraid of this aspect. As for making ninja tools? If he were a civilian ninja, even a small ninja clan or a non-core member of the ninja clan, he would find it extremely troublesome. Because this special ninja tool is different from ordinary weapons. In order to carry the effect of sealing techniques, things like chakra metal are needed. And ordinary people can't even think about such precious things. But Tang Ping is not an ordinary person. Rich woman, hungry, food.jpg. You can get the materials with just one sentence. So, he dared to choose the route of taking everything. Okay, but I won't let you go. If you don't study hard. Uzumaki Koyukina raised her fist with ill intentions. She is not a gentle person. If Tang Ping really doesn't study hard, she will beat him up. I have a talent for learning, and more importantly, I have the beautiful and gentle sister Ju Xingna to guide me. How can I not learn it? Do Ping flattered her. For the knowledge of sealing technique? Not bad. Do Ping, you really have a talent for sealing technique. You can see my advantages at a glance, but I don't have a harem disease either. After being coaxed by Do Ping for a few words, the corners of Uzumaki Ju Xingna's mouth were so raised that even AK couldn't suppress it. Woman, your name is Cow, the heart is wrong. Due to Dohei's sweet mouth, Kushina said that she would design a special sealing technique for him as soon as possible after returning. Now you understand, is there any difference between her and the seal class? One can create sealing techniques, and the other can use sealing techniques. This is the difference between the knowledge system of the Uzumaki clan and the ninjas who can use sealing techniques. Otherwise, Tang Ping wouldn't pay so much attention to it. It's a pity that the opponent's sealing skills are far inferior to the previous Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito. That is the sealing of the sealing technique. Lang Mi, who directly treats the Nine Tails as a pet, even Shura from the ninja world does not dare to take advantage of Konoha's ideas while the opponent is still alive. But since the other party has been dead for so long, there is no way to learn from the other party. We can only settle for the next best thing. When Uzumaki Kyokina began to teach introductory knowledge, Dohei finally understood why the field of Konoha's sealing arts was still unable to develop even though he had absorbed all the knowledge of the Uzumaki clan, and he was resting on his laurels. It's too difficult. Looking at the tadpole-like sealing runes makes one's scalp numb. The same rune, with a slight deviation in angle, has another effect. Of course, this is because what is taught is the knowledge of sealing techniques, not ninjutsu. If it were sealing ninjutsu, it would definitely not be so difficult. Sealing technique. It is like a packaged program, and the knowledge of sealing is the knowledge of how to program these programs. The difficulty level is not the same at all. Even Tang Ping was confused. Although people are forced to do anything, they can do anything. But besides math, the knowledge of sealing techniques is not much less difficult than mathematics. So he can only cheat. Gilu. Tang He took out a bottle of Qingming potion from his ninja bag and drank it. He had recently stocked up on it because he was learning medical ninjutsu. In an instant, my mind became clear. Sage mode. Learning efficiency is maximized in this mode. It's not about improving your IQ. Rather, in this state, all energy can be concentrated and will not be affected by the outside world, so learning efficiency will naturally be directly maximized. Hey! Uzumaki Kyokina was naturally aware of Dohei's change immediately, but she didn't ask any more questions. Finally, after a few hours, Tang Ping finally understood the sealing technique. The sealing technique is the use of the code. Mastering the sealing technique is equivalent to being able to leverage these codes. However, the more complex the code is, the more difficult it will be. Just like basic 1+1 and advanced algebra, they are all mathematics, but the difficulty is very different. After Tang Ping listened for a long time, he gained something. One series seals the formation. After completing the seal for a long time, Tang Ping slapped his right hand on a lucky spectator who was captured as an experimental subject. Chirp! The selected sparrow stood motionless for an instant, as if it had turned into a doll. The chakra consumed by Dohei is comparable to a sea-level ninjutsu. The effect of the sealing technique is overbearing, but the consumption of chakra is also extremely exaggerated. Now you know why only the Uzumaki clan has the most powerful sealing technique, right? It's entirely because of its terrifying chakra. Bricks fly with great strength. Chakra is extremely terrifying, coupled with the sealing technique that is comparable to the code. It is strange that people are not afraid of it, no wonder it will be exterminated. Yes, it seems that you are somewhat talented in the sealing technique. You are only a little bit slower than me at the beginning. Uzumaki Kyokina looked away from the sparrow, with a calm expression of praise. But she was extremely horrified in her heart. You know, it took her more than a week to learn this sealing technique, which only had a demonstrative effect. It wouldn't matter if the other party was a member of the Whirlpool tribe, but it was obviously not the case, but the learning speed was so fast, which was a bit too exaggerated. Of course, how can I be better than Sister Kyuyuna? If you can learn it, it's because you teach me well. After hearing this, Tang Ping began to compliment him with relief. Because he doesn't know whether his learning progress is fast or slow. In Sage mode, he has almost a photographic memory, and his thinking ability will improve. He has actually understood these things for a long time, but he only slowed down his learning speed to cover up. In the anime, the speed of learning the sealing technique is never specified, only the difficulty is mentioned. Therefore, he felt that his performance should not be too exaggerated. I'll ask Kakashi to get some books later. You can take them back and read them yourself. I'll help you figure out the sealing technique first and then give you some pointers. Uzumaki Kyokina gave follow-up arrangements. It was rare to meet such a sealing genius, and given his relationship with Minato, she was of course willing to teach him more. No matter how precious the ninjutsu is, it is meaningless to her, the only remaining Uzumaki clan, so she really doesn't mind teaching it to others, as long as they are not enemies of Konoha. Thank you, Kushina-sama. Tang Ping's mouth at this time was as sweet as he wanted. In order to learn the sealing technique, let alone a few nice screams, even if he was asked to hold the other person's thigh, he would be able to hold him until the other person's thigh was broken. It can only be said that he took too great advantage. Regarding the knowledge of sealing techniques, the third Hokage could only decide whether to teach it or not, but he had no way of deciding how much to teach. Obviously. Due to Namikaze Minato's relationship and Dohei's his mouth was so sweet that Uzumaki Kyuyuna was ready to truly teach him the knowledge of sealing techniques. This is high-end knowledge, the kind that can cause a war in the ninja village. By the time Dohei left the training ground with a pile of books that Kakashi brought back from running errands, it was already evening. And tomorrow is the day of the Chunin examination. Chapter 33 Examination Room and Written Test. When the bright sunshine illuminates the leaves. Joint Chunin examination. Here we go. Once every few years, it is also the largest celebration in the ninja world. Countless merchants, nobles, merchants, ninjas, etc. gathered together. And in the ninja world, these groups are also the groups with the most spending power. Now that I think about it, I can understand why the next Chunin exams will be separated by a month. It is entirely to prolong the time as much as possible so that tourists can stay in the village. It's all money. The consumption of these people is completely astronomical, no matter which ninja village it is impossible to miss it. For example, Honda Eagle. During this period, he made a lot of money, which made Dohei and Yamamakoji envious beyond recognition. They risked their lives to perform tasks, but the harvest was less than a fraction of what others set up stalls for. Who can I talk to explain this? It can only be said that ninjas are completely weak when it comes to making money. Teams of ninjas also began to assemble. The other side. Tang Ping walked out of the Uchiha clan. As for my fiancée, she has been huddled in the family area during this period of time and has not taken a step out at all. After letting out the news that her eyes were recovering, Nebula definitely didn't want to see her Uchiha genius recover, so she had to be careful. As for internal protection, in addition to secret hands, Uchiha Shizuka is never far away. The time to use the rebirth potion was postponed until after the Chunin examination. Because I don't want Tang Ping to be too distracted. Tang Ping. The Honda Eagle not far away waved, and Koji Yamama stood beside him. He and his two teammates in the same class are considered a fishing team, so they have time to set up a stall and cheer for their two best friends. You came really early today. Tang Ping joked. This damn fat man is usually as lazy as himself, but he didn't expect to come so early today. Hee hee. Honda Eagle smiled awkwardly, and asked with a somewhat awkward expression, Tang Ping, do you still have that kind of healing potion? Yes, he has other purposes for coming this time. Healing potion. It's no secret now. Although the effect is far inferior to medical ninjutsu, the problem is, you can't carry a medical ninja with you. But therapeutic potions can. Although it is a bit more expensive, it can be carried everywhere, and now it is completely crazy. When the Honda Eagle was divided into classes, he received a gift from Dopei, so he naturally knew that he had a way to get it. Of course, he thought that the way he got it was through his fiancée, and he never thought that the thing was produced by him. Due to the growth restrictions of the core material seaweed, Tang Ping can only hand over 100 bottles of diluted healing medicine every week. As for the fact that the headmaster gave 80 bottles to the family gave 50 bottles to the village and the village distributed 20 bottles, he didn't know. Black. It's really dark. Anyway, Tang Ping realized one thing. If there was any good stuff, it would definitely not fall into the hands of civilian ninjas and would have been divided up long ago. At this time, no one talks about the will of fire, they only take care of their own people. Without the gift from Don Hei, Honda Eagle would not have been able to possess the healing potion. Use sparingly, this thing won't help you lose weight. Tang Ping took out the healing potion and threw it to Honda Eagle. The other party was very thoughtful and would definitely not speak if it was not necessary, so he didn't bother to ask why. It's just a healing potion, not an undiluted source liquid. As my fiancé, taking it out by myself will not arouse suspicion. All I can say is that it is good to have an Uchiha princess as a fiancé, and she will take the blame. Give. Honda Eagle handed over a scroll. Above are the prices of various materials. It is impossible for Dohei to leave all the material collection tasks to Uchiha. Therefore, he also collects and purchases materials by himself in private, and Fatty has been helping him in this regard. Come on. After handing the scroll to Tang Ping, the fat man waved and left. Today is a perfect opportunity to make money, how could he miss it? He even issued a designated task to the village, asking his 3-person team to carry out the task of setting up a stall. In this way, he can not only complete tasks, but also set up a stall openly. Absolutely. But this kind of thing is not uncommon, many ninjas will do this. As for Dohei and Yamamakoji, they naturally went to the examination room, and Kakashi had already arrived in advance. Written test, elimination, PK. The Chunin examination is almost the same process, and it is not much different from the future. The location of the first exam is at Ninja School. It is just a written test, so naturally it does not require a large venue. There are too many people. Tang Ping struggled through the crowd and subconsciously complained. If it weren't for the clothes and environment, he would have doubted whether he had returned to Blue Star's commercial street. Of course there are a lot of people in the joint Chunin examination, which is held every few years. When Yamamakoji answered, his eyes became firm. Because this is the best opportunity to revive the reputation of the Yamama clan. Joint Chunin exam. It's like a stage facing the entire ninja world, any ambitious ninja will fight for everything. Although Dohei didn't look back, he knew what his best friend was thinking with his feet. He didn't say anything about it. This was someone else's own choice. He could only help when he had the chance. When they entered the ninja school, the crowded crowds around disappeared, replaced by a list of genin from various ninja villages. It's Konoha's people. Tisk, this data is too weak. Their teammate is actually Kakashi? Various whispers were heard. Most of these candidates had intelligence manuals in their hands, which showed the appearance and data of the two of them. Whether it was Doping or Yamama Koji, their data were deliberately lowered by Honda Ying, so it was not surprising that they were regarded as the last. In the eyes of other candidates, the entire third team was completely Kakashi and his two followers. As a time traveler, Doping didn't care at all. Only people in the ninja world would regard reputation as more important than life, and would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for it. Just like now, Yamama Koji's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Let's go. Gently patting his shoulder, Dohei walked towards the building where the classroom was located. As soon as he entered the building, he felt something was wrong. Illusion. With this thought flashing through his mind, Dohei formed seals with his hands. Remove. A very basic technique for removing illusions. Soon, his vision changed. There were a large number of genin in the originally empty corridor, looking at them with eyes that were watching a good show. But seeing Dohei removing the illusion, they were all a little disappointed. For a ninja, the technique of removing illusions is nothing, the difficulty is to detect illusions. But Dohei is really not weak in this aspect. Spiritual power. But it is the most basic strength of a time traveler. The higher the mental power, the stronger the resistance to illusions. At the same time, Dohei also saw Kakashi leaning against the corridor, looking at this side with the corner of his eye. It seems that he is worried about the two of them, so he is waiting here. Humph. After a light snort, Kakashi walked towards the classroom proudly. The candidates around him avoided him like the sea, and they were completely full of pressure. And Dohei and Yamama Koji also followed into the classroom and sat down according to the list. Ding ding. The bell rang, indicating the start of the first written test of the Chunin exam. Chapter 34 Passing and the second test. Tramp. A large number of ninjas walked into the classroom that served as a temporary examination room. There were Chunins, special Jonins, and Jonins. There were people from the three major ninja villages who took care of the quota, but Konoha had the most. The first three Jonins were one each from Sand Ninja, Rock Ninja, and Konoha, and they should be the chief examiners. Be fair. If a certain ninja village really wants to lead the exam alone, the others will never be able to rest assured, and at least they have to send their own people to keep an eye on it. In the future, the exams led by all Konoha are completely unreasonable or have special reasons. I am the chief examiner of the first exam, Marino Yagawa. Cheating is not allowed in the exam. If you are caught, you will get 0 points. Now I declare that the exam begins. The Konoha Jonin wearing a black turban is fierce and oppressive. Marino. Although this surname is not a big ninja clan, it is also a small ninja clan. There are countless small ninja clans like this in Konoha. For example, Zumu, Marino, Shinayu, are among them. The entire Konoha is composed of large and small ninja clans, so even if the second and third generations of Hokage fully support civilian ninjas, the strongest and most elite ninjas in the village still come from the ninja clan. Other examiners began hand out the test papers. Wow! Doping looked at the test paper in front of him, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. First question, you are standing on the top of a 10-meter high tree, the target is 32 meters away, and the wind speed is level 3. How much force does the kunai need to hit? The question is simply outrageous. Anyway, when he saw this question, Doping felt a headache. The school really taught it. However, for ninjas, the body is often more useful than the brain. So let them finish it themselves, none of them are a problem, but it is difficult to pass the theoretical calculation. Theory and practice. The latter is what ninjas are best at, and few are good at the former. Before crossing, Doping was a programmer, so this kind of calculation question is naturally not a problem, at most it is a headache. However, for other candidates, they showed their skills. Blood limit, secret technique, ninjutsu, puppetry, etc., showed them what a cheating show is. After all, the examiner did not hint, but made it clear. As long as cheating is not caught, it is not a problem at all. Because this first exam actually tests not theoretical knowledge, but intelligence gathering ability. Ninja. It is a profession mainly based on spying and assassination, so intelligence gathering ability is naturally tested. Of course, candidates like Doping who can solve the problem directly are also given preferential treatment. Anyway, intelligence gathering ability and theory, one of the two aspects must be passed, right? You, get out. Are you thinking we are blind? Cancel the exam qualification, leave immediately. The examinees standing on both sides of the classroom, the officer kept speaking, clearing out those guys with clumsy means from the classroom. Cheating is allowed, but such clumsy cheating is not allowed. Soon, the number of remaining candidates was less than 3 digits. Even if the candidates in other classrooms are added, the number will not be too large. Under normal circumstances, the assessment will naturally not be so strict. It can be combined with the Chunin exam, because it is a stage for the ninja world. The standards are naturally countless times stricter. The advantage is that you can be promoted to Chunin on this stage, and your future prospects are unlimited. Because there are so many benefits, a large number of ninjas from ninja villages come to participate every time. Anyway, the various means are dazzling and your knowledge is greatly increased. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why the 5 major ninja villages allow ninjas from other villages to participate in the Chunin exam. It allows the new generation to see various means. Yamamakoji and Kakashi, both of them have good means, not to mention not being seen. Even if they are really discovered by the invigilator, they will pretend not to see it. In front of these experienced Chunin and special Jonin, there are really not many means that cannot be discovered. So only those with poor level are cleared. After a long time. Okay, the exam is over. Marino Yagawa announced that the time for answering questions was over. The invigilators around him came forward to collect the papers and gave scores on the spot. There were only a dozen questions in the 1-hour exam, which were completely for them to cheat. If they really knew how to answer questions, they would not need so much time. Even if they were not caught cheating, they would not be able to enter the second round if they failed. More than a dozen teachers invigilated together, also to give scores quickly. Horiuchi Takashi, failed. Kitani Haru, passed. Yamamakoji, passed. The names were read out one by one. Except for a few people like Dohei who had good theoretical knowledge, the others had their strengths and a very high pass rate. And the first pen style was actually not too important, it was just to eliminate the guys who were just filling in the numbers. If these guys are really allowed to enter the later examinations, the viewing quality of the Chunin exam will not only decrease, but also reduce the work of the examiners. Thousands of candidates and less than a few hundred candidates require different energy and resources for the examiners. There is no score, only pass or fail. After reading the list, Marino Tanagawa looked at them and reminded them. Congratulations on your qualification for the second exam, but the next exam is extremely dangerous. I hope you can think carefully before deciding whether to participate. The first exam was not dangerous, but the second one was extremely dangerous. It's a pity that no one is willing to quit the exam. For these ninjas, they have long understood the cruelty of this world, and naturally no one will quit because of danger. Just at this time, a male Konoha Jonin with a pineapple head walked in from outside the classroom. Kawagawa, these candidates have given everything for this Chunin exam, how could they not? Before the candidates could guess the identity of the person, the other party spoke in advance. Little ghosts, my name is Mitarashi Shixiao, and I am also the chief examiner of the second test. I hope you can survive later. Now follow me. After saying that, the other party turned around and left. The examinees in the classroom also stood up one after another and followed. Yamamakoji and Kakashi also came over. Their 3-person team was lucky to be assigned to the same classroom, so they naturally had to gather first at this time. Let's go. Du Ping led the way out of the classroom. As soon as he left the classroom, he met the examinees who had passed the other classrooms. One by one, the gathering of genin wearing ninja forehead protectors made people feel like entering a dangerous jungle beast. And this is also true. In the next test, everyone is a life and death enemy, and there are also killing machines sent by major ninja villages to hunt down geniuses from other ninja villages. So, although there are many examinees now, the number of people who can really enter the third test may be less than a few %. The death forest is on the edge of the village, so it took some time to get there. It was exactly noon at this time. It was only when he arrived here that Dohei saw the famous death forest for the first time. Chapter 35 The Undercurrent of the Chunin Exam. The Death Forest. It is an important material warehouse in Konoha village. It is full of ninja beasts, medicinal herbs, and other precious materials. And the natural energy is more concentrated than other places. It is definitely a feng shui treasure land. So people are not allowed to enter at ordinary times. However, it is an exception during the joint Chunin exam, and it can be used as an examination venue. Benefits. Fighting is extremely stimulating to the spirit and body, and it is in such a special place. Therefore, it is easy to enter the state of strength improvement after the Chunin exam. And the corpses and flesh of ninjas are also the best nutrients of the death forest. It is a complete win-win situation. Winning is numb. The Chunin exam is like a sacrificial ceremony. Every time, the death forest can gain something. It is no wonder that Konoha uses it as an examination venue. Teams of ninjas gathered outside the iron net at the edge of the forest. A large number of examiners were also at the entrance. Don't take because, the defensive measure is this layer of barbed wire. These are just for defense against ordinary people. The real defense methods are barriers and traps. If you don't know this, even a jounin won't be able to sneak into the forest of death easily. A high platform on the edge of the entrance. A large number of examiners stood above, looking down at the candidates gathered below. Everyone, welcome to hell. The next assessment will definitely be something you will never forget. The rules for this exam are very simple. There are tokens scattered in the forest of death. If you just get one and enter the central tower, you will pass. Now, get the flare and let's get started. Matere Zixiao asked people to put out the signal bombs for the candidates to collect. Flare. After using it, an examiner will come to the rescue, but it also means losing the qualification to take the exam. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can use the flare and wait for rescue. The assessment rules at this time are different from those in the future peace period, and are more cruel and direct. You know, there are a lot of hunters hidden among the candidates. But despite knowing this, there are no stricter protection measures for the candidates. It can only be said that the ninja world is indeed extremely cruel. Those who can survive this kind of situation are the geniuses the village needs. If they can't survive, it doesn't matter. The ninja world's version of the chicken battle. It's the same game, but with life as the bet. What's over there? Yamamakoji noticed that Dohei was looking at the candidates and examiners around him, as if he was extremely concerned. No, it's nothing, let's go. Tang Ping shook his head. Because he wanted to see if there were any acquaintances. In the end, he actually recognized one. Ye Kang. The beautiful young lady with a beautiful back, competed with Luo Xia for the position of the fourth Kazekage, and ended up being tricked to death. The opponent's appearance far exceeds that of anime. If it weren't for the special dress, he would hardly be able to recognize each other. The real ninja world looks completely different from the anime, but is somewhat similar, so Dohei cannot quickly recognize some of the existences in his memory. How interesting! With the emotion of witnessing history and turning paper figures into real people, Tang Ping picked up the flare and walked towards the forest of death. There are many entrances, enough for contestants to enter from different entrances. And he chose a deserted entrance. But who knew, many people suddenly followed behind me. Coming for them. Plan A. Tang Ping said something to his two teammates. They have discussed various response plans since yesterday, so it is naturally impossible not to make preparations. They don't know the details of the assessment. But the general content of the exam is known to all the genin of the three major ninja villages, so they can naturally prepare in advance. Kakashi and Yamamakoji nodded to express receipt. So after the three of them slowly passed the entrance, they suddenly accelerated forward and disappeared into the woods. Hurry up! The candidates following behind accelerated as if they were stimulated. Check candidate qualifications. Among the several examiners guarding the entrance, a Konoha examiner spoke coldly and blocked these people. Joke. This is Konoha. No matter how generous you are, you can't watch the other party hunting down the descendants of the village and not do anything to help, right? And it is completely reasonable to check the candidates' qualifications. Didn't you see that the Sand Ninja and IWA Ninja examiners who were mixed in the examiner team didn't speak? No one can stop this smooth flow of favors. Because they would do the same thing if they were candidates from their ninja village. The examination rules must be fair. But as the organizer, it's not true that there is no home field advantage at all. It's unrealistic to be completely fair like in anime. Just like the Blue Star Wuchang, will they talk about absolute fairness to other forces? Even if it's good to give you a relatively fair environment, what else do you need about bicycles? The real ninja world doesn't just have blood, bonds, efforts, etc. It's completely the black and dark version. That's why there's the lyrics fairy tales are all lies. The other side. The interior of the tower in the center of the Death Forest. A high-ranking member of the ninja village, a nobleman and a wealthy businessman filled a space larger than a basketball stadium. The multiple monitor screens located in the center allow people to see every move taking place in the Forest of Death. The ninja world is technologically divided, with surveillance and computers, but on the other side is the Warring States period where people can't even eat. Sitting on the main seat are three figures wearing wind, rock, and fire bamboo hats and robes. The shortest among the three cages, Iwagakuer with a red nose, Onoki, was the first to speak. Konoha is really blessed by nature and continues to breed geniuses. Unlike our Iwagakuer village, which doesn't even have any geniuses, I'm really jealous. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was like an old hermaphrodite. The direct connotation is that Konoha relies entirely on its unique environment to continuously breed geniuses, and it also implies the weakness of Iwagakuer. If it were just him and Hiruzen Sarutobi, they might just talk casually. But there were so many people present, and Feng Ying was also there. It wouldn't be surprising to stir up greed and jealousy in the other person's heart, and it might lead to unexpected gains. Yes, it is precisely because of the existence of these geniuses that Konoha can remain safe and sound among countless covetous people. Sarutobi Hiruzen took over. XXXX. And it shows that Konoha is not afraid of any covetous person at all. It can only be said that although the verbal confrontation between the shadows is not a clash of ninjutsu, the degree of danger is not weak at all. Really? I really hope these geniuses can continue to protect Konoha. The third generation of Kazekage next to him also interjected. It seems to be a compliment, but in fact it is an undisguised malice. Who made the wind country so poor, and the neighbor is the rich family of the fire country, so they must rob it if they have a chance. Anyway, they have a miserable life. So if they can rob it, they will earn it. If they can't rob it, they can also consume a large number of ninjas to reduce the burden on the village. Under the illumination of the will of fire, Konoha ninjas never disappoint us. Let's watch the game. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that the other two shadows might have a tacit understanding, so he signaled to watch the game. Yes, watch the game. I hope there are no accidents and everything goes well. Maybe there will be some surprises. After exchanging a few words with the Kazekage, they both shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed calm on the surface, but he had already informed the Anbu in code and asked them to start taking action. Because the two cages were almost hinting to him that someone was going to make trouble. So, the seemingly lively Konoha began to search with undercurrents. But everyone's attention was focused on the second round of the Chunin exam and they didn't notice this. Chapter 36 Deterrence and Pie Deal. In the Death Forest. The tranquility of the past has been broken. Figures flew through it like lightning. For ordinary people, the forest was completely impossible to pass through, but these figures easily passed through it. This is a ninja. No matter how many ordinary people there are, they are no threat to ninjas who can ignore the influence of the environment and act freely. So this world is called the ninja world, and ninjas are also the protagonists of the world. A young man wearing a khaki tights and a rock ninja forehead protector, tall and strong like an adult, jumped to the ground and shouted to the back. Since you are here to cause trouble, don't hide like a mouse. As the strongest genius among the candidates, it is impossible for Gang to not to notice the existence of those who are secretly following. But in the face of the shouting, no one came out, but gave another answer. Swoosh, swoosh. Kunao shot one after another. Even the flesh and blood of the cage-level strongmen could not withstand the kunao. On the battlefield, the number of ninjas who died under kunao far exceeded that of ninjutsu. But this kind of kunao thrown in front of the face can be avoided even by ordinary genin, let alone Gangtu. Although his body is strong, he is extremely agile. It's like a dancing bear. It can only be said that everything is possible under the blessing of chakra. After dodging the attack, Gangtu's honest square face instantly became murderous, and he quickly formed a seal. Earth escape, earth splitting palm. He slammed his hands on the ground. Boom. The ground in front of him shattered like glass, starting from his palm. The earth was shattered, and the jungle was flattened. The area in front where the kunai was thrown turned into ruins in the roar of the earth, and a little blood could be seen mixed in it. The ninjutsu was only sea level. But in Gangta's hands, it was not weaker than B-level ninjutsu at all. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the #1 genius in this Chunin exam. One blow made the surroundings quiet. No one wanted to jump out and fight head-on. But this is normal. They are ninjas, not samurai. If there is no chance, they will naturally not force their moves, but will only lurk in the dark and wait for opportunities. It's really difficult. Seeing that no one took the opportunity to attack, Gangta was not happy, but a little annoyed. Because he would rather fight these guys head-on than let them stare at him in the dark. "Captain, why don't you collect the tokens first?" A teammate reminded the angry Gangta that they were here for the exam, not for the battle. "Let's go." Looking around, Gangta turned and left angrily. That means he had something else to do, otherwise he would not let these guys go so easily. Less than 2 kilometers away from this battlefield. Wind style, Kamai Tachi. The violent wind tore everything in front of him like an invisible blade. Maki, wearing a sand ninja forehead protector, stopped casting spells. "Captain, your wind style has improved again." The boys in the team admired him very much. "Yura, no matter how much you flatter the captain, you can't change your mistake just now." The girl carrying a large bundle of white cloth looked at Yura with disdain. The two began to quarrel. In the end, Maki, as the captain, couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted them directly. "Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. We will collect the tokens and go find the Konoha team. Don't forget our mission." After saying that, he started to act. Cleaning up the battlefield is not to protect the Death Forest. They, the Sand Ninja, will not feel sorry for this place. This is to avoid leaving their own information and to recover the ninja tools. The thrown kunai, 1,000 kimonos and shurikens must be recovered. If they really use them and don't recover them, that's a rich family. But this definitely does not include them, the Sand Ninjas who are almost going crazy with poverty. A strong counterattack. Whether it's Gangta or it's Maki, and the choice when facing threats is the same. Not only did he not evade, but he used all his strength to kill the pursuer. There was not even a chance for them to use flares. At the same time, they also knew that the Death Forest was full of cameras that would transmit their battle to the spectators. But the more this is the case, the more they want to do it. Because in the ninja world, killing is not wrong, being weak is. The candidates this time are all under 15 years old. The youngest Kakashi is only 7 years old. At such an age, they are killing each other. No wonder Madara, Obito, and Nagato all felt that the world was distorted and tried to correct it. All we can say is that they did find the problem, but their means of solving it were equally distorted. The geniuses ranked at the top of the intelligence manual are all hunting targets of major ninja villages. Even Goto and Maki are being hunted, so Kakashi, who is ranked 3rd, cannot be an exception. Fire style. Flame bullet. Tang Ping directly fired a fire bomb, blasting the grass in front of him into pieces. But there was no result. Because the flying speed of the fire bomb is faster than that of the fireball technique. But compared with other ninjutsu, it is nothing and can be easily avoided if you are prepared. However, this is also Tang Ping's goal. Swish! A white figure flashed by and stabbed the last female ninja who dodged the fire bomb through the heart with a short knife. It was Kakashi who took action. He is the ace of the 3rd class. At least that's what the intelligence manual says. Tisk tisk, luckily he wasn't a Tamanin, otherwise he wouldn't have been stabbed only once. Tang Ping looked at the other's corpse and made a joke. Now he has become accustomed to blood and death, but he still occasionally uses the words before the time travel to remind himself not to let his values be distorted by the ninja world. Seeing Kakashi walking towards him with his sword put away with a cold look on his face, Dohei exclaimed in admiration. "You are worthy of being the combat leader of our 3rd squad. Several pursuers have been killed. From now on, the battle will be entirely up to you." Well, he definitely has no intention of shirking responsibility. For a poor, helpless, and weak teammate like him, it is completely natural for him to cling to others, isn't it? As for whether Kakashi would feel guilty about letting him, who was only 7 years old, kill someone. Sorry, I really can't. There are such things as conscience in the world, but not much. He even enjoys living off his wife so much, and you still expect him to have a conscience? You're totally overthinking it. Although Kakashi couldn't see Dohei's inner thoughts, he stared at him coldly with his dead fish eyes. Joke. Who is the combat force of the third team? Don't you have any idea? As for strength, even though Kakashi thought he was growing very fast, he knew that Do Ping's growth rate was far higher than his. Now he is not sure how strong the other party is. But even so, the opponent did not take action, but instead pushed himself in front. Even though he didn't care about these things at all, he still felt a little dissatisfied. Okay, I was wrong. How about using this to make amends? Tang Ping could naturally sense the dissatisfaction in the other party's eyes, so he took out a bottle of healing potion and handed it to the other party. Although Kakashi definitely has some too, who would want too much of a good thing? The air was silent for a while. Bang! Kakashi took the potion, and the pie transaction was concluded. In other words, he didn't mind standing in the open to help Tang Ping attract fire and let the other party continue to fish in the water. All the ninja tools have been recovered, but where is the token? After cleaning up the battlefield, Koji Yamama also asked questions. Now that we have dealt with the fastest chasing team and temporarily intimidated the pursuers, the next step is to search for the token. I think it shouldn't be hard to find. The hard part is getting it and bringing it to the tower safely. Tang Ping gave his own analysis. If he hides too well, then the second test will be to test reconnaissance ability instead of ninja strength, which is totally impossible. Before they could answer, they realized it was not necessary. Chapter 37 White Fang Experience Card JPG. Chapter 37 White Teeth Experience Card JPG. Relief. Amidst the earth-shaking noise, a huge black bear as tall as 2 stories appeared in the sight of the third team. The key point is the red scroll on the opponent's forehead. It is impossible for the other party to put this thing there by himself. It could only be put there by someone else. It is obvious who released it. Only the examiner can do it. Token of trust. Everyone can guess without being reminded that the scroll is the token of passing the level. As long as you take this thing to the central tower, you can pass this dangerous test that is like a meat grinder. Please note that the second exam will be conducted in a team system. In other words, each token can be used by 3 people to pass the exam. And there is no restriction on having a small team. This is where things get interesting. Because of this, candidates who participate alone or whose members suffer losses are likely to join forces or win over others. Great! The rules are really well designed. Such a complicated situation can test one's IQ even more. If there are any smart candidates, Nara clan, please report my number directly. They can also think of a solution from this aspect. It can only be said that the 3 major ninja villages have put in a lot of effort for this joint Chunin exam. Not only there must be something to watch, and more importantly, ways must be found to test the candidate's abilities in all aspects. Such a huge black bear is naturally very eye-catching, so people around it will definitely flock to it. At this time, there are 2 roads before the third team. The first is to use all your strength to grab the mission scroll, and then enter the tower to hand in the mission before others surround you. The other way is to wait for the opportunity and wait for others to get it before grabbing it. There is no single word in the exam rules. They prevent candidates from killing and robbing each other. In other words, this is the highlight of the exam. If it were an ordinary beast, any genin could handle it. But for such a large ninja beast, it is not that simple to deal with it. At the same time, his vitality is extremely powerful, and he can also use some innate abilities similar to ninjutsu. Let's grab the token. Tang Ping made a decision. A very simple truth. Their third team is not a passerby team, but Konoha's star team. With Kakashi, a super genius, it is impossible for anyone to give them the opportunity to secretly be the 6th one. If they don't get the token now, it will only be harder later. As for robbing other teams' tokens, the plan is indeed good, but the prerequisite is the ability to collect intelligence. There are no Hinata, Inyazuka, or Aberame in their team, these ninja teammates who are good at gathering intelligence. Nod *2. Neither Kakashi nor Yamama Koji are talkative, and they directly responded with actions. I'm very satisfied with your decisive attitude of agreement, but I'm very unhappy when you don't even say captain. Tang Ping murmured to himself and prepared to show a card. Tai. This psychic beast is not a secret, it is also a trump card that he can use with confidence. This first token belongs to Suna Ninja. A figure jumped on the back of a huge black bear. Marky. I didn't expect him to come. It can only be said that as a teenager, Maji had not been severely beaten by society, and his personality was completely different from the calm and cautious future. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Dohei wouldn't have believed that this crazy, cool, and awesome guy would be the pillar of Tsunagakure in the future. If the opponent is around, for the sake of safety, Tang Ping is going to persuade the two teammates to give up this token. Anyway, there is more than one token. Snap! But Kakashi took out the short sword and expressed his attitude. Tang Ping had a question mark on his face. Because he really didn't expect Kakashi to be so brave. Fortunately, after spending this time together, Kakashi also understood Tanghei's character, and he could change his mind with just one sentence. There is surveillance. Yes, this is the key. There is surveillance. This means that the big shots in the village are looking at this side. If they back down now. On the surface, there is indeed no violation of any rules, but there are definitely no shortage of rumors. At the very least, soon a ninja will definitely take the opportunity to say, is this the genius of Konoha? Tsunagakure is the strongest in the ninja world. Konoha ninjas will only give up when faced with tasks, etc. You know, apart from the upper echelons of the major ninja villages, those watching the battle were mostly nobles and wealthy businessmen. These groups are the main force in task delegation. How much money do villagers and ordinary people earn from entrusting tasks to ordinary people? If you don't behave well in front of these funders and affect the village's future commissions, you will completely understand the consequences. Konoha White Fang's mission failed, and the loss was actually just that. But when this news is spread, it will make the funders think, if you White Fang can give up the mission, others will definitely do the same. It was this idea that caused Konoha's commission tasks to drop by several % in an instant. The impact was huge, and the savior's backstab, combined with other reasons, in order not to affect Kakashi's future, White Fang decided to commit suicide and give everyone an explanation. After traveling through time, Tang Ping finally understood these things. Unlike other time travelers, they only know that it was Guo Ying who caused the trouble, and they don't understand why it was such a dramatic success. It affects the interests of the entire village. Isn't it to blame? Now, the same script is placed in front of their third team. White Teeth Experience Card JPG. In order not to enjoy this kind of treatment, Tang Ping knew that they had no way out. If you really want to avoid its sharp edges, it is true that the tactics are correct, but the ninja world does not look at right or wrong, only interests. If it affects the interests of the village, then don't even think about living in Konoha in the future. Even Uchiha may not be able to protect him. Without the protection, with his little strength, it would be difficult for him to die. Get ready to take action. A ruthless look flashed in Tang Ping's eyes. I just want to lie down and enjoy life, but now not only can I not lie down, but I have also been forced into the spotlight, completely denying myself a chance to choose. At this time, he had a new understanding of the idiom "it's hard to get off the tiger." But when he returns to his superiors, he will not really be reckless. I'll think of a way to get the token later. He quickly explained the tactical arrangements for later. The action begins. After finishing speaking, the three of them rushed towards the black bear. As for a sneak attack, they had just used ninjutsu to fight, and the movement was so loud. Unless they were blind, there was no chance of lurking past them. It was better to kill them directly. At this time, the Maji team naturally discovered the third class. It's just that they are facing an angry black bear and don't have the energy to take action. The token is sealed on the ninja beast. Is there no way to remove it? Maki, who was avoiding the attack, secretly cried out that it was not good. I thought the token was easy to get. After all, with the speed of a ninja, this clumsy ninja beast could not stop him from taking the token. But he could think of it, so there was no reason why the examiners could not think of it, so this arrangement was made. Sealing technique. The token is directly sealed on the head of the ninja beast, and it can only be taken down after killing it. But this is also right. Since the difficulty of searching for the token is reduced, the difficulty of getting it must be increased. At this time, the third team that arrived also launched an offensive. Chapter 38 Strong Collision. Instant Body Technique. Kakashi pounced on Maki. For ninjas, speed really allows them to do whatever they want. The future ninja world's fastest Minato Namikaze will rely on speed to conquer the world. With Flying Thunder God, he abused the two brothers' rakeage and lost their temper. At this stage, Kakashi is also taking this route. Summoning technique. And Dohei stopped performing the summoning technique and summoned Taiki. The white mist dispersed. A three-legged crow covered with dark golden feathers appeared on the battlefield. What a big crow! It's a summoned beast. Under various gazes, Taiki, who was summoned, began to move. Puff! Spread his wings and took off. In the past, summoned beasts fought ground battles, but don't forget that Taiki can fly. Whoosh, whoosh. Amid the howling wind, Taiki had already taken off, and a huge shadow was cast down. At this time, Taiki's body shape was completely different from that of the graduation exam a few months ago. At that time, he was only about the height of a human, and his wingspan was only a few meters. Before crossing, it was a large flying bird, but in the ninja world, it was at most a small. Now it's different. The wingspan directly exceeded more than 10 meters, which was completely amazing. It looks big. But in fact, the size of the bird is very exaggerated. The wingspan is indeed more than 10 meters, but it is only about 6 meters high when the wings are folded. Well, this height is not short. But compared with those large summoned beasts that are often more than 10 meters high, it is less than half of them, at most about 1/3. So, Tai still has a lot of room for growth. Puff! Tai, who took off, began to attack. A group of football-sized fireballs were spit out. The target of attack? It was a giant black bear about 2 stories high from the ground. The reason for this choice was that it was impossible to attack other targets. With the ninja's full dodge ability, it is really easy to avoid this kind of fireball attack. But it is different for black bears. With its bulky body, it is not afraid of the attack failing. Boom, boom. The fireballs exploded one after another, directly turning a large area of the ground into a sea of fire, and the power seemed to destroy the world. Some people were even killed by this wave of fireballs that indiscriminately washed the ground. This is the horror of large summoned beasts. The attack will grow with the size. If the size is the same as the previous graduation test, it is impossible to cause such great damage. But now the size has grown several times, and the destructive power has increased by more than 10 times. And for Taiki, such a terrifying attack does not consume too much, just like the consumption of a sea-level ninjutsu in the past. Roar! The roar sounded in the sea of fire. The huge black bear rushed out of the sea of fire and rushed towards the direction where Tang Ping stood. Obviously, this is the animal instinct that detected the relationship between the two. If you can't do anything to Taiki flying in the air, you can't do anything to you, a summoner. Really thick skin. Tang Ping stood on the top of the tree, watching the black bear smashing the trees like a tank and rushing towards him, muttering to himself. At the same time, there was no intention to avoid it. This kind of large ninja beast is extremely difficult to deal with. Because the opponent has mastered the extraordinary power of chakra. It can be used to improve attack, defense, etc., which is why the opponent can rush out against Taiki's attack. If it were an ordinary beast, no matter how big it was, it would be dead. Just when the black bear got close. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from below it. It's a detonating talisman. The attack power is not weaker than high-level fire escape ninjutsu, even cage-level strongmen dare not ignore its threat. But the price is also exaggerated. 30,000 taels per piece. This time, Dohei asked Yamamakoji to use 5 pieces to set traps. Facing such a big guy, 1 piece is not very useful, so they used up their 3rd team stock in one go. By the way, detonating talismans have a shelf life, and there is no such thing as buying once and using it for life. When the explosion dust dispersed, he saw the dying black bear on the ground in front of Dohei. Being hit by 5 detonating talisman traps at 0 distance, even a large ninja beast will be tragic. If it were a wise summoned beast, it would have avoided or defended. But although this black bear had mastered chakra, it had almost no wisdom, so it fell into such a simple trap. Otherwise, if you want to kill it head-on, you don't know how much energy it would take. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Class 3 did not follow martial ethics and directly used a powerful weapon like the detonating talisman. It's not that the other candidates didn't want Taoset, but there is no way to use it. Poverty limits their imagination. The price of 1 piece is 30,000 taels, which is simply not something a genin can afford. Even if there are not many genin, there won't even be any. But Tang Ping is different. For him, his life is important, so the more weapons he has, the better. And he also has channels, so he can get 5 cards and use them as trump cards. Now the effect is amazing. In an instant, the black bear was seriously injured, and even Maji couldn't do anything about it. Tang Ping, be careful. At this moment, Yamamakoji suddenly shouted. Because a candidate wearing a Tang Nin Forward protector quietly appeared behind Dohei and stabbed him with a kunao. Relief. And Tang Ping's whole person turned into smoke and dissipated. Clone technique. Standard D-level ninjutsu. If there is a blood inheritance limit such as the Byakugan, it will definitely be able to see through it. The problem is, sneak attackers don't have this thing. Judging from the skills and aura, the opponent is definitely an experienced professional assassin, not an ordinary ninja. But even so, it was a direct overturn. Although the D-level clone technique is far inferior to the B-level shadow clone technique, its ability to confuse people is truly amazing if they just stand still on a tree. The point is that no one expected that Tang Ping was using the clone technique as bait from the beginning. Fire escape. Fire bullet. A flaming bullet the size of a wheel blasted the Tang ninja who had just made a sneak attack from the side. It's Tang Ping. As a master of Kong Xin flow, he would not be so stupid as to stand at such a high place. It's all just to attract people to fish. Finally, I caught the fish. With one C-level ninjutsu, the assassin was dispatched neatly. Yes, the other party is definitely not a candidate, but an assassin sent from other ninja villages. The entire battle ended in an instant, and there was no such thing as a battle lasting hundreds of rounds. This is the battle of ninjas. Dangerous and fast. This is not a time of peace. The Chunin exam is a legal killing field. The casualty rate of the Chunin exam in the anime is completely like playing house. The art of binding. At this moment, a piece of white cloth swept towards Tang Ping. Wind escape. Split wind palm. Yamamakoji also helped. Whoosh. A kunao was shot at Tang Ping. 2 teammates from the Nakamaji team, namely Maki and Yura, took action. Kakashi and Maki were also fighting not far away, and the sound of metal collisions sounded from time to time, indicating the danger of their battle. Tei has no way to intervene in this kind of battle. Because its size is too big. Not only is there no way to kill the enemy once you take action, but it is also easy to cause accidental damage. The third team vs the Maji team. One of the biggest highlights of this exam has finally begun. Chapter 39 Ninjutsu comparable to S-level Forbidden Jutsu, Sunset. In the tower. Watching the 2 talented teams fighting on the screen made the nobles and wealthy businessmen watching the battle extremely excited. Normally they don't have the chance to watch this kind of battle. At the same time, watching this kind of battle can also understand the future strength of the major ninja villages, so there is always no shortage of spectators for the joint Chunin exams. In the ninja world where entertainment activities are scarce, there is no fun as good as this. The Ninja World War is even more exciting. But how can they have the courage to look at it? That is not looking for fun, it is looking for death. Of course, the top leaders of the 3 major ninja villages took it more seriously. Because these genin also represent the future of the village. If given the opportunity, they don't mind doing something dirty. But now that the top management checks and balances each other, how dare you start a war on the spot without explanation? This is also the reason why Shadow has to be present in person. To protect the future of the village. You can die in battle, but you cannot die in conspiracy. Well, only in big villages. Xiao Ninja Village or scattered candidates are another matter. Dohei, Kakashi, Koji, come on. Namikaze Minato, who was standing behind the Hokage's chair and acted as the atmosphere team, silently cheered for the 3 disciples in his heart. Forest of Death. The battle was extremely fierce. Not only everyone in the Maji team was injured, but so was the third squad. It's not that they worked too hard. It's because during the battle, someone jumped out and attacked from time to time. Both Maki and Kakashi are geniuses, and they will naturally be taken care of by the hunters. As for the remaining few people, they are just like rice seedlings and fish in a pond. But they can't retreat yet. Once you withdraw, it will be difficult to explain. All I can say is, the future Chunin examination will be entirely an entertainment bureau. This is the real joint Chunin examination and it is also the prelude to war. When there is no Ninja World War, only this stage can show strength to other ninja villages and ninja world. Dang, dang. The weapons of both sides collided and the close combat continued. This is the real ninja battle. The use of powerful ninjutsu against Todoroki throughout the battle is completely fake. Because even if you are a jounin, chakra is not enough to release many ninjutsu during battle, and the higher the level of ninjutsu, the greater the consumption. Therefore, the release of every ninjutsu is extremely important. Even jounin are so stingy in using ninjutsu. If they were genin, most of them would not use ninjutsu at all. Even if most of the candidates participating in the joint Chunin examination are elites, it is far from being able to clean up the ground with ninjutsu. Even Dohei is saving chakra. Because once the chakra is gone, the ninja will be an ordinary person. So use chakra to bless close combat. This is the most correct and efficient way to fight. Puff. Taiki in the sky suddenly ignited with flames, and his momentum suddenly soared. Dohei wants to end this war of attrition. If he continues, he will not only have no chance of winning, but more importantly, his own safety will be in jeopardy. There are a lot of hunters around. Asshole, you are distracted. The girl of the Maki team who was fighting him was so angry that her face swelled up. She originally thought that she could easily take down this guy who was not worth mentioning in the intelligence, but she didn't expect that the other party was so strong. Not to mention the terrifyingly strong summoned beast. Just his own strength is not as weak as the intelligence manual says. Don't you think we are in danger now? Dohei reminded after dodging the opponent's attack. The two sides were completely at the level of chickens fighting each other in close combat, which resulted in a draw. Danger. After sensing the surroundings, Juan suddenly slowed down his movements. Because their two teams were surrounded by candidates one by one. If the number was small, it would be fine. But there were more than dozens of people. It was terrifying. This number accounted for more than 1/10 of the second exam. Although ordinary candidates also wanted to make a name for themselves by defeating these geniuses. But they would never think of killing them. At least they would not attack for this reason. It's okay for a genius from a big ninja village to die at the hands of a genius from another big ninja village. You can defeat a small ninja village, but if you kill him, do you believe that someone will come to send warmth as soon as you leave the examination room? So, how could there be dozens of candidates from a small ninja village surrounding them? The only possibility is the hunter. As for who sent them? All 5 big ninja villages are possible. Among them, there might be some sent by Konoha, but they could not reveal their identities either, so they could only be treated as hunters. Tei, use sunset. After seeing the sand ninja girl stop, knowing that the other party realized the critical situation and would not attack again, Dohei gave the order to the summoned beast prepared in the air. Puff. Tei, with raging flames all over his body, fell from the sky like the sun and fell heavily to the ground. The air was burning, and the plants were withering. Faced with Tei's almost desperate and indiscriminate attack, everyone stopped fighting. After the sand ninja girl cursed, she quickly retreated to Maki's side. And Tei, who turned into the sun, also fell to the ground. Boom! Amid the earth-shaking explosion, the area was covered with explosions and flames. This attack alone was no less powerful than some S-level forbidden techniques. Of course, there were many shortcomings. Both the movement and preparation time before the casting were obvious shortcomings. But this kind of lethality was enough. The powerful lethality directly made the shortcomings ignored. From this moment on, everyone realized the power of Tei. In the high tower. This summoned beast is so powerful. Is the power comparable to that of an S-level secret technique? The leaders of the major ninja villages were also shocked by the power of this attack. Many people have begun to inquire about Tei's information. Especially the Uchiha ninjas, even their breathing has become heavier. They imagined in their hearts that they would control Tei to launch such a terrifying attack. It's a pity that Tang Ping didn't know what these people were thinking, otherwise he would tell them that they were overthinking. Because Tei is his summoned beast, he doesn't belong to the entire Uchiha family like the Ninja Cat clan. In the Death Forest. As soon as the explosion ended, a lot of smoke filled the battlefield. It's a smoke bomb. Of course, Tang Ping will not break through by force. With dozens of hunters here, it is impossible to break through openly. So Tei's full-strength attack before the end of the summoning was completely to disrupt the battlefield, and to cover him to do something. Go! Do Ping carried the red scroll, which was the token, and called on the 2 teammates who gathered around him to break out. Black Bear was also affected by this attack. After he died, the token would naturally be in his hands. Kakashi, who retreated, took a look at Doping and felt that he was indeed suitable to be the captain, except that he liked to shirk responsibility. The three of them formed the triangle assault formation they usually practiced. Kakashi, the most powerful fighter, was in the front, while Doping and Koji were on the side and rear wings. This way, they could deal with any situation. A figure appeared in the mist. Whoosh! Kakashi used the instant body technique to pounce in front of the opponent, and the kunao in his hand pierced the opponent's throat before the opponent could react. If it was the heart, the opponent might send a signal before dying. Knowledge of assassination. It was completely special tutoring by Minato Namikaze, and there were a lot of combat skills, which directly greatly improved Kakashi's combat effectiveness. With this pioneer, the third team moved forward smoothly. But there were also some accidents. Whoosh whoosh! Tohei and Yamamakoji fired shurikens in the rear at the same time. Etc. A somewhat familiar girl's voice sounded, and then a team of 3 people came over. It's Team Maji. The other party's purpose is known without asking. I am preparing to take their hitchhiking ride and leave together. Ninjas don't care about face. That's something only shadow-level strong men are entitled to. Little ninjas like them should survive first. But Maki didn't speak, just stared at Kakashi with fighting spirit. But he didn't take action. He is arrogant, but he is not brainless. Naturally, they understand that they are in danger now, and what they need to do most is to break out, not to decide the winner. Tang Ping doesn't mind if someone gives him a ride. In this way, he could have more than one person to back him up when he was in danger, which was something he could only wish for. The two teams joined forces with a tacit understanding and fought their way out of the encirclement. As soon as they left the smoke-filled area, the two teams preparing for internal strife stopped. Because we encountered an emergency. Chapter 40 The Real Killer Move. I didn't expect to meet you all at once. The sound on the top of the tree caused the third squad and the Marquee team to stop at the same time. It's Goto team from Uegakure village. It seems that he was attracted by the movement here. Ordinary battles would naturally not cause such a big movement. But there are people here not only using ninjutsu, but also detonating talismans, and there is quite a lot of movement. The most exaggerated thing is the ultimate move Tei used just before he finished channeling, which is almost comparable to an S-level forbidden technique. Sunset. Regardless of the momentum or power, it is immediately maxed out. As long as the opponent is not blind, he will come. So, the three teams faced each other. No one dares to leave easily now. Because once they pull away, the remaining two teams may focus their fire. Everyone understands that in this case, leaving first is the best option. But the cameras all around made it difficult for them to speak. I think it's better to deal with the predator first. Tang Ping could only speak. Although he is determined to keep a low profile, if he doesn't stand up at this time, his life may be lost. Forced into helplessness. This is the only way to describe his current situation. Marquee thought deeply, probably considering this proposal. However, Goto, who had successfully obtained the token and was in high spirits, was unwilling to accept the proposal and refused directly. They're just a bunch of rats, let's let the ninja world know who the real genius is first. It can only be said that this opportunity to face Maki and Kakashi is indeed too rare for him. If you miss it, you don't know if there will be a next time. The third round of exams is a personal battle, and there is a high chance that they will miss it. Once you miss it, even if you win the final victory, your persuasiveness will be insufficient. There is no way, Uegakure needs a genius too much. It has to be said that Goto is not out of his mind, on the contrary, he is extremely wise. Of course he knew the danger, but he was willing to take risks for the sake of the village. Escape from Earth. Forest of Spears. After rejecting the proposal, Goto directly used ninjutsu to attack. Whoosh, whoosh. Stone spears suddenly shot out from the ground. If the two teams hadn't evaded quickly enough, they might have been skewered. The battle begins. Faced with this kind of provocation, Kakashi and Maki naturally couldn't bear it. So we can only fight. But there are hunters among the candidates around, and they will definitely come quickly. Anyway, other people don't know, but Tang Ping is really stupid. If he hadn't been helpless, he would have run away with the bucket. At this time, two genin suddenly entered the battlefield. And he rushed straight towards the place where the three major ninja villages held a battle to praise the geniuses. Careful! Tang Ping vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he warned loudly. It's too inconsistent. If it were those genin hunters, they would definitely hide in the dark and look for opportunities to attack. This kind of confrontation would be a sure way to die. The other party can't be so stupid, so there must be something wrong. When Kakashi heard the reminder, he began to pay attention to the two of them and avoided each other during the battle. Don't get in the way. Gangta took the initiative. Because he had the upper hand in the battle and proved that he was stronger than Kakashi and Maki, he was in a very good mood and was really annoyed by anyone disturbing him. Just after the fight, he realized something was wrong. The transformation skills of the two boys from the little ninja village were lifted and they returned to their true appearance. They are two adult ninjas, and one wears a Konoha forehead protector and the other wears a sand ninja forehead protector. The tower in the center of the death forest. Looking at the two adult ninjas on the surveillance screen, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked extremely ugly. Because this is undoubtedly a major mistake of Konoha. If it is a hunter hidden among the candidates, it is not a fault, because it is a tacit understanding between the three major ninja villages that they let each other in. But these two adult ninjas definitely did not enter among the candidates. And this is naturally Konoha's fault. However, there were two shadows sitting next to him, so he couldn't lose his composure, so he could only leave the matter to others. ANBU go catch those intruders immediately. Mito Kadini, who was sitting not far away, immediately gave orders to the ANBU. The advisory elders also have command authority over the ANBU. And it's not just Konoha. The other two major ninja villages also secretly issued the same order. However, the three shadows all remained calm on the outside, as if everything was under control. But in fact, he was extremely anxious, because those genin in the examination room were the future of the village. It was because of these nobles and wealthy merchants, otherwise they would definitely take action themselves. Anbu and examiners rushed to the battle site like crazy from everywhere. On the other side. Run! When Gangta saw the two adult ninjas, he immediately realized something was wrong and reminded his teammates loudly. However, faced with his reminder, the two teammates not only did not run away, but rushed over. Because they all knew that Gangta was the future of the village. Iwagakure village could do without them, but not without each other. Gangta did a few somersaults to open up some distance, and at the same time, he formed a seal the moment he landed, and then slapped the ground. Earth escape. Earth wall. With a light shout, this lower sea-level ninjutsu of the B-level ninjutsu earth flow wall was performed. Boom! With the sound of the ground surging. A stone wall several meters high and dozens of meters long rose up quickly, separating the two sides. If the opponent bypassed from the air or from both sides, it would give them a chance to counterattack or escape. What a pity! These two used transformation techniques to approach the Jonin, and there was no chance for Gangtu. Lightning escape. Pseudo-darkness. The ninja with the Konoha forehead protector quickly formed a seal and performed this B-level lightning escape. B-level and C-level. It seems that there is only one level difference, but the power is very different. At the same time, lightning escape is naturally weak against earth escape when facing lightning escape. Sizzle. Amid the sound of electric current surging, several finger-thick lightning whips cut the earth wall in front of them into pieces. It's like chopping melons and vegetables. B-level ninjutsu has already involved skills such as nature change, which is not easy for Chunin and Genin to master. Of course, the corresponding power is naturally changed. Now you understand how terrible it is that the future second pillar can use A-level ninjutsu in the Chunin exam? The other party's talent is really strong. But in the ninja world, it depends on blood and plug-in. Prince Naruto not only has the Vortex bloodline, but also has the strongest plug-in, the Nine Tails. It's no wonder that the second pillar is suppressed everywhere, and even so frustrated that he can only run away to join Orochimaru. After the ninjutsu ended, a cry of surprise rang out from behind the earth wall. Captain! The unconscious Goto was blocked by two teammates behind him. There was a deep burnt wound on his chest, which was obviously left by the lightning release just now. Attention! The body blessed by the ninja chakra has strong resistance to ninjutsu and blunt attacks. That's why Goto can survive. If it were an ordinary person, the whole person would be cut off by the lightning release, not just injured. Jounin. The combat power is really not something that Genin and Chunin can touch. Retreat. Of course, Dohei saw Goto's fate and ran away with his two teammates. The Maki team made the same choice. The two adult Jonins were stunned for a moment, looked at the dying Goto, and one of them chased in one direction. All of them. It seems that the other party is ready to eliminate all the geniuses of the 3 major ninja villages. And not only that. The surveillance screen in the tower also disappeared instantly. Deep pits were dug in several places in the Death Forest, and the cut lines remained, which was also the reason why the surveillance screen disappeared. It can be seen that the other party was fully prepared for this operation. The real hunt has begun. Chapter 41 Single Challenge Chunin. Fire Escape. Fire Mist Technique. Do Ping shouted and sprinkled lime to the back, catching up with their third team, the Tsunagaku Chunin who was suppressing Kaka. The identity is a caretaker. Whether it is true or not is another matter. Hearing the voice behind him, Kakashi, who was resisting the attack, closed his eyes immediately and tried to take the other party's kick to distance himself. Lime. Do Ping introduced this thing to the two of them after using it to clear the thieves last time. So now I know how to deal with it. Although this Tsunagaku Chunin had never seen the so-called fire mist technique, his rich combat experience made him subconsciously avoid it. The speed was amazing. Even if Chonins have different focuses, they will definitely not have fatal weaknesses. This Chunin used the instant body technique very well and avoided the lime at the first time. However, Do Ping only used lime to rescue Kakashi. He didn't think he could use lime to deal with a Chunin. He made seals with both hands. Fire Escape. Flame Robe. Now is not the time to keep it secret, but whether he can survive. Naturally, he doesn't care whether this trump card is exposed. The gauze-like flames enveloped his body. At the same time, he swallowed the soldier's food pill. But before Do Ping attacked, he subconsciously raised his right arm. Puff. The back of his hand was directly pierced by a sharp kunai. Hey! A light sound of surprise sounded. Maybe he didn't expect that this fatal blow didn't work. Tang Ping was kicked away. If he had reacted a little slower, it might not be the back of his hand that was pierced, but his neck. Wandering on the edge of death made his mind blank. Although he had never shown it, Tang Ping had the arrogance brought by his identity as a time traveler in his heart. For example, insisting on the idea that I am different from the people in the ninja world. Because in this twisted ninja world, wanting to stay different and sober is the greatest arrogance in itself. Arrogance is not a sin, the problem is to have that kind of strength. Even though his surname is not Dejian Mu, and he does not have a system or deep blue, he still wants to maintain a different sobriety. What is this if not arrogance? At the same time, Tang Ping discovered that he was not as calm as he had imagined facing death. I don't want to die. At this time, he only had this idea in his mind. With his left hand, he took out a bottle of undiluted healing medicine from the ninja bag and drank it. Then, regardless of the pain in his right hand, he formed the seal. He didn't notice that he was moving faster and more focused now, and the taste was completely different from before. Just like a newcomer and a veteran who has been on the battlefield, there is not much difference in data, but the performance is completely different. Fire Escape. Fire Bullet. Dohei used this sea-level ninjutsu to prevent the opponent from pursuing him. Even if you are a Jounin, it does not mean that you are not flesh and blood. No matter if you are a genin or a Jounin, you will die if you are attacked. The key point is to hit this point. Even if you think about it with your feet, it is impossible. On the contrary, doing so will make the other party aware of the threat and choose to attack him. Boom! The flames shattered the place where the Tsunagaku Chunin was. Switching to Genin and Chunin, Dohei was confident that he could deal with the opponent with this move, and at the worst it could cause damage. But facing a normal Jounin, it is impossible for the fire bomb to take effect. So naturally I have other ideas. Relief. His whole body suddenly turned into a block of wood. Behind the wooden block is a Jounin wearing a sand ninja forehead protector. Sure enough, the other party realized the threat he posed, so they attacked him directly. That is to say, Tang Ping had already expected to use the substitute technique, otherwise it would be too cold to use the corpse if he felt bad. Fierce. Tang Ping, bathed in flames, took the initiative to attack. Choke. This secret technique was originally developed for close combat. It would be a complete waste to distance yourself after using it. Whoosh, whoosh. Several senbons were shot from the side, attacking the Tsunagaku Chunin at the same time. It was Kakashi who took action. As for Yamamakoji, he was hiding in secret and preparing to respond. With the blessing of flame clothing, Tang Ping's melee combat ability has been greatly improved. In particular, he can use flame spray to change his movement speed, which is enough to make the enemy's prediction fail. What kind of secret technique is this? The Tsunagaku or Jonin, who had stabbed the sky with kunao several times, asked in shock. It is indeed unheard of to have a genin block one's attack. The art of fire and mist. Tang Ping waved his left hand again, spilling a bag of lime powder. He has a lot of these things on him. Sand. White lime enveloped the nearby space. Close your eyes. If you don't want to be affected by lime, the best thing to do is to close your eyes. At the same time, with ninja taijutsu, you are not unable to fight even if you close your eyes. The future King Emperor can even fight with his eyes closed. When the opponent closes his eyes, Kakashi will take the opportunity to use long-range attacks. Using flame robes and lime, Dopey managed to save his life from a Jounin attack. But this Tsunagaku or Jounin is not a parallel import either. Even with his eyes closed, he still dodged the Senbon and shurikens fired by Kakashi and had no intention of retreating. This is the rhythm that will kill Tang Ping. The air smelled of evaporated blood. Fierce. All the flames on his body were gathered into the right fist where there was a blood hole in the hall, and blood was constantly flowing. There is not much chakra left. He is not an Uzumaki, nor is he a Jinchuriki. Even if he has the Harigen to replenish his chakra, he can hardly maintain the flame robe at this time, so it is better to give him the final blow. Put yourself to death and live again. Originally, melee combat was a weakness, but now he uses melee combat to survive. If you really want to distance yourself and let a Jounin perform ninjutsu, you are guaranteed to die in a rhythmic manner. Perhaps sensing the extraordinary power of Dohei's attack, the Tsunagaku or Jounin quickly formed two seals, and his right hand was covered by blue lightning. Zera. Of course it's not Chidori, but sea-level thunder release. The time is too short, and the opponent has no chance to use high-level ninjutsu. Here you can see the advantages of Muin ninjutsu. If Dohei uses the seal to perform the technique, he will definitely have enough time to use high-level ninjutsu to counterattack, but if it is the Muin ninjutsu, the opponent can only use sea-level ninjutsu to counterattack in a hurry. Fire escape. Flame fist. Tang Ping secretly drank in his heart. With his current chakra control ability, he can only do this. If he were stronger, he could develop more ways to play. There's no reason why I can't do what Chidori Ryu, the second pillar of the future, can do, right? Two fists collide. Fire vs thunder. Boom. In the huge explosion, Tang Ping's body flew high like a rag doll. Tang Ping. Before falling into coma, the last image in his field of vision was Yamamakoji rushing towards him, and the Tsunagaku or Jounin in appearance with his cheeks burned by the flames. When he comes again, when I woke up for the first time, the surrounding environment had changed drastically. The mainly white room and the smell of disinfectant filling his nose reminded him of where he was at this time. Konoha Hospital. There are no wounds on the body. Even the back of the hand that had been pierced by kunao was as smooth as jade. If the skin color were not slightly different, one might think that it was not injured. Very normal. That bottle of undiluted solution is not for nothing. Woke up. The cold girl's voice beside him made Tang Ping's eyes shine. It's Mei Uchiha. The other party was sitting on the chair beside the bed. Although her eyes were blocked by white bandages, it did not affect her aggressive and pretty face at all. This is what I am. Tang Ping recalled the memories before coma. The Enbu arrived in time to save you after you were unconscious, and at the same time killed the Tsunagaku or Jounin. The village has been extremely busy with this matter in the past 2 days. Uchiha slowly told what happened after Tanghei fell into coma. Chapter 42. Prepare to do something that no one can know. It's a big deal. Of the hundreds of candidates who took the second exam, only less than 100 survived. Tragic. Too miserable. It's completely different. The heavy casualties were entirely due to the destruction of the surveillance system, which caused the 3 major ninja villages to lose control of the examination room. If the examiners in Konoha and BU had not taken action in time, it might not be surprising that no one would have survived. Judging from various circumstances, the interior of Konoha was seriously penetrated. Otherwise, the other party would not be able to sneak into the Death Forest and know where the surveillance lines are buried. Even the Konoha ninjas don't know these things. With such a serious leak of secrets, it is no wonder that the village has been conducting self-examination in recent days. Besides, Uchiha seemed to have something hard to say. 2 of your teammates, Koji Yamama was stabbed in the chest to protect you, hurting his heart, and Kakashi was also seriously injured. The voice coming from the door said the next words for Uchiha-me. Uchiha Shota. The opponent's strong body stood at the door, giving people a strong sense of oppression. What? Tang Ping did not expect that these things would happen to his two teammates. But before he could get up, he was pushed back to the hospital bed. Uchiha Shota suppressed Dohei, who wanted to get up with one hand, and warned. What you need to do now is to recover your body first and get good results in the third exam. We will talk about other things later. I would like to remind you that it is because of Tang Ping's ability that he is being coveted more and more. If he doesn't have enough status and strength, even Uchiha may not be able to protect him. Unless he never leaves his clan, sooner or later he will have to face this alone. I see. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end Tang Ping nodded slowly. The third exam won't start until more than half a month. Uchiha Shota let go and walked out with Uchiha-me, who got up, but stopped at the door. You can't be sorry to me. After hearing the other party's last words, Tang Ping was completely confused. Because he didn't know what the other party meant. What do you mean you can't be sorry to Mei Yi? How can he be sorry for his white thighs? The slander is completely slander. Step, step. Just when Tang Ping was retorting in his mind, rapid footsteps sounded at the door. Raising his head, he saw a figure rushing in. Wearing a white short-sleeved Taoist uniform, a black leather waistband, and loose trousers. Under the soft shawl long hair is a small and charming face, and her white eyes are looking at the hospital bed with concern. Donping-kun, you finally woke up. When the beautiful girl saw Tang Ping waking up, her tone was extremely excited. The sun faces the moon. It can only be said that the other party has completely lived up to the bloodline of the Hyuga clan from which the crown princess was born. Not only is she beautiful, she is also rich and generous. When we met for the first time, the other person was completely embarrassed because of his bruised face and blood on his body. But after the injury healed and I put on clean clothes, well, my appearance and figure are really great. But, is this NM 12 years old? Hinata Sogitsuo is the same age as Dohei, but in some aspects she is completely gifted, surpassing Mei Uchiha's airport by more than a few blocks. However, people in the ninja world are extremely precocious, so this growth rate is not surprising. Why are you here? Looking at the other party's intact right leg and the lily in her hand, Tang Ping didn't understand why she appeared. I heard that you were seriously injured in the forest of death. I have been worried about you. I will come to see you in the past few days. Hinata Kangyu slowly walked to the bedside and replaced the flowers in the bedside vase with familiarity. It's not so bad if someone gives you flowers in exchange for them. That's weird. Only then did Dohei understand what Uchiha Shota meant when he said I can't be sorry to Mei when he left. What a huge injustice. He and Hinata Kangyu are completely purer than a blank sheet of paper. Really, Kangyu, do you know how Koji and Kakashi are doing? Tang Ping asked the other party about the situation. Although all his injuries have been recovered, the sequelae caused by the depletion of chakra and the Bing Liang pills still make his body extremely numb. No wonder Uchiha Shota pushed him back to the hospital bed and asked him to recover. This state was indeed not suitable for activities. No. Sun Xiang Kangyu the voice explained the situation of the two people in the third team. And Dohei's face became more and more ugly. Kakashi was not bad. Although the injury was serious, it was almost cured by the medical ninjutsu, and now they have been discharged from the hospital. Only Yamama Koji, because of the damage to his heart, even if he was lucky enough to save his life, he would not be able to continue to be a ninja in the future. Because once the heart beats violently, it will endanger life. How could it be? Daohei muttered to himself. Because he knew how big a blow this was to Yamama Koji. As the last hope of the Yamama clan, he regarded the goal of revitalizing the family as his dream. But this is a ninja, isn't it? Hinata Kangyu comforted her with a gloomy look. Because she was in the same situation. Missing a leg also made it impossible for her to continue to be a ninja. In the future, she would be like a bird in a cage, and her leg would be broken. Yes, this is a ninja. Daohei repeated bitterly. This is the cruelty of ninjas. They will face various dangers at any time. Even if they are disabled or retired, they have no pension or other guarantees. There should not be too many ninjas who commit suicide. Heart. If you want to cure this extremely important organ, it is impossible in the current Konoha hospital. If the ceiling of medical ninjutsu, Tsunade-sama, takes action, there may be a chance, but others should not think too much. The more he learns medical ninjutsu, the more he knows that medical ninjutsu has its limits. Therefore, he did not specialize in this route, but used medical ninjutsu to take the biotechnology route. Heart. It is the most delicate part of the human body. Even before the time travel, I dare not say that the relevant injuries can be cured 100%. But this is not the world before the time travel, but a ninja world with chakra and natural energy. There are even resurrection and aliens, not to mention heart problems. So, are you willing to accept your fate? Tang Ping looked at the depressed girl and asked for some unknown reason. In response to his question, Hyaga Kangyu did not speak, and a faint but blazing flame flashed in her eyes, but it disappeared immediately. At the same time, Dohei also saw why her legs were intact. Transformation technique. Chakra can maintain normal during the maintenance time, and once the chakra is consumed, the broken legs will be restored. Normally, she must be happy to keep her miserable state so that the main family can have fun, so that she can be less hurt. But because she came to the hospital to see me, she used the transformation technique. If it was before the Death Forest exam, Dohei would definitely not do anything. But now, he has more ideas, so he took the other party's hand, ready to do something that no one can know. Chapter 43: A chance to get involved in the samsara eye. Is there any surveillance around? Dohei wrote this sentence on the other party's soft but tough calloused palm with his fingers. He didn't forget where he was. He might be under surveillance here. Especially Danzo. He has been craving for his body for a long time. It was just because he was under the protection of the Uchiha and Hokage system that the other party didn't dare to do anything. But if he was monitored, the other party would definitely do it. After feeling the words written on his palm, Hinata Kangyu remained calm on the surface and continued to chat with Tang Ping about the changes in the past few days, but the veins around his eyes bulged, and it was obvious that he had activated the Byakugan. Byakugan. It can be called the strongest reconnaissance bloodline limit. This is also the reason why the Hyaga clan has a special status in Konoha. Otherwise, in terms of combat power, the Hyaga clan may not be comparable to the Uchiha clan, let alone some large ninja clans. In front of the Byakugan, nothing can be hidden. Some means may be avoided, but it definitely does not include the root and the Anbu. After the secret reconnaissance, Hinata Kangyu nodded slightly, indicating that someone was indeed monitoring Tang Ping. Ga. Tang Ping knew it was the root without asking. With the will of fire he showed, plus the fact that he was the third team led by Minato Namikaze, he was a perfect match for the third Hokage. The other party didn't need to send the Anbu to monitor him. So it could only be the root. No wonder Uchihame had been guarding here before and left only after she woke up. If she hadn't been guarding him after Dohei woke up, it wouldn't be surprising if he was in the root. Minato Namikaze could protect him. However, as a new generation of Hokage, he had to follow the third Hokage during this period, so it was impossible for him to stay in the hospital all the time. Knowing that there were people from the root monitoring him, Dohei was very glad that he didn't have the habit of talking to himself. Otherwise, he would say something like, "My fate is determined by me, life is precious, but freedom is more precious," etc., and he would be invited to the VIP room of the root in no time. Hinata Kangyu felt a little itchy in his palm, but didn't break free. As for Tang Ping, she already regarded him as the only light in her heart. Not to mention holding hands, even dying for him would not be a problem. And Tang Ping looked like he was studying the hands of a little girl at this moment, taking advantage of her, and no one would suspect anything even if they saw him. If you were given the opportunity to recover your right leg, but you had to risk your life, would you be willing? He finally asked this question. And Hinata Kangyu's expression changed drastically. If she hadn't realized that there was a watcher nearby, she might have lost her composure. Took a deep breath first. Then she looked at Doping with a firm gaze. The meaning was very clear: if there was such an opportunity, she would be willing to give up everything. In fact, for disabled ninjas, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to give up such an opportunity to gamble with their lives. Having had it before, they are even more unwilling to give up the opportunity to be healthy. Next, you make a prosthesis for yourself, and find a way to reasonably disappear from the family for a period of time. Doping gave a detailed arrangement. If it is a prosthesis, she will not be suspicious if she has a right leg in the future. At the same time, disappearing for a period of time is also a preparation for the experiment. After wandering on the edge of life and death, his mentality has changed greatly. The ultimate dream of lying flat naturally has not changed. It's just that the premise is to have the power to protect yourself, rather than lying flat with the crowd. The previous plan was because he was a small transparent person and it didn't matter if he had no power. But if you dare to lie down like that now, the end will definitely be miserable, so you have to find a way to gain powerful strength to protect yourself. Hinata Kangyu is the best target with unlimited potential. The other party has the blood of Hinata, and countless senior travelers have pointed out the way for him. The reincarnation eye. That is an eye comparable to the reincarnation eye. Once the other party has this pair of eyes, he can instantly fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. As for the issue of loyalty, if it were somewhere else, you might have to worry. But in the ninja world, it is not necessary at all. It is not uncommon to give everything for loyalty, too many examples. It was precisely because of these considerations that Dohei chose Hinata Kangyu and prepared to train her into a super trump card in his hand. After a while, "I'm leaving first." Hinata Kangyu seemed to be saying goodbye normally. But both sides understood that she had made a decision, and it was the kind that 9 bulls couldn't pull back. In other words, it was Dohei who said this, which made her have no doubts. If it was anyone else, she would never believe it so easily, let alone decide to gamble her life for it. And Dohei's sudden inquiry about Hinata Kangyu was not a random choice of time. Because now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She can only get this opportunity because of the big money sponsor Uchihame who needs experimental subjects. Otherwise, Dohei alone cannot support the experiment. The experiment is progressing fast now, which is due to the full investment of Uchihame, the white thigh. If it were Dohei himself, looking at the family workshop in the past that could not be called a laboratory, you would understand how big the gap is now. Once the experiment is successful on Hinata Kangyu, it will be Uchihame's turn next. This order is because legs are much simpler than eyes. As long as this experiment is successful, Dohei will be sure to cure Uchihame. Fortunately, there is no example of a completely successful experiment. If it succeeds, even if Uchihame does not object, Uchiha Shizuka and Uchiha Shouta will not agree to spend a lot of resources on a member of the Hyuga clan. As for how to convince the two of them, Dohei also has reasons. Both are bloodline limit ninjas of similar age and gender, and using them as experimental subjects is indeed very convincing. A complete experiment, not to mention technology and environment, the raw materials alone will cost more than tens of millions of ryo. The cost is so exaggerated. Even if Uchihame is not because of the inheritance left by her grandfather, she can't afford Dohei's expenses. It's too much of an investor. No matter how much money you have, you can't spend it like this, it's faster than burning money. No wonder Orochimaru wants to cooperate with Danzo, this speed of burning money is completely unbearable by himself. After Hyuga Kangyu left, Dohei borrowed a lot of books from the library and began to study on the hospital bed. His character is a scientific research genius, and it is completely reasonable for him to seize the opportunity to study. At the same time, Minato Namikaze also brought Uzumaki Kushina and Kakashi to visit him several times. Before leaving, Uzumaki Kushina whispered a message to him. Before the third round of the game starts, she will give him a surprise. Well, Dohei will leave the hospital in 2 weeks. There is a reason why he stayed in bed for so long. He has finished reading the books in the hospital. Of course, in the eyes of others, he just flipped through a book and lost interest. With his current situation of not knowing any medical ninjutsu, the Root who was secretly monitoring him directly crossed out his medical ninjutsu talent. Even Minato Namikaze comforted him, saying that there were not many people in the village who could master medical ninjutsu, so he should not care too much. In fact, Daohei relied on the learning cheat of Clearing Agent and had a terrifying accumulation of medical ninjutsu theory at this time. After all, Konoha's medical ninjutsu is definitely the strongest in the entire ninja world. As for the relevant knowledge, if it is medical ninjutsu, it will definitely not be placed in the library, but as for the theory and research, there is no reservation at all thrown into the library. Therefore, Doping completely stood on the shoulders of giants to obtain this precious wealth. Now he does not know medical ninjutsu. But as long as he spends some time he can completely create medical ninjutsu by himself. If he hadn't emptied the library, he would be reluctant to leave the hospital now. After all, there is no need to borrow books in the hospital, you can read them directly inside, and there is no limit on the number. Otherwise, according to Dohei's previous plan, he was prepared to spend a year slowly emptying the knowledge in the library. Clearing agent, YYDS. On the day of discharge, Uchiha and Uchiha Shizuka came to pick him up. Because a crucial experiment will start today. Chapter 44. The experiment begins. Several people return to the Uchiha clan. From a distance, you can see the two giant mulberry trees intertwined in the courtyard. If you look closely, you will find a strange thing. That is, the light around the courtyard is a little distorted, as if caused by high temperature. But after entering the courtyard, not only will you not feel the temperature is high, but you will feel extremely cool. Of course, if you don't pay attention, you won't notice this abnormality at all. Even if someone notices it, they will only think that there are means such as barriers or sealing techniques. No one would have thought that this was caused by the fusang tree that was several meters high and placed on the top of the two intertwined mulberry trees. Fusang tree. The product that consumed most of Dohei's blood and energy to cultivate is already qualified to be named like this. The sunlight in a large area is absorbed by the fusang tree, and the natural energy is also more concentrated, giving the surrounding area a bit of the momentum of a holy land. That is, the courtyard is large enough. If it were a smaller place, the Anbu might have noticed something unusual long ago. It is necessary to move the fusang tree to a suitable place as soon as possible. But this matter is not urgent. Don't think that only the three of them returned to the courtyard. But in secret, Uchiha Shouta had already monitored the surrounding area. Do you want to rest first? Uchiha Mei turned her head and looked, her eyes covered by the bandage seemed to carry a strong pressure. No, I've been lying down for a long time. Dohei shook his head. He rested a lot during this period. Although his brain was a little tired because of studying, his thinking was extremely active. It's a good opportunity for experiment. Hearing this answer, Uchiha Mei stopped persuading and led the way to the basement. When he returned to the laboratory again, Tang Ping felt something different. The hidden and flat entrance stairs, bright lighting and design, and various experimental instruments filled inside. It was a complete rhythm of upgrading. The experimental instruments were not purchased recently, but were ordered in the past and were only delivered recently. High-end experimental instruments are rarely in stock, and orders must be placed in advance. And the village must come forward to purchase smoothly, and individuals can only find ways on their own. More than 200 million taels. Just the basic price is so exaggerated, not to mention how much connections are needed to quickly get the stock. Uchiha is indeed a wealthy family. With these instruments, Tang Ping's experiments are extremely convenient. For example, extracting the original liquid, it is simple and pleasant to use the instrument directly, and the efficiency is greatly improved. Gurgle. The sound of bubbles rang out. It was the 3-meter-high, meter-thick cylindrical transparent glass material life support cabin that sounded. It was filled with green liquid, and bubbles kept coming out from below. It was nutrient solution. A liquid that can maintain the needs of the human body, and it is extremely expensive. Just one cabin like this would cost tens of millions of taels. What a sin! The point is not the nutrient solution, but the slender figure suspended inside. Yes, there is not only nutrient solution in the life support cabin, but also a suspended figure with a breathing mask on her face. The slender figure is rich and generous, and she is also wearing close-fitting clothes. It's just that there is a missing part below the right knee, which makes this amazingly charming girl's body a little incomplete. Hinata Kangyu. The other party came to the laboratory in advance to prepare. The formal experiment is naturally different from the data obtained from the prisoner experiment. During this period of time, Hinata Kangyu's state has reached the best state under the supplementation and conditioning of nutrient solution. The key point is that there is no interference. For example, the influence of food and environment can increase its success rate. Let's start. Tang Ping withdrew his eyes from the other party. If there weren't two people watching him, he might have criticized the other party for his irregular posture. Now he could only get straight to the point. First, calculate the amount of medicine needed according to Hinata Kangyu's physical data. Then start to extract the new medicine. Different from other medicines. The vitality standard of the new medicine is extremely important. The fresher the preparation, the better the effect, so the best way is to extract and use it immediately. Special lizards are used as materials to extract materials and blood from their bodies. With the extraction instrument, it took Do Ping less than 2 hours to extract what he wanted. During the whole work, Uchiha Mei and the others didn't even look at this side. They wanted to see the experiment, not to learn secretly. Doping pierced his fingertips. Blood. His special blood is the core of everything. If it wasn't there, the new medicine would have no effect or be poison. The originally turbid medicine slowly turned green after his blood dripped into it. The medicine is freshly baked. Then Tang Ping carefully placed the new medicine into the automatic injector on the side of the life support cabin. The instrument that cost a lot of money to buy is really effective. The new medicine was slowly injected into the body of the unconscious Hinata Kangyu. Yes, this is the method that Tang Ping came up with. From the data collected before, he realized that the pain exceeded the upper limit of human endurance, and improved the relevant aspects. For example, injecting the newborn potion in the coma, slowing down the potion's effect time, and using nutrient solution to maintain the consumption of the regenerated limbs. With multiple improvements, he dared to let Hinata Kangyu act as a test subject. If he was not sure, how could he let the other party take such a big risk? But there is no need to say this little thought. After the injection, Tang Ping started to get busy on the operating table of the life support cabin. Of course, it is not impossible to ignore it completely after the injection. But the success rate will at least drop by several %. In order to ensure the success rate of this experiment, Tang Ping also tried his best. Swish! The fracture of Hinata Kangyu's right leg was directly cut open by the scalpel in Tang Ping's control cabin. It just didn't spurt out a lot of blood, but slowly grew granulation and began to weave. Newborn potion. The effect is taking effect. However, the growth rate is a bit slow. And Doping has to make adjustments from time to time to ensure that the progress is in his hands. In the future, he will definitely come up with a perfect and safe plan, but he certainly doesn't have the mind to do it. This technology, Doping itself, is not for the benefit of the ninja world, but for himself and the people around him. The experiment time is much longer than before. But neither Uchiha Mii nor Uchiha Shizuka showed any impatience. Because they knew very well that this was an unprecedented experiment. An experiment that can be called a miracle. However, even if Doping tried harder, he could only spread the effectiveness of the potion to one day, and there was no way to spread the effect to a longer time. In this way, the experiment that was originally impossible to succeed is no longer a problem. One day later, the situation in the life support cabin has changed drastically. Now, let's witness a miracle. Tang Ping's hoarse voice sounded, and he pressed the button in front of him heavily. Because what was about to happen was indeed a miracle. An unprecedented miracle. Chapter 45 The Newborn Hyaga Kangyu. Wow! In the life support cabin, the nutrient solution that had lost its effect was slowly flowing out from the bottom drain. Hyaga Kangyu's body also fell limp in the cabin because of the loss of nutrient solution. Compared to before, she had something more at this moment. Legs. The missing right leg had now been restored. But after all, it was a new limb, and its condition was naturally different from that of the left leg, and it would take time to be the same. And for this leg, the nutrient solution consumed was actually the second can. That's 20 million taels. If you add in various auxiliary materials, seaweed and special lizards and other consumption, the total cost of this experiment would be at least more than 50 million taels. It's much more expensive than an Asuma. And these don't count the loss of laboratory equipment, technology, and other expenses. It is definitely an astronomical figure if you really calculate it. Such a huge expense can allow Angle to kill several senior ninjas. But it is only used to restore one leg. Really? Golden thigh. Even a thigh made of gold is far less expensive than the right leg of Hinata Kangyu. But for some people, money is not a problem at all, as long as they can see the results. Did we really succeed? Uchiha Shizuka murmured to herself, and she still couldn't believe it until now. It really succeeded. Doping nodded subconsciously while watching Hinata Kangyu unable to cover her body. But he just looked, observed for less than a few seconds before being blocked by Uchiha Mei, so he turned his head away with a guilty conscience. The other party's performance is completely better than the eyes. Is the perception-based ninjutsu really that strong? Just as Doping was thinking about it, the breathing mask on Hinata Kangyu's face was also removed, so that he no longer inhaled the anesthetic gas and began to wake up slowly. Ordinary people naturally can't wake up so quickly, but ninjas are naturally different, so they can wake up quickly. Long-term anesthesia affects her thoughts. Soon, Hinata Kangyu realized something, and her vision suddenly looked at her right leg. Now her body is still in anesthesia, so she can only judge by vision. When her eyes saw the white and tender and intact right leg, the ecstasy in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Woo! Tears appeared in her eyes. Hinata Kangyu originally thought that after experiencing those hellish days, she would never cry again. But this persistence was broken in front of her reborn right leg. Crying with joy. Tang Ping and the others could see her mentality, so no one stopped her. At the same time, they were not worried about her condition. Now she fell limp in the life support cabin, just because the anesthesia effect has not completely subsided. As long as there is a little more time, she can stand up on her own. And she has to test the new right leg immediately to see if there is anything wrong. Only after confirmation can we start treating the big money sponsor. Time urgent. Even if Uchihame has the sensing ninjutsu and can act normally, it doesn't mean that she won't be impatient. The resources for the experiment were not delayed at all, even if she had to constantly raise funds for it. This actually showed the urgency in her heart. Only if you have had light can you not endure darkness. That is to say, she has a strong will and the hope given by Tang Ping, otherwise she would have gone crazy. Some clues can be seen from the previous dead state. Without this hope, she might have committed suicide. There is no record of her in the original historical line. It should be because her death by suicide brought shame to the family, so there is no mention of her in a single word. Okay, let's try to see if we can stand up first. We'll talk about it later. Uchiha Shizuka urged. Be a bad person, as long as it can make Uchihame get better as soon as possible, she doesn't mind this. And Tang Ping had no objection. Hinata Kangyu's body is not that delicate and does not require a long period of recuperation before starting the test. And the life support cabin and nutrient solution are not in vain, they directly save recuperation time. Otherwise, if you don't use these instruments and conduct hand-rubbing experiments, you must recover slowly. Knowing clearly that the reason why he was able to get this precious opportunity was because Hinata Kangyu, who was acting as the experiment, began to try to stand up in the life support cabin. Snap! She collapsed in the cabin again, but instead of being depressed, she smiled. I feel it. My right leg, which has been empty for many years, already has a vague feeling. Even though this feeling was extremely weak, Hinata Kangyu was certain that her right leg was truly reborn. I really didn't expect that. Looking at Hinata Kangyu, who was holding on to the outer glass wall and slowly standing up with her right leg, Uchiha Shizuka murmured to herself. As an elite jounin, what big scenes has she not seen? But she had never seen this kind of scene that could be called a miracle. Ninjas are never afraid of death, but they are afraid of injury and disability. Well now, with this kind of limb regeneration technology, even if it cannot be popularized, our people don't have to worry at all. Mei Yi, it's your turn to prepare next. Seeing Hinata Kangyu's performance, Dohei knew that he had really mastered this technique. And to be able to go so smoothly, the help of medical knowledge is absolutely indispensable. Although even if he doesn't, he can still achieve results by relying on miraculous power. But it will never be as good as it is now. Medical ninjutsu YYDS. Uchihame forced her head to remain calm and nodded. The hope of seeing the light of day again was so close, even she couldn't help but get excited. Preparation before surgery. It is to adjust the state to the best while cutting off external influences. Of course, important talents need these. If it were someone else, they would just start right away and there would be no need to spend so much energy and time preparing. The glass wall of the life support cabin lowered, allowing Hinata Kangyu, who stood upright, to step out. But Uchiha Shizuka's eyes suddenly turned into a three-magadama state. Etc. Tang Ping moved sideways and stood in front of her. What are you doing? Uchiha Shizuka asked with a serious face, once this matter is leaked, do you know what the consequences will be? If people really knew that Dohei had mastered the method of rebirth of severed limbs, not to mention Uchiha in the village, even the other major ninja villages would attack him at all costs. Therefore, she is ready to eliminate hidden dangers. Even if there are illusions that can ensure that the other party will not leak information, it is not foolproof. I know. Tang Ping said firmly, but she will never betray me. The other party's whole person has changed into his own shape. Even if he lets her die without hesitation, how can he betray her? What's more, he is also planning to obtain the reincarnation eye for him, so there is no need to worry when the time comes. It's just that Uchiha Shizuka doesn't know this. That's why she decided not to do anything but to eradicate the root cause, even if this would make Tang Ping dissatisfied. And Shizuka. Uchihame's voice interrupted the confrontation between the two. Obviously, she chose to trust Tangping and take this risk together. Snort. Uchiha Shizuka hummed in dissatisfaction, but did not continue to insist on taking action, but stepped aside. After seeing the other party's actions and understanding that the other party had given up, Tanghei turned around and confessed to Hinata Kangyu. Meng Xiaoyan was dressed as before, and she was trying to get those things. As long as he gets the blood of the Hyuga clan, he can extract genes to make up for its defects. The experience of countless senior time travelers told him that the Hyuga clan could obtain the reincarnation eye after completing their genes. Even if it doesn't work, there will be a huge leap in strength. Once you get the Moon Man gene, you will definitely be able to succeed. The risk of completing the gene is naturally not low, that is, the gene may collapse. But with his blood, it can guarantee that nothing will happen to the fusion. It's simply outrageous. Tangping can directly solve the biggest risk. That's why he feels that the other person has the greatest potential around him. Because it can be realized quickly. Carefully moving the newborn's right leg, Hinata Kangyu, who had put in the hollow leather prosthesis, nodded with emotion. Yes. She could see how much risk the other party had taken for her, so she made a decision in her heart. Even if she died, she could not leak this information. Next, it was to prepare for the next time. With this success, the next time could no longer be called an experiment, but an operation. Chapter 46: A surprise that came suddenly. A few days later, Uchiha Mei's eyes were successfully cured, and the cost was even lower than before. Because it was a leg, this was just to treat both eyes. Although it was more difficult and required more energy, the resources required were really not as good as the previous time. Now there are two pieces of news in front of Uchiha Mei, who had just cured her eyes. Good news, her eyes were cured. Bad news, she went bankrupt. Yes, this white, rich, beautiful, strong and miserable is only white, beautiful, strong and miserable. No matter how rich she is, she can't stand it under the money spent by Dohei. The instrument alone cost 200 million taels, plus the subsequent materials, hundreds of millions of taels were spent. Such a sum of money would be difficult even for the wealthy Uchiha family, not to mention that it was only Uchiha Mei who had to bear it alone. The fact that she could come up with such a large sum of money was already due to her grandfather's accumulation. Now, except for this courtyard, she was completely penniless. Even more than that. This courtyard, worth 500 million taels, was mortgaged to a great noble of the Land of Fire, who borrowed 200 million taels to invest in the experiment. The great noble had made a lot of efforts to get the instruments and experimental materials. Fuck. After hearing Uchiha Shizuka's explanation of the financial situation, Dohei felt like a dog. His white thigh actually broke his leg? Next, he could forget about his cheating experiment. Of course there was good news. After hovering on the edge of death, his chakra also entered a stage of rapid growth. The teenage years are the fastest growth stage for ninjas, and with the previous mental stimulation, it would be strange if chakra did not grow fast. Before the third round, it would not be surprising if the chakra could approach one card. Don't compare him with those cheating players. Doping's achievements today are all due to his own efforts. Drugs, drink them. At the same time, he also visited Yamamakoji in the hospital several times during this period and gave some hints. He couldn't not give hints. He was really afraid that the desperate opponent would do something wrong. During this period, the self-examination storm in Konoha village gradually subsided. Because the third round of exams is about to begin. Finish the exam within one day. Even if the player is injured in the middle of the exam will not be postponed. If he loses due to injury, he can only blame his bad luck or tactical mistakes. Today. It is the day when the third round of exams begins. Early in the morning. The streets are crowded with people. There are also spectators who come from afar to watch this Chunin exam. Come on. Don't lose to other ninja villages. Konoha is the strongest. Tsunagakuer is the strongest. Walking on the street, the voices cheering for each village were endless, making Dohei realize people's madness for honor. The impact of the joint Chunin exam is really great. Dohei. A vibrant voice sounded from the side. Several people walked towards him. 2 adults and 1 child, with hair in 3 colors, gold, red, and white. That's right. This group is exactly the combination of Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Kakashi. Minato teacher, Kakashi, sister Kushina. Dohei greeted them one by one, and his voice was much sweeter when he called Kushina. There is no way, they gave too much. Not to mention the sealing technique information given before, just during the time he was lying in the hospital, the other party brought a lot of Uzumaki secret information. It's no wonder that Dohei has a completely different attitude towards them. Humph, you won't even let me pick him up when he's discharged from the hospital, are you asking for a fight? Uzumaki Kushina waved her fist. She was very dissatisfied with the fact that Doping didn't let her pick him up when he was discharged from the hospital before. Sister Kushina, May suddenly said that day that she wanted to pick me up alone when I was discharged from the hospital. I couldn't refuse her kindness. Doping dragged his fiancée out to take the blame. Uchiha May, meow meow meow. Before Uzumaki Kushina continued to pursue the matter, Namikaze Minato, who came with him, also comforted Doping softly. You don't have to worry too much about Koji. When Lady Tsunade comes back, I will ask her to help. It should be cured. He understood that Doping had been worried about Yamama Koji's injury during this period. Teacher Minato, the Uchiha clan can treat Koji's injury. There is no need to trouble Lady Tsunade. I am worried about today's exam. Doping changed the subject. Yamama Koji's injury was only difficult for Konoha Hospital to handle, but it was not incurable. At least Tsunade, Cho, and other medical ninjutsu masters would not find it too difficult. So it was not unreasonable for him to use Uchiha as an excuse. Anyway, he had a complete plan in mind, it just took time and resources. On the contrary, he was a little worried about the exam. Among the candidates who survived, there were two teams, Maki and Goto. Especially Goto. I don't know how they could survive such a deadly situation and continue to participate in the competition. It was really weird. Dohei felt that the third round of the exam was too complicated. Don't worry, with Don't worry about your current strength, and I am also one of the invigilators this time. Namikaze Minato patted Dahira on the shoulder and whispered assurance. I understand everything. The invigilator has the right to stop the winning party from ruthlessly attacking the losing party at critical moments. But whether it will be in time is another matter. With Namikaze Minato's speed and strength, there is no guarantee of victory or defeat if he is watching, but at least there is no need to worry about his own safety. How wonderful! The benefits of relying on the Hokage system are now reflected. If he hadn't known how pitfalls he had, Dohei might have really followed Hiruzen Sarutobi, the strongest third-generation Hokage. Give. Uzumaki Kyokina mysteriously handed something to Dohei, with satisfaction written all over her face, clearly waiting for Dohei to praise her. This is... Tang Ping looked at the thing in his hand and his pupils suddenly shrank because he had already guessed what it was. Surprise! He has not forgotten that when Uzumaki Kyuyuna was in the hospital before, he said that he had prepared a surprise for himself. It turns out that this is what it is. A pair of boxing gloves. The elbow-length fingerless gloves are jet black and smooth and delicate to the touch. Handsome. This is what boxing gloves feel like. Whether you are strong or not is only a temporary matter, but whether you are handsome or not is a lifelong matter. It seems that Uzumaki Kyuyuna also knows his character, so he makes his appearance so outstanding, instead of being low-key and inconspicuous. The reason why I feel surprised is because Tang Ping thought that things would take a long time to complete. I didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. To be able to do it so quickly, the other party must have secretly worked overtime, which shows how much thought has been put into it. Tang Ping was a little excited. Because this ninja tool can really make a big leap in his strength. Put on your gloves quickly. The comfortable and breathable feeling comes from your hands, like a second layer of skin. Try to put some chakra into it. Uzumaki Kyokina prompts. This ninja is her proud work. In order to catch up on work, she has worked extremely hard during this period, and now she naturally wants to be recognized. Tang Ping did as he was told. Then, a magical thing happened. Chapter 47 Fist of Fire. Fierce. A flash of crimson flame appeared on Tang Ping's raised fingertips. This. Namikaze Minato and Kakashi looked surprised. The two of them have seen a lot, so they naturally understand what this means. Chuck's nature changes. This is a skill that only Jounin can master. Now that we have this glove-like ninja tool, we can directly make up for this gap. Hey! Tang Ping seemed to have noticed something, so he subconsciously looked at the creator of the ninja tool. Hey! Facing this look, Uzumaki Yukina proudly introduced, yes, this ninja does achieve the functions you mentioned, little Tang Tang. The properties of fire chakra change, the energy of fire is gathered, and the control power is improved. These are the three major functions that Tang Ping originally proposed. Originally, he planned to let Uzumaki Yukina tailor a ninja tool for himself based on one of its functions. Unexpectedly, the other party actually completed all three functions. It's simply outrageous. The mastery of the sealing technique means that you can do whatever you want. Artifact. For him at this stage, this is an out-and-out artifact. Kuyukina is indeed amazing. Dohei praised sincerely, but then complained helplessly, but how many times have I told you, don't call me that. I don't know what the other party was thinking, but he actually called himself Little Tang Tang. How a man like me, who was born from heaven, could have such a title is simply a piece of black history. Everyone can imagine it. When the future self punches Rokudo and kicks Kaguya, someone suddenly calls herself Little Tang Tang. This kind of ninja world should be destroyed. Humph, when you asked someone to help you make the ninja tool, you were Kuyukina. Now that you have the ninja tool, you are Kuyukina, right? Uzumaki Kyukina's resentful voice made Dohei feel cold all over, and he could only compromise. You can call me whatever you want, Kushina-sama, but let's go to the stadium quickly, or we'll be late. After he finished speaking, he walked forward quickly. He was doing his best for her, and he was not a supercilious wolf like Obito, so how could he not be grateful, so she could call him whatever he wanted. By the way, what's the name of Tanghei's Mina-chan card? Why not call it Super Fierce Fire and Thunder? How about the second style? Namikaze Minato followed him and made a tentative suggestion with glaring eyes. *3. Several people were speechless. Because Namikaze Minato is good in other aspects, but he only likes naming, and all of them have long names like those who are at the second level of middle school. No, it already has a name, let's call it Fist of Fire. Dohei declined Namikaze Minato's kindness, he didn't want to have another dark history. Fist of Fire. It's better than those ninja tool names, right? With names like 7-Star Sword, Red Gourd, the style of painting is really inconsistent with the ninja world. That kind of name is fine, and my own name won't arouse any suspicion. And the name is extremely appropriate. The fire theory understand the characteristics of ninja tools, and fists represent the location of equipment. Perfect. As Tang Ping walked, he controlled the flames at his fingertips so that he could quickly become familiar with all aspects of the attributes of the Fist of Fire. The first is defense. The fire fist is made of fuzu branches and volcanic cloth and chakra wire. Although it is light and flexible, its defensive power is really top-notch, and it can be used as an armor at critical moments. Then comes the improvement in control power. If Tanghei's control power was only 1 before, now it is at least 3 or more. Such a huge improvement is not only because his control power was not very strong before, but also because of the power of the sealing technique. At the same time, the surrounding temperature continues to increase, but the consumption continues to decrease. This is because the surrounding temperature is constantly collected, allowing users to save consumption. That is to say, there is no time, otherwise Tang Ping would like to go to the training ground first and try it out. It's like getting a new toy, who doesn't want to play with it first? Along the way, Dohei also saw Kakashi's popularity. Come on, Kakashi. Don't lose. You are the strongest. Super genius. This persona was not created in vain. All the villagers in Konoha were cheering for him. I can only say that it is worthy of being the future Kadayan and 50-50 Open. This popularity is indeed undeniable. It has been sought after since I was a child. In comparison, Tang Ping pales in comparison. Even if they are together, in the eyes of the villagers, they are equivalent to the status of the foot-washing maid beside the heroine. Although he is very powerful, who gave him the surname Uchiha? Being bound to this surname, it would be good if the village's top management didn't suppress him. How could he build momentum for him? Don't worry, sooner or later you will be as popular as Kakashi among the villagers. Namikaze Minato may have felt that this contrast was too obvious, so he comforted Dohei. It's a pity that he didn't know that Tang Ping didn't care about this at all. It's just a few villagers who are after it. Those idol stars before time travel did not have millions of fans. With this number of fans, what's the point of being concerned about passerby fans who are not enthusiastic enough? Not long after, they arrived at the arena on the edge of the village. This is a huge building. It will only be enabled during celebrations, competitions. Can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. It is only with existences like ninjas that we can build such a spectacular building. The entire arena is in the shape of a ring, with the towering red palace-like building on one side serving as a wall. It is a viewing area prepared for those noble beings. We can't let those celestial dragons sit in the stands like ordinary people, right? At this time, a large number of spectators were queuing up to enter. Naturally, Tang Ping and the others did not need to line up. They walked through the backstage passage. On both sides of the entrance to the backstage passage, there were many people from the three great ninja villages standing there, specifically responsible for inspection. The previous incident in the Forest of Death reminded the three major ninja villages of their lack of preparedness, so they invested more in security this time. Step, step. After Dohei and the others entered, they separated. He and Kakashi came to the player stand. Here you can have a close-up view of the arena below. The battle venue between ninjas naturally cannot be too small, so the area is extremely huge. That is the Chunin examination. If it were a battle between shadows, it would not be safe even if the area was expanded several times. At this time, the place was already filled with contestants. Kakashi, there was no winner last time. This time I will defeat you on the field and prove the power of Tsunagakure village. Marky came over with two teammates. Boring. Kakashi looked away, showing no intention of competing with the other party. Step, step. Amidst the heavy footsteps, several figures walked over. An oppressive body, a simple and honest face, wearing an IWA ninja forehead protector. It's Gangtu. However, after he stopped a few meters away, the other party did not speak, only that powerful murderous aura came over him unabashedly. This is no longer pretending, right? Tang Ping secretly complained that the other party no longer even pretended to be a genin, but he quietly backed away. Because their target is not themselves. Kakashi, Maki, Goto. It was also behind the scenes that the three great ninja villages of Konoha, Tsunagakure and Uegakure praised the genius. So it's not surprising that they only have eyes for each other. If Tang Ping had no way to abstain and also had to make a fortune, he would have wanted to quit the competition. How do you pay for Koji Yamama's treatment? There is an opportunity now. Chapter 48 Opportunity to make a big profit. Before the official game starts, there will also be speeches by the Minister of the Country of Fire and speeches by the Sunin. But Tang Ping was not interested in this at all, and he might as well take a closer look at the three people who looked like fighting cocks. In fact, most of the contestants in the stands were secretly observing the three of them. This is much more exciting than giving a speech. Fortunately, there were people from the three major ninja villages in the corner of the player stands to maintain order, and no one would start fighting here. Players from all ninja villages gathered together. Don't think that the players will get along peacefully. Everybody wants each other to die. You only need to look at the ruthlessness of the candidates in the Forest of Death to know this. Only a few people were rescued after sending the signal successfully. Although most of them were killed by hunters, many of them were killed by candidates. Exams in non-peaceful periods are completely legal killing arenas. Only in the future peaceful period can there be real exams, not now. Now I know. Why do people from the three major ninja villages in the corner exist? Because if they didn't, there might not be many people alive before the competition started. This is the real ninja world. Cruel and bloody. The peaceful coexistence of candidates in the future is completely fake. There are a total of 24 candidates participating in the third round. Although more than this number survived in the Death Forest, those villages with too weak strength will take the initiative to let the other party withdraw. The three major ninja villages occupy half of the quota. Konoha village is the worst. There are only two people, Dohei and Kakashi. The reason may be that Konoha is the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, so it is tacitly targeted. The first match will start soon. Please invite Uchiha Dohei and Wan to the stage. Someone from the corner examiner suddenly spoke. The 1vs1 match schedule had been drawn by the examiner on the main stand. None of the 3 seeded players met. There is a problem. Dohei complained in his heart. Because the 3 seeded players are what the audience wants to see the most, if they meet in the first round, there will be not much to watch later. It's just, after hearing the order of his appearance, Dohei wanted to kill someone. I don't mind the secret operation, but you can't pit yourself, right? The opponent is Wan, a sand village who is good at binding and sealing, and also a member of the Maki team. Although the opponent is a girl, she is very ruthless. If it is on a wide battlefield, it is okay, but on this limited competition stage, it is definitely the opponent's home court. Fuck. If we really have to rank the degree of difficulty, the opponent is definitely among the top 10 of all candidates. After glancing at the girl who was walking quickly towards the contestant channel, Tang Ping walked from the contestant channel in another direction. The dark and long contestant channel can help people organize their thoughts. This time, Tang Ping can't afford to lose. Let alone whether he can walk off the field intact, the bet alone makes him unable to lose. The best opportunity to make money. It is this joint Chunin exam. Where there is competition, there will be betting. Gambling is legal in the ninja world. The joint Chunin exam, which is held every few years, is also the best platform. This is much more exciting than football. The dealer is naturally the nobles and wealthy merchants. If the ninja is the dealer, the nobles and merchants will not approve. There is only one reason. Everyone is afraid that if they lose too much, the ninjas will directly have a death debt and it will be miserable. This is not without precedent, so it will eventually become like this. And Tang Ping thought of this way of making money after knowing that his white thigh was bankrupt and his house was mortgaged. Bet on yourself to win. His strength is seriously underestimated. As long as he can bet on himself to win, he can make a lot of money. Of course, he can't eat alone. Instead, he can pull in the lineage of the eldest house, plus some ordinary Uchiha clan members, to eat this cake together. In this way, the nobles and wealthy merchants who are the dealers can't deny their debts. Because if they deny their debts, they will have to face the wrath of the Uchiha. At the same time, Uchiha Mei can also use this opportunity to win over the lineage of the eldest house and get the position of the head of the house. Some time ago, her eyes were injured, but many people defected to Uchiha Shu, so naturally they had to be pulled back. So Doping really can't lose. While thinking about these, a ray of light appeared in front of him. It's the exit of the passage. From there, you can enter the arena and fight under the attention of the public. The reason why the joint Chunin exam is a stage for fame. It is this kind of one-on-one competition. The first round of the assessment is completely to eliminate those guys who fish in troubled waters. The second round is to select geniuses. The third match is the stage for geniuses to perform. As long as they can enter the third match, almost all of them have passed the Chunin exam. Therefore, the third match is no longer a fight for passing the exam, but a fight for the village and their own honor. When Dohei passed through the exit, the overwhelming voices poured into his ears like a tide. Come on! Konoha will win! Tsunagakuer will win! These voices make people feel excited. Walking out of the opposite contestant channel is a girl wearing a sand-proof cloth on her head and carrying a bundle of white cloth on her back. Roll! She is also a sand ninja seal genius. When his eyes saw several examiners standing on the side, Dohei's eyes narrowed slightly. Is it them? There are 3 examiners in the competition, not just one as in the anime. Konoha's side is Minato Namikaze. The other 2 examiners are a man and a woman. The man was strong, wearing a red ninja hat, with a signature big nose and beard, and wearing a red combat uniform, with a red long sleeve on his left arm and his right arm exposed. The whole person was like a calm mountain. Yellow earth. He was also the son of Tsuchikage Onoki, and was considered the strongest of the new generation in Uegakuer. The last female examiner was wearing a backless tights, with long birch and green hair tied up, and her temperament was like a flame. Scorch release Yekang. He was also a strong man of the new generation in Sand Village. 3 elite jonin started, maybe a strong quasi-shadow person will act as the examiner. It is not only to show the strength of the village, but also to give them a chance to gain recognition, and at the same time to protect the future of the village. Of course, although there are 3 examiners, the leader is naturally the Konoha examiner. Of course there is a home field advantage. The first competition is between Konoha's Uchiha Dohei and Tsunagakuer's Maki. Namikaze Minato stood in the middle of the arena and introduced loudly. The audience is in the stands. It's all done. Uchiha Shizuka, who had just arrived, whispered a report to Uchiha Mei, who had taken off the bandage and exposed her intact eyes. Bet. Of course, time is stuck. If you do it in advance, it may give the dealer a chance to investigate and respond. Uchiha Shizuka is in charge of this operation, so she won't come back until the game starts. Uchiha Mei nodded inconspicuously, as if she had not bet her last fortune on the gambling table. After going through that desperate situation of falling into darkness, it was impossible for her to worry about anything. Even, this also made her Sharingan change. Uchiha in desperate situation. This is no joke, not to mention that her talent is not weak, so it would be strange that she has not changed. Among the villagers not far away, Hinata Kangyu's eyes were fixed on Dohei on the field below, with gratitude, admiration, etc. in her eyes, and she secretly clenched her fists to cheer for him. Come on, Tang Ping! A sudden cheering sound came from the mouth of Honda Taka in the audience. Next to him was the pale and thin Koji Yamama. Two best friends also came to cheer for Tang Ping. After the atmosphere reached its peak, the game officially began. Chapter 49 Golden Crow Fluid Technique. The game begins. After Minato Namikaze made the announcement, he immediately left with the teleportation technique and returned to the edge of the arena next to Hagura and Huangtu. Tang Ping jumped back immediately to distance himself, and began to form seals with his hands. Facing an opponent who is good at the art of binding, close combat is a complete opportunity for the opponent to show off. Of course, if the other party knows how to use Vajra chain, let's talk about it separately. But the other party's binding technique is a beggar's version of a diamond chain, and it can't even be called a pirated version. Fire escape. Flame bullet. Dohei started with a bombardment of sea-level ninjutsu, not giving the opponent a chance to safely use the sealing technique. After learning the sealing technique from Uzumaki Kyuyuna for a period of time, his understanding of this special technique has improved a lot, and he can deal with it much more easily. Boom! A fire bomb the size of a wheel shattered the ground where the Tsunagakure girl was standing. How awesome! As expected of a genius who has passed the previous rounds of exams. This is our genin of Konoha village. Why haven't we seen him before? The audience in the stands naturally became excited when they saw this powerful ninjutsu. That's all they want to see. If it is a confrontation between illusions and the like, although it is more dangerous and powerful, to them, it is naturally far less beautiful than the popular ninjutsu. And from their conversation, it can also be seen that Tang Ping is famous. It's completely transparent. This is also the difference between those who are touted by villages and those who are not. If he were from the Hokage system, he might have earned the title of genius long ago. Whoosh! A sound broke through the air behind him. If you were Tang Ping, whose mentality had not changed, you might be a little flustered. But after experiencing death so close at hand, he has been able to face this situation calmly. Fierce! A wisp of flame ignited in his right hand, and then he spun his body and jumped up, using this power to swing his right hand backward. Golden Crow Fluid Technique. Ghost Burn. Relief. This blow shook open the coils and reached the white cloth. Moreover, Tang Ping was unyielding. After landing, he rushed forward a few steps like lightning. He used his right hand, which was still burning with flames, to pinch the opponent's neck and lift it up, injecting a large amount of flame into the opponent's body. Golden Crow Fluid Technique. Qin Yueyang. The effect of this pose is very simple. You can inject fire into the opponent's body, and then explode instantly to smash the target in your hand. Cruel and powerful. It can only be said that Dohei did not only develop ninjutsu during this period, but did not pay much attention to taijutsu. The key point is that he has a lot of knowledge and a big brain. Like those game fighting moves that I saw before traveling through time, I can definitely find a way to reproduce them. Before switching to time travel, these moves were completely unfeasible. But in the ninja world, a world with omnipotent chakra, these fighting moves have the possibility of success. In addition, Dohei can also ask Uchiha Shizuka to help him try how to use chakra to match the moves, thereby saving himself time and energy. So he developed a lot of powerful physical skills during this time. Whether it's the defensive Uniyaki or the brutal Qin Yueyang, they are all physical techniques developed by him. He named this type of ninja technique assisted by flames Golden Crow style. With the Fist of Fire, he can maximize the effects of nintaijutsu. Boom! The body held by Tang Ping was shattered from the inside by the flames. But he was not happy because the target was smashed. Because it feels wrong. At the same time, none of the three examiners responded, which already explained the problem. If the other party is really facing death, others not to mention, Yaking will definitely take action to save his disciple. That was a disciple, and the relationship was closer than blood, so how could he not respond? Build a binding formation. A female voice shouted. At the same time, Tang Ping's feet suddenly turned white, and strips of white cloth wrapped around him like giant pythons. At this time, Wan walked out from behind the camouflage cloth that was raised on one side. Visual deception. If you look from behind, you can definitely spot her easily. But from the direction of Tang Ping, there is no way to see the curled up behind the camouflage cloth. As expected of a disciple of Yakang. With just these few moves, even a Chunin might be hit. Win. Looking at Tang Ping, who was wrapped in his own white cloth, Wan began to relax. Just step forward and apply a seal to end the battle. But as soon as she got closer, she noticed something was wrong. Relief. A fist with fierce flames burned through the white cloth and knocked her away hard. Golden Crow Fluid Technique. Wild Bite. The effect is to use flames to increase the explosive power of the fist and add additional damage. This blow directly sent the scroll flying more than 10 meters, and the sound of broken bones could be clearly heard. One punch KO. This punch ended the fight. Because Wan fainted, the battle naturally had to end. At the same time, Tang Ping didn't dare to step forward to hit him, because he didn't have a backing up. The teacher was watching. If he really dares to take advantage of the opportunity to hit the target, it is not impossible for him to miss when he tries to stop him. Elite Jounin and even Quasi-Cage level experts are not something he can handle at this stage. That means there is Namikaze Minato, otherwise he would have to worry a lot about making a move. It can only be said that the third round was not only a fight, but also a human incident. When you meet those players from the Xiao Ninja village, you can attack them hard, but they can only be submissive. But when you meet an opponent from the great ninja village who has the same background, you have to think more about it. Therefore, Tang Ping, who had a clear mind, not only did not pursue, but took a few steps back to express his attitude. Namikaze Minato, who was standing on the edge of the arena, looked pleased when he saw Dohei's actions. If you really have a reckless character, you won't survive long on the battlefield. The most typical example is the 1,000-hand rope tree. He died directly under the detonating talisman trap, which is also the surname Jian Hand. Otherwise, he must be a negative example. Wan, are you okay? Yakang used the teleportation technique to come to Wan, who was knocked away by the wild bite. An ordinary person would definitely die after being hit like this. But ninjas have chakra, so even if this blow can destroy the wooden man, he will not be saved. Teacher. The comatose Wan just woke up and saw his teacher. I'll take you to the medical room now. Seeing that his disciple was fine, Yakang finally felt relieved, so he hugged her and left quickly. The rules of the competition are used to restrain the small ninja village, but not the big ninja village. Namikaze Minato waited for Hagura to leave with his disciple before stepping forward to announce. The game is over, Uchiha Danhei wins. Yakang's intervention means that Tsunagakure is automatically admitting defeat, and the announcement now is just to give the other party some face. Regarding this result, the Konoha villagers in the audience were surprised. How is this possible? I didn't expect it. Are those previous rumors false? Uchiha Danhei. However, Konoha is famous for being a crane tail and a trash, and many villagers use him as a negative example to teach their children. Previously, everyone thought that Dohei was able to enter the third round because of Kakashi's influence. But this one-on-one battle made them understand directly that they were not what they were said to be. And Tang Ping didn't waste any time. After he was announced as the winner, he went directly back to the contestants' stand to rest. There are still a few rounds of fighting to come, so you can recover as much as you can. At the same time, he was also calculating this profit in his mind. Chapter 50 Betting and Harvesting. Money. For scientific research routes, money is not everything, but no money is absolutely impossible. Just look at the changes after graduation to know how important money is. In the past 2 years or so, Tang Ping's results were less than 1/10 of those achieved in these few months. The most important reason why his strength has skyrocketed is Krypton Gold. Even Shaozaki Lizard's psychic scroll was shot because he hired Kakuzu with money. If you don't have money, don't even think about getting the psychic scroll. Therefore, he planned to make a fortune from this joint Chunin exam. With his little level of transparency, the odds against the Tsunagakure sealing technique genius are definitely not low, and at least he can double his capital. And the capital in Uchiha Mei's hands? Through raising funds with some Uchiha clan members through Chongfang, the amount is almost more than 100 million taels, which can be regarded as a bet on one's own credibility. That's why we say she is a stud. If you can't pay it back, you will die in society, and you will bear a shame that cannot be washed away. Are those physical techniques of yours? Uchiha secret techniques. Kakashi saw Dohei sitting next to him and resting, and couldn't help but curiously asked. There is no way, the physical skills developed by Dohei are completely based on the moves of fighting games. Not only is he powerful, he is also extremely handsome. Who wouldn't be curious? Noise, I developed it based on some information. Doping dared not say that this is the Uchiha secret physical technique. If he dared to say it, the Uchiha would really dare to take it back. Just like some special ninjutsu, if you want to learn it, you need not only talent but also qualifications. For example, the Chidori developed by Kakashi in the future, if it is not approved by him, others cannot learn it. Even if you learn it, you cannot use it, which is equivalent to a patent. And this kind of constraint can also ensure that the secrets of the major secret families are not leaked, so it is an iron rule. Of course, it only applies to ninjas from the same village. If it is other ninja villages, this constraint does not exist, but the secret family will try every means to take back the secret. So Doping said it was developed and did not admit that it was an Uchiha secret technique. You open it yourself. Kakashi was about to retort when he suddenly thought that Doping seemed to be really good at development. Flame. This jutsu was developed in less than a month in front of him. Although most of the work was done by teacher Namikaze Minato, ideas and creativity are the key to developing the jutsu, so it is not impossible to develop such a powerful and gorgeous ninjutsu. Ninjutsu. It refers to special ninjutsu that combines ninjutsu and taijutsu. The most famous one is the lightning chakra mode of the Reikage series. Low consumption and strong power. Except for the difficulty of development and learning, there are almost no disadvantages, which makes Kakashi curious. I'll be there soon. Be careful. Doping changed the subject. Although the two of them occupied a corner area, there were outsiders around, so it was not suitable to discuss these things. Well. Kakashi stood up. With Minato Namikaze as his little son and Kokona as his energetic master, he has recovered from the emotionless machine, so he responded. Before, there would be no reaction at all. The battle ended very quickly. Kakashi defeated his opponent in just one round. The gap in strength is too big. The gap between ordinary ninjas and geniuses is greater than the gap between humans and dogs. You can see this by looking at Gangtu and Maki. All the battles were resolved in one round, and there was no need to drag it to the second round. They did not hold back because of the rules of the game. Finish the game within one day. In other words, for example, it means not giving the players a chance to recover their chakra and injuries. If the consumption is too great, it will be difficult to play in the next game. After refining chakra once, you can't continue to refine it for at least a few days. Bing Liangguan also squeezes cells, so you have to go all out to save energy and chakra. One bloody and exciting match after another made the audience excited. In the end, only 8 players were able to enter the second round. It was not a statistical error. It was because 4 players were seriously injured, and their chakra and physical strength were exhausted, so they naturally could not participate in the next round. The next step is to draw lots. 8-4. As long as you win, you can enter the semi-finals. At this point at this time, it is easy for strong people to have a dialogue. But as Doping secretly complained, there is a shady deal in the lottery. With the strange abilities of ninjas, it is not too easy to cheat. As long as the 3 major ninja villages do not pursue it, no one can see it. The top cards of the 3 major ninja villages still did not match up, and the key point is that Doping himself was a bit unlucky. It's against Maki. It seems that the top management has made a deal. At the same time, Yura, Maki's teammate, also faced Kakashi. The trump cards of the 2 teams avoided each other, and the teammates took the bullets to send the trump cards. It's completely shameless. However, when he was unhappy, Doping also thought of an important thing. Odds. Comparing his strength with Maki, the odds must be good. In fact, the odds are very exciting. 1.2:2.5 odds. That is to say, if you bet on Maki to win, you can get 120 taels with interest from 100 taels, and 250 taels if you bet on Tangping to win. The nobles and wealthy merchants who are the dealers are not stupid. They had collected information about Tangping before, and although they were misled by rumors and intelligence, they naturally adjusted their positions immediately after learning their lessons. So, even though it was a match that others thought Maki would definitely win, the odds were only this much, not several times more. The betting point at the entrance of the arena was extremely lively at this time. A large number of spectators came to place bets during the intervals between the games. 50 million taels for Tsunagaku or Maki to win. A blonde girl with twin ponytails slammed a box of money heavily on the stage, shocking the staff. They had seen large bets, but they had never seen a little girl like this. Do you really want to bet all? The staff looked at the money in the box and asked again. The banknote limit is 10,000 taels each, so there are indeed 50 million taels in a box. The key point must be that people bet voluntarily, not on impulse. As for being afraid of trouble after losing, I'm not afraid of that. Being able to be a banker in such a place, you must not be afraid of offending people. Even if it is the 5 major ninja villages, they will take it as long as they are right. Yes, bet all, how can we miss this kind of free money? The blonde girl was excited. Well, in her opinion, this is completely free money. But just when the staff had just counted the money and issued the betting slip, an abrupt voice rang out. Konoha Uchiha Dohei win, 200 million taels. The person who spoke was completely hidden in a cloak, with a hat on his head. It was obvious that he was hiding his identity. The 2 boxes were placed on the betting table. Good. The staff member who had just opened the betting order was much more decisive this time, without any hesitation at all. Because many large bettors have this style, there is nothing surprising. As for the issue of compensation, it may be an astronomical figure for an individual, but for the nobles and wealthy businessmen, it is not a problem at all. Didn't you lose money in vain? After the blonde girl with twin ponytails got the betting slip, she kindly reminded the other party. But the figure in the cloak didn't react at all. He just calmly picked up the betting slip and left. TCH, if you don't listen to your well-intentioned reminders, you will know what it means to regret if you lose. The blonde man with twin ponytails quickly followed into the arena. At this time, the last game of the second round of the game also begins. At the same time, it is also the least suspenseful one.